A tall, handsome young man stood in front of the mirror in the bathroom. In life, he knew what he looked like, what kind of hair he had. But in the reflection on one side, there was him. But on the other, there was a completely different guy with black hair. Both were confused, not understanding how this happened. The blonde's name is Darren, and the brunette's name is Max. The first one looked at his characteristics. He was the heir of a great clan with a demon hunter class. Later, he decided to leave the reflection alone and went to make himself some tea. The young man thought about the past and compared all the facts. His inner self, Max, realized that he had become the character he had created 12 years ago in his second year of high school. He recalled drawing Darren and coming up with all sorts of characteristics for him as a child. He would be obsessed with the idea of creating another noble version of himself. Then the guy was under the influence of the 8th grade syndrome. He was too impressed by a game called History of the Continent of Arcana, one of the best virtual reality games about another world. It did not lose popularity until its closure, which made it a legendary game. But on the day of the closure, along with the news of the disappearance of the general director of the company, Cosmo, Arcana became a part of reality. Monsters began to appear from rifts all over the world, and the existence of humanity was under threat. But along with the monsters came people who were in sync with their characters. They were called players, and they could use skills to defeat monsters and save the world. There were times when Max wanted to become one of them, but even then he realized that even with the awakening of the Force, he would not be as popular. The price of one virtual reality machine is tens of millions of won. Even a month's rent would cost hundreds of thousands. His father's business failed, and he blamed himself for being a bad father and not being able to provide his son with even computer games. His sister tried to calm him down, but his mother said it was all her fault. Then the young man realized the cruelty of the world around him. He had no choice but to throw the lasso. If he knew that this would happen, he would never have quit. Having lost for less than a year, his characteristics and level were very low. He was finally able to awaken, but into a damn character that a crazy schoolboy made. The character's name was Darren, and the guy played it with all seriousness. The backstory is this. The young man was the heir to a great family, but all the relatives fell victim to the demon, so only he remained. Darren decided to become a demon hunter to get revenge. A very strange character whom Max seriously considered his second personality. It was funny in his second year of high school, but now it's an endless source of shame for him. On top of that, this hero speaks very strangely, like an aristocrat, which Max doesn't like at all. The guy was worried about his appearance and manner of speech, because of which he could not calmly appear in society and become its full-fledged member. He imagined his boss at work scolding him for his appearance. And knowing Darren's manners and character, he will not tolerate this and will definitely do something terrible. He couldn't go to work because he could be sued for indecent acts. Max's thoughts were transformed into Darren's words in a completely different way. He said that nobles do not bow their heads to everyone. Brunet was concerned about whether all players felt the same when synchronizing, although most said that the changes were minimal. He understood that if he couldn't go to work, he would have to become a player. But more than 10 years had passed, and he remembered almost nothing about Arcana. He decided to search for information first because he lacked even basic knowledge of the player. Rankers who close high-level rifts receive hundreds of millions, but this information is of little use because difficulty is directly related to risk. The main thing now is to figure out what the demon hunters usually do. But the site only had 2 pages and no useful news at all. Suddenly, the hero stumbles upon terrible news. It said that all the NPC demon hunters in Akshan City were killed. The only city and sacred land of the demon hunters was destroyed. Max realized that there was so little information not because they were doing nothing, but because the class had completely disappeared. Although no one chose them 10 years ago. Low characteristics, strange pumping, and disgusting skills. This class has a hard time leveling up by hunting monsters, so it had to be leveled up through quests. The only thing they were incomparably better at than other classes was fighting demons, but they only appeared in demon hunting quests. Most of them were just grinding. The role of the hunter was unclear. But being bankrupt and not being able to change jobs are 2 different things. Now there's no one to even teach skills, since everyone has been killed. However, one piece of news caught the guy's eye. It said that the update introduced demons that only hunters could best deal with. Now there are demons among the monsters. Player losses have increased greatly due to debuffs, possession, destruction of the mind, problems even for rankers with level 200. It turns out that demons appeared in reality, and since the hunters did not deal with them, this means that after the destruction of Akshan, the young man became the last demon hunter. He was wondering whether he should return after a 10-year hiatus. There is no guarantee that the demons he remembers will appear. A lot could have changed during this time. If even high-level players can't handle it, then Max even more so. Little Max reminded that the great Darren does not run away from pathetic demons. No temptations and trials will touch his great pride. Darren knew that these were useless thoughts and there was no reason to worry. Meanwhile, the news was reporting on the dire consequences of the demon update. The blonde said out loud that he would personally send each of them to hell. Several years have passed since the Great Cataclysm. Many things were lost, but people were able to get back on their feet. The streets were lively again, and everyone had adapted to the new world, however. There is always darkness next to the light. The negative emotions of people who have gathered together again have become excellent food for demons. One ordinary day, a young man named Greg, the leader of the group, was standing on the street, waiting for the last member along with the others. Just a few moments later, Darren joined them. The friendly leader introduced the new team member to everyone and greeted the cold blonde himself. The young man, whose attention had been drawn to the rift, now understood how the players saw him. Normal people cannot interact with the rift in any way. Darren was level 55, which was perfectly within the recommended 35 to 40 for completing the game. When he searched for information, he learned that the average level of rift attackers was 200, so it would take a lot of work to reach such heights. Luckily, not everyone awakens as a high-level player, so he was able to find a suitable group. The participants appeared before him: the quiet brunette, Bob, the cute sorceress, Catherine, and the melee attacker, Kevin. The group leader announced that after 5 minutes of a little preparation they would enter, because judging by the destruction, the other group was already inside. The destruction rate was 19.8%. When it reaches 100%, monsters break through the rift into the real world, and players can freely enter and protect them. Only they can stop this time bomb. Max wanted to say something encouraging, but Darren said that with him, the guys don't have to worry about anything and was cruelly ignored. The participants chatted about the battle and paid no attention to him. Meanwhile, the players entered the Knowles underground storage facility, a food warehouse. Catherine was surprised that there weren't any monsters around, but Greg reassured her that another group had passed through before them, so they just needed to take a slightly different route. Darren sensed that something was wrong, so he walked behind. The Knowles appearing unexpectedly and ordered to prepare for battle. The blonde analyzed a very common combination of group members and realized that the tank, Bob, does not protect the group, but attracts even more monsters. The attacking tank had to go completely into defense, and the mage deals the main damage. Being useless, the player decided to check the inventory, which did not contain any good weapons, so it was better for him not to get involved in the fight. However, suddenly an enemy arrow flew from the side towards Darren. It turned out that there was an ambush behind the pillars, which instantly attacked the team. An even more fierce battle began, and the group was barely able to cope. It was at this moment that Greg, the leader, decided to leave the fight and disappeared. Kevin, seeing this, became distracted by him and began to angrily shout at him to come back. Suddenly, the guy is attacked by a monster and the blade approaches his eye. But Darren shoots his bow in time, saving his comrade's life. Bob fought desperately with a bunch of creatures, but he was unable to stop them all. Catherine panicked, but a blonde man came up to her and told her to calm down because he would deal with the breakthrough, and she would need to use a strong spell. After some time, the girl was ready to attack and warned the team. Fiery arrows began to fly out and pierce everything in their path. This attack helped to defeat the enemies, and the guys began to slowly look around. Furious, Kevin ran up to the leader to take out all his anger on him because he abandoned them at a crucial moment. He began to insult him, saying that without his popular brother, he was worth nothing. Darren approached him to cool his fire. A terrifying grin appeared on the commander's face, and he began to laugh at the players. The blonde saw that there was a demon hiding behind Greg. Then he realized that he was possessed. Suddenly, Bob finds himself in a scary, dark space, and he sees his team being strangled by demonic shadows. Greg cast a fear effect on everyone using the demon's gaze, but brave Darren ran towards him without a shadow of doubt on his face. The demon stopped his attack by saying that Greg could die if he was going to hurt the demon. But Darren was not deterred and raised the dagger above him. And at the same moment, he hit Greg's armor, but it only cracked. The demon inside the guy went wild and turned to face his opponent, and there was already a blade at his eye. With one movement of his hand, the young man cut his face. The demon couldn't believe his loss, and the blonde shut his prey up in a cold tone. Memories of his conversation with his brother began to surface in Greg's mind. How he asked to avoid dangerous rifts and invited me to join his guild as an analyst. The guy simply didn't want to be a loser, because even on the streets, people started talking to him only because of his brother, to congratulate him or to pass on something. constant ridicule towards him, because he was the older brother but had less popularity, abilities, and status. He just wanted to be someone his brother could be proud of, and that's when the demon decided to help him. In a moment of despair, a demon entered his consciousness and bound him. His body was taken under control, and he only watched from the side what was happening to his team. And at the moment when Greg's body was wounded by Darren, his soul was freed from the clutches of the demon. However, the demon was not going to give up and continued to reproach the guy that he would now kill his comrade. But it was too late. Greg himself held his body for the final attack to kill the demon. The unwavering youth made the decisive blow and looked at the demon defeated in the body of his comrade. After a while, the leader woke up surrounded by his team. Everyone started asking about his health and worrying about him. Greg didn't understand how he survived, but a calm Darren told him that he told him not to worry. Unfortunately, while checking his inventory, the blonde didn't find anything new, so the demon turned out to be useless. The next day, Greg showed his friend's post to his brother, which talked about their raid yesterday. In the comments, no one believed the tales that someone was able to defeat the demon. The brother did not express due confidence in this information. Then the guy said that he was the one who was possessed. After this sentence, the head of the Gaon Guild, a rank 11 player with a level of 368, Adrian, spilled the entire contents of the cup onto the table. During the conversation, it turned out that Greg was now ready to become an analyst in the guild, and also wanted to accept that hunter into it. It turned out that he realized his limits and realized that this was a more suitable role for him. Adrian was amazed by the capabilities of the hunter, who, in addition to destroying the demon, had a high level of mental resistance, especially since he used a dagger, not magic. He believed his brother, but he didn't understand why that guy would go into a low-level rift with such abilities. After these words, he handed over the contract with words of gratitude to his brother and now Gaon's analyst. When he saw the contract terms for the demon hunter, he broke out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, at Max's house, Darren saw that his level had increased. Max was thrilled with the 12-point increase, thanks to the demon, but for Darren, it was a small thing. Coming out of the shower, Max was already thinking about rest, but he was interrupted by a blonde man who saw the mess. At that very moment, he changed his clothes and began to actively clean up. After cleaning, he made a delicious soup, and then he immediately started cleaning the kitchen and washing the dishes. At this time, Max remembered that in addition to levels and characteristics, the character settings that he set are also applied. And if we talk about talents, then we can start with magic, because after just one demonstration, Darren can repeat any spell, he is smart, and he also has good physical potential. They were interrupted by an unexpected message from Greg. The long message spoke of an invitation to the guild, but Darren decided not to look into it and simply decline, since he didn't even have time to read it. The young man decided to start by testing his talent for magic and began looking for various videos. When the brothers saw Darren's response to their brilliant proposal, they were quite stunned. Adrian was very angry because he did not understand why he refused the offer of the best guild in Korea, which offered him a car, payment for any whims, and a share of 9.5 to 0.5. Greg suggested that they might have been beaten to it by one of the foreign guilds, the best of which were gathered in Seoul. The head of the guild did not wait, and said that he himself would go looking for him to talk to him. Greg tried to describe what he looked like, but could only explain that Darren looked like a quirky aristocrat. Meanwhile, the blonde was actively studying magic and taking notes on the knowledge he gained. He understood all the fundamental principles of magic, so he believed that any spell could be cast if he had enough mana. Max was delighted. He didn't expect anything else from his character. The test was completed. Now they could distribute the points. 2 points each for strength and dexterity, 7 for mana since it's too low. The brunette suddenly remembered the backstory of his character and decided to add one last point to his luck. It seems like he only raised his luck from 1 to 2, but in fact he doubled it. The next morning, a notification came about a class quest. After the appearance of Arcana in reality, quests began to appear very rarely, and the reason is that there are too many NPCs who can give them out. Even a regular quest is a great rarity, and here it is immediately a class quest, but a first-rank paladin has already received it. A class quest is given to only one person from the entire class. If you look at it sensibly, there is no chance that a class quest will be given to a player with level 67. But there are no demon hunters left except Darren. Akshan is the base of all demon hunters. It sounds cool, but in reality it can shock you with its appearance. Their quests are a repetition of useless work, and the living conditions and quests for players leave much to be desired. NPCs constantly yell at you, which complicates the situation. Demons penetrate the human mind, so training is needed to make it stronger. However, this is now in the past. First, Darren decided to see what the point of the quest was. At this time in the anti-building Arcana United, Korean subsidiary. To deal with the chaos and damage that resulted from the appearance of Arcana in reality, an association of former developers of the game was formed. It reacts to every update that is reflected in the real world, collecting and analyzing information for players. Some of the workers at this company were discussing whether an update would be released this week. Suddenly, their boring conversation was interrupted by an unexpected update. The entire office was in an uproar. Someone wanted to quit in a panic. Everyone was told to immediately turn off their phones, otherwise journalists would start calling. Everyone was stunned by the new update. A new demon has emerged from a new rift, the fortress, the territory, and the outskirts of the Count's family's territory. And also new monsters above level 230. A bloody bandit, a soldier of Count Joshua, his knight, a servant, and others. And the most terrible thing is the new named monster Count Joshua, level 430. The staff was indignant because even the strongest player was at level 403. Reporters and journalists wrote messages in an endless stream. Colleagues thought that this was simply an impossible task, and that humanity was simply being asked to die. If the previous updates were still manageable, then this destroys the balance. Meanwhile, an exhausted Max suffered from the tireless Darren, who had completed almost all of the tasks of today's quest to strengthen the body. His whole body was shaking. The brunette did not understand how he could put so much strain on his body at once. The calm blonde was eating a sandwich, while in the corner, an exhausted Max was trying to bring himself back to life. But thanks to such efforts and Darren's pride, they were able to complete all the tasks. Now the blonde could sleep peacefully with peace of mind. The next day, he went to the sports ground again to complete assignments. The quest was repeated again, so Max had a hard time again. A whole week passed and the quests were repeated again and again. Thanks to their persistence and efforts, they completed their weekly goal and received a +2 to strength and a +2 to agility. Stat-boosting items are insanely expensive, and he got 4 points without even leveling up. If this is a repeating quest that will keep popping up, then the reward justifies these terrible conditions. Suddenly, Darren heard news about the Arcana update from a nearby radio. In the evening, he watched the news which told about a new rift, Count family territory, as well as a new monster, Count Joshua. They said that he is a demon and a vampire. His level is 430, which is the highest level of a monster at the moment. Everywhere they talk only about this news, and most guilds express their reluctance to take part in the future raid. It is associated with huge risks. Demons are the hardest for players to deal with. No matter how strong you become, you will still have to deal with the negative effects that constantly appear during the fight. Already now, many say that you need to have at least a 10-fold level advantage to defeat a demon. If it weren't for the class quest, it would still be scary, because the enemy is much more powerful. However, Darren was serious. Without a drop of fear in his eyes, he declared that he would punish them. Max, although he knew that he would say this, still trembled at what was to come. The next day, Max began looking for information about the Count, and it turned out that he was in Russia. He decided that first he would need to go to the Magic Tower, since it had a portal that could take him anywhere. While the brunette was deciding what would be the most convenient and fastest way to get to the tower, Darren had already gotten dressed and was heading towards the exit to arrive at his destination as soon as possible. He took bags of his favorite tea. He never went outside without them, and he set off, ignoring Max's request to take a down jacket, since it is very cold in Russia now. A large number of reporters and journalists had already gathered at the Magic Tower. Everyone was running around in confusion, waiting for the famous guild Gaon. They guessed that they would come to the tower for teleportation, since it was more convenient and logical than flying on an airplane. Of course, after a while, everyone's favorites appeared. The long-awaited guild Gaon. The guild was immediately swarmed by reporters and bombarded with questions. Adrian decided to answer the most important question honestly, saying that he did not know how to defeat Count Joshua. He stunned the journalist with his answer and continued by saying that they came here before their competitors in order to get ahead of them, and that they were not going to share information. Suddenly, members of the Shining Guild appear on the square, and all the reporters are already running towards them. All the big guilds rushed to Korea because of the Magic Tower. The brothers decided to ignore the Vitriolic Guild and began to support each other. Adrian asked about Max, but due to the update, Greg hadn't had time to contact him again yet. Meanwhile, Darren was riding the bus to the tower. This time he was watching a video about fire magic, already the 100th one. It was now clear to him that magic was activated in 3 stages: exploring the mana, interfering with it, and manifesting it. As soon as the bus driver saw that the guy was doing magic, he immediately asked him to stop, because it was dangerous. The young man didn't think it would work, but he still stopped the flames. After that, Darren wanted to check what magical skills had been added, but they did not appear. After some time, he reached the right place. The main hall of the magic tower was amazing and very crowded. The young man approached one of the portals and felt a strange feeling, as if he could understand portal magic. It even seemed to him that it was simpler than the fire magic he uses. Suddenly, some big guy from Gaon passes by and accidentally pushes the guy into the portal. The big blockhead was confused and Adrian started yelling at him. The enraged head of Gaon wanted to fire him, but Greg noticed that the young man who was pushed looked like Max. A few minutes later, Greg began the briefing, showing a diagram of a rift in Russia where the outer circle, the outskirts of the Count's family's territory, has hundreds of different entrances. The inner circle is the territory of the Count's family of about 30, and the central one is the fortress of the Count's family, the abode of the Count. Based on the analysis of current and past faults, if a breakthrough occurs, the Count's fortress will most likely appear in the real world. At the same time, in Russia, many reporters, streamers, and players had already gathered near the rift. Darren's portal was moved to one of the streamers. The young man began to be indignant that he was the first to find the rift, but the blonde didn't care, and in his style asked the guy to calm down. He approached the rift of the Count family territory outskirts, which had a destruction rate of 9.7% and a suitable level for passing 240 to 270. In the rift, the red-haired girl, the head of the Berserker Guild, was already actively fighting with her opponents. Her comrades, who were an order of magnitude lower in level, could barely keep up with her. Her name is Lara, her level is 348, and she is in the top 100 players. Just at this time, Darren entered the outskirts of the territory. Poor Max was shivering from the cold, but the blonde didn't care. He was already ready to fight. A moment later, a pack of level 230 blood wolves began to approach him. Although he was only level 67, he was confident of his victory, so he took out his blade to attack. And in another place, another guild, desperately fighting the monsters, assessed the situation. Lara still couldn't calm down and furiously finished off her opponents. Her team, already accustomed to the leader's disposition, calmly watched the performance. Red noticed that these wolves did not feel fear in battle, and perhaps did not even know about it. Gathering together, the team heard someone's frightened howl nearby. The leader quickly rushed towards the sound, and the others hurried after her. When Darren aimed his bow, he felt mana in the arrowhead. Although the arrow is not the best, he tried to explore the mana, interfere with it, and manifest it, thanks to which it already flew all in fire. Lara, who had just arrived, was amazed by what she saw. The blonde sat calmly surrounded by corpses and fire and drank tea. The team also didn't understand what this magical skill was and what was happening. They decided that since he was acting so strangely, he was most likely a civilian who had simply gotten lost. However, he did not react to the guild leader's appeal to him, which offended the girl. Suddenly, Lara's comrades called out to her, warning her of danger. It turned out that they were being attacked again by zombie-like enemies. The players immediately realized that there were too many monsters and they couldn't handle them. This did not stop the frisky girl, and she rushed towards the creatures fully armed. Unfortunately, enemies also appeared at the top, but this time with bows and arrows. The confused guild didn't know what to do, being surrounded by so many enemies. Turning around, Lara saw that the blonde man with a cup of tea was still there and had no intention of leaving, and an endless number of arrows were already flying at them. Darren was busy with his own affairs, studying magic. This time he practiced with the thermos, as always going through 3 stages with mana. However, this time he had a special idea for the manifestation of mana. He thought about what would happen if the spell wasn't a skill and transformed the glass. The bright flash forced Lara to duck and close her eyes, and when she opened it, she saw that a huge wall had appeared in front of the team. A pleased Darren was finally able to use real magic. Everyone was amazed by such abilities, but no one understood who Darren was. However, a moment later, everyone felt the impending massacre. On the other hand, a horde of undead was already rushing towards them. The newly minted magician had to put aside his tea and take up the bow. One of the fighters was wounded, and his comrade was looking for a healer. An enemy was chasing him, and he knew he couldn't dodge. But in an instant, an arrow pierced the monster and saved the player. Darren had no plans to stop. He set the fire again and launched the fire arrow. Lara was at a loss, because in front of her was a character who possessed magic, and also had a bow, and looked like an alchemist. After some time, all the enemies were successfully defeated. The chief was informed that there was no one else in the area, but the girl's thoughts were occupied with something else. She looked at Darren, who walked into the rift alone in a light suit, and ignored her questions. The girl was so absorbed in looking that she didn't notice how he was looking back at her. Quickly turning away, she pretended as if nothing had happened. The blonde approached her anyway and sternly said that there was no extra tea for her. On the other side of the fault, a correspondent from Arkansas was broadcasting live. He told the audience that this fault, one of 3, is called the outskirts of the territories. There are hundreds of such rifts, and until they are all cleared, players will not pass the next level. There are many guilds currently engaged in the cleanup, but which one will be the first? The guild that clears the rift faster than the others will definitely gain worldwide fame. One of the assistants came into the director's tent, offering him some warming coffee. The assistant said that all guilds are about halfway through, but the shining ones are doing the fastest. The director said that in that case they should prepare near their fault to take an interview. Suddenly, an assistant rushed past the presenters, as he and the director noticed something on the cameras. The director ordered the entire film crew to run after his assistant, as one of the faults had been cleared. When the young man ran to the place, he was surprised. After all, the first were the Berserk Guild, which no one expected. In the bushes, the assistant saw a Korean in a suit, which confused him because the guild was European. Finally, the entire film crew came running to capture the first guild. The assistant decided to try to interview an unusual Korean man standing near the fault. However, Darren was not in the mood for such a conversation and asked the young man to step aside. And other reporters have already pounced on Berserk with questions. But the chief was furious, since it was that blonde guy who cleared the rift. When she was told that the young man had already left, this lady began to get even more furious, because she wanted to give the interview to him. Because being the first to clean up is a great honor. Suddenly, a second rift nearby lit up blue, and the Gaon Guild emerged from there. All the journalists immediately switched to the second in line and bombarded them with questions. Lara couldn't help but say something that no one expected to hear. Everyone immediately turned around and was very surprised by this. After the cleanup, the Gaon Guild was resting in their camp. The news reported Lara's words where she said that Gaon is not the only strong guild in Korea. Adrian and Greg themselves couldn't believe what she said about them. Greg suggested that Berserk might have met someone strong from Korea who helped them cope faster. Adrian was incredibly angry because he didn't understand who could help them so much. Meanwhile, Darren was taking a hot, relaxing shower. Max was delighted because recently he almost died from the cold. After a shower and such a hard day, Max wanted to lie down and rest, but Darren had other plans. He again felt the urge to clean up the dust, since a lot of it had settled during their absence. Afterwards, as always, he prepared delicious food and arranged a tea party. At this time, Max decided to check the inventory replenishment, but did not find anything interesting. Although the level is now 86, the increase is small for such a difficult task. Demon Hunters are a class with benefits that don't involve skills, especially since Darren can now control magic, which takes less mana than skills. But Darren understood that he was still weak. He could not accept that if someone underestimated him, then he would prove the opposite. If he is overestimated, he becomes better and makes the overestimate a reality. The blonde decided for himself that he could not rely on magic alone, and he needed combat skills. He took Lara as an example, whom he followed during the fight because her movements attracted attention. So he set a goal to do a lot of exercises for the quest at night. He quickly finished his chores and washed the dishes. Instead of sleeping, he went for a run with the radio in his headphones. Suddenly, urgent news was announced about the clearing of 95% of the outskirts of the Count's family's territories. Although the next one should open after this, according to information, it has already reached 60% destruction. At this rate, it could be broken through soon. The Gaon Guild was also in front of the TV screen when the news was announced. The time for clearing has decreased, most likely due to the presence of strong monsters there. And in the Camp Arcana today, there was chaos. No one understood the reason for such a rapid increase in the monster's strength. Everyone was confused because many lives depended on this rift. Darren looked at his phone to find out more about the news, but it also said one thing. This had never happened before, so he understood why they were so confused. Vampires are creatures that share power through blood. The Count divided the power between the monsters, and after their death it began to return to him. He began to pour the returned power into the monsters of the Count's family territory. So they became stronger, and the progress of destruction accelerated. In that case, if a raid begins on the Count's territory, there is a chance that the rift will collapse immediately. Darren did not like the Count's behavior, so he intended to kill him, since he had tarnished the honor of the nobles. Even though Max supported him, the poor guy still really wanted to sleep. But it was already late, because the blonde was heading somewhere again. Meanwhile, before the break of the Count's family territories, a young guy started his stream. He said that the degree of destruction of the rift was already 70%, and there were less than 5 hours left until the breakthrough, but many guilds had already gathered here. He went on to say that, unlike the outskirts, where there were more than 200 faults, there were only 30 in the area. And since there are fewer of them, several guilds will claim one rift, but experience and items are distributed depending on the contribution of each. His very interesting stream was interrupted by Greg, who happened to pass behind him, which caught his attention. Greg met with his guild and shared that they still couldn't avoid competition in any case. While the streamer hid nearby, Adrian discussed with his brother which guilds had already united for battle. Suddenly, the sounds of the guild approaching interrupted their conversation. It was the 4th rank guild, Inazuma, led by Leo. There was an immediate sense of unease between Adrian and Leo. They started making jokes and teasing each other. Journalists immediately rushed in, having learned that 2 of the strongest but warring guilds would be heading into this rift. Greg was bombarded with shouts about the difference in ratings, that their guild was lower. But the brothers were determined. Since they had arrived first, it was not time to leave. At this time, the news was already flying about 2 long warring guilds entering the same rift. The northern rifts were left behind in 1st and 2nd place, Shining and United Skies. In the southern rift, Berserker, Second Sun, and Boehm are observed. At present, the level of destruction has reached 80%, which causes fear among people all over the world. Darren, in turn, was already drinking tea on the territory of the Count's family. In the last rift, he already realized that he could be left without mana. And this is dangerous, so he is looking for an opportunity to use it more effectively. Magic based on alchemist skills allows objects to be given any shape. He used stones from which he made a cup and a table. But the more parts, the more mana is consumed. At this time, the Count's level 300 soldiers were already heading towards him. This time, he decided to use a new technique with less mana consumption, which returns to the original state and thus defeated the enemies. And somewhere in the depths of the Count's territories, the Gown desperately defeated all opponents. But Adrian was confused by the small number of enemies. After a while, a girl came running to him with news. It turned out that she had followed Inazuma, and they were in the same situation. Suddenly, Leo and his team approached the guild, saying that it was very peaceful here. Both heads grappled again, ready to destroy each other on the spot. They were interrupted by Greg, who asked over the earpiece about the group's location. When the head said that the place looked like a square, his earpiece started to burst with screams for the guild to leave there immediately. And it was not in vain, because a moment later, knights of level 350 arrived. Adrian immediately assumed a fighting stance and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Leo turned to him, telling him to cover his back, even though neither of them liked it. But they had to do it. After a while, it became clear that the enemies were everywhere. They were surrounded. Just when everyone thought the situation was hopeless, a blue magical flame appeared. The magical power instantly swept away all high-level enemies. Both guilds did not expect such an outcome of events, and were in a stupor from what happened. A huge wall appeared in front of them, and Darren came up from behind. Meanwhile, the cute streamer, who had gone to the toilet, rejoined the broadcast of the ruins. Only 12 people watched it, but he was determined. Suddenly, he saw a bright flash behind him and ran towards the light. But the heroes stood in horror all this time, because the entire field was covered in stone pillars. Leo had more and more questions about this guy's origins. He didn't understand what guild he belonged to. But his thoughts were dispelled by the enemies who broke through the stone pillars. Adrian was filled with a desire to destroy the cavalry, especially since their movements were now difficult. He began to smash the knights with his strong and precise blows. But the Inazuma guild didn't lag behind, grinding everyone into dust. The streamer arrived in the midst of the battle and was, to put it mildly, shocked. His stream was gaining momentum. Everyone wanted to know who this mysterious, all-powerful man was. Darren continued his epic attacks with magic, dealing with the entire cavalry single-handedly, after which he took the silver dagger, but its durability was too low. So he decided to try to interact with the dagger's mana to change its form and then restore it to its original state. When he turned the stone into a cup, the cup would gain a durability value, and when he restored it to its original state, it would return to its stone form with no durability value. And if restoration means complete restoration to its original form, then a lot of possibilities open up. And after he tried this technique on the last enemy kill, and the durability remained the same, he realized that it works great. Adrian ordered to collect the found things and praised everyone for the work done. Now Adrian was serious and really wanted to get Max into his guild, especially since Leo had also seen him in action and could intercept him for himself. Suddenly, a streamer runs up to the blonde, disturbing his tea drinking. But Max was not the only one interested in him, so all the participants in the battle immediately ran up to him with questions. Adrian also approached him to shake his hand and talk, but the young man coldly asked him to get out of his way. The next day, all the news feeds were filled with photos of Darren, the young man who refused to answer questions. Now the Shining Guild has already studied information about him. The head of this guild, Luis, the second in the player rankings, was very interested in the new character. However, his comrades, neither Meg nor Duke, knew anything about the player. The girl said that the boss doesn't have to worry about this guy because Luis can easily get him for himself. Duke was a little upset that the news was currently all about this guy, not the fact that they were the first to clear the area. After this conversation, the guys left the leader alone and went about their business. Suddenly, a young sorceress approached him, who was also interested in the news. It was Jessica, fourth in the ranking with a level of 397. She found the magic the blonde man used in battle interesting. At the same time, the Berserk Guild was also watching the news. The easily excitable Lara began to hit her comrades, saying that she had said that the guy was unusual. The girl was clearly very worried about this meeting. Leo, the head of the Inazuma Guild, wasted no time and was already calling with orders to recruit that guy to his side. The broadcast of Arcana Today began, which reported on the successful cleansing of the Count's family's territories. In the territory, the guilds Siani and Union clashed in the fight for the first cleanup, but Siani won without major losses. At the moment, only the Rift Count's family fortress remains. The destruction progress is currently 72%, and players from all over the world are preparing to enter it in anticipation of an increase in numbers. Given how high the stakes are, tensions are at an all-time high in the players' temporary camps. If the rift breaks in the current situation, when Russia is practically doomed, one can only wish good luck to the players. Darren and Max have been watching the news since early morning, and at some point they started broadcasting about an unknown guy, without a single magical item, who was very strong. In fact, Darren couldn't wear them because he simply didn't have them. The news continued to praise the young hero, who was excellent at selecting attacks for his opponent and knew his weaknesses. Then they filmed Darren standing and calmly watching the fighting guilds, because he had already done so much. In fact, Darren had run out of mana, but fortunately no one knew about it, so Max decided to check his inventory. It turned out that he had received a rare item that you can only touch as a player, a necklace imbued with a blood curse. The so-called demon items are cursed items that can be removed from a curse, and then random effects will appear with a certain probability. But there is another option for how to use a cursed object, a sacrifice for an exorcism rite. Although the main goal of this ritual is to kill the demon without harming the person. With the sacrifice, everything will be different. He will be able to literally invite the demon into his consciousness. This is similar to how demons put a person into an abnormal state. There is a risk of becoming possessed if spiritual powers are low. But if he manages to fight in his inner world, then he will have advantages. In the midst of active reasoning, Greg suddenly called. Max immediately thought that it was because Darren ignored the head of Gaon on the air. So he decided to write to him politely asking him not to blame him. Greg received a message with the single word, problematic, which again caused misunderstanding among the brothers. The analyst began to reassure that the rift had not yet been cleared, and Adrian said he just wanted to apologize for being rude and offer better terms. The brothers only now saw how the blonde was trembling. It seemed to them that he was holding back a lot. Suddenly, everything around the boys started shaking. The rift in the Count's family fortress suddenly broke through at 80% resolution progress for an unknown reason. Russian authorities recommend that all non-players evacuate immediately. The death toll has exceeded 200. Adrian and Greg immediately went outside and saw something terrible. Before them appeared the enormous fortress of Count Joshua. Darren immediately arrived at the scene. Everyone started talking about the blonde guy they saw on the news. And the determined Darren calmly walked straight into the fortress all alone. He approached the statue, which seemed to him extremely disgusting, and began to criticize the fortress. The young man compared it to his huge mansion, realizing that this lousy vampire wasn't even worthy of his own. At that moment, the terrible statue came to life and looked at the player with hostility. The statue began to attack the calmly standing hero, while the others watched what was happening. With just one movement of his fingers, he instantly turned the enemy into boulders. The sounds of battle attracted the attention of the Shining Guild, which was nearby. Although the team had no plans to enter, Jessica decided to head into the fortress after hearing the familiar sounds of magic. Darren got away with it because the statue was just a stone, and he had just had a little practice on the stones, which was enough. As soon as the enemy was destroyed, all the guilds instantly began to run inside the fortress. Darren realized that by killing the gatekeeper, he had launched a signal flare for the others. The young man did not wait any longer and went to the citadel. When he entered the banquet hall and passed by the portraits of the count, he felt something disgusting. At the same time, the Gaon Guild enters the fortress, and for some reason the heroes feel weak. Ever since they entered the hallway with the paintings, Adrian feels like he's being stared at all the time. It is after these words that Greg orders all the paintings to be burned, as they have a negative effect. Greg wondered why most of the players who entered first retreated. It turned out there was a trap in the castle. Statues, portraits, and interiors all evoke a status anomaly. Meanwhile, Darren walked through the hall with paintings. He was haunted by the disgustingly poorly drawn portraits. He didn't understand why there were so many useless portraits here. He felt sorry for the rock that had been broken for the sake of the unbearable statues. The fortress structures and passages are also damaged. Paths diverge unnecessarily and even block corridors. All this terribly tormented the aristocratic personality of the young man. However, at that moment, a huge staircase leading up appeared before them. Darren smelled a foul odor and knew this was the place he was looking for. Suddenly, the sorceress Jessica appears before his face, having finally found him. She began to express admiration for his magic and skills, as well as his mana, while blocking his path. In an instant, the young man stopped the flow of her heated speeches, reminding her of etiquette. At that moment, Count Joshua appeared in the doorway at the top of the stairs. In an ominous voice, he asks who dared to wake him up and notices two people. The sorceress instantly felt an unimaginable sense of pressure, and Darren addressed the vampire in an insulting format and took out the necklaces for sacrifice. He prepared to teach him a lesson so that he would no longer dare to call himself an aristocrat. He plans to begin the exorcism ritual with an offering so he can summon Joshua into his consciousness and defeat him. The count is level 430, so there is a high probability that he will become possessed. The vampire majestically said that the young man would not succeed. The demon began to take back the power he had shared with his followers. The difference between them is already more than 300, but if he absorbs all the power he gave, the gap will become even greater. Suddenly, Count Joshua finds himself in a strange, dark place and freezes in surprise. But as soon as he saw the man, he released his claws. The monster began to cast a spell to destroy the pathetic worm. However, when he attacked him with fire, he thought that Darren had turned into a pile of ash. But calling out to him in another place, the young man showed that he was more alive than all the living, and hinted that only the count had died there. And after these words, blood gushed from the demon's mouth. His eyes rolled back. Waking up from the illusion, the count was in a panic and did not understand what was happening because he was still on the stairs. With his magic, the blonde even blew off the roof of the fortress. Jessica couldn't help but admire Darren's skills. And now the time has come. And the guy used his skill of exorcism right. The demon received an invitation to the demon hunter ritual. He has no chance of shaking Darren's mind. The count, in the process, screams, looking into space, attacks where there is no one, or tries to run away in horror. Through the ritual, the hunter instilled fear similar to that which demons instill in people. Jessica was amazed by the young man's technique, and in the meantime they went up to the vampire to finish the ritual. It turned out that the count had suffered no damage at all. He was only overcome with horror. The blonde turned to the magician and commanded her to kill the demon, which surprised the girl. Of course, he wanted to finish him off himself, but because his level was too low, it was impossible. But he didn't tell her this, but only coldly ordered her to finish him off. The girl quickly cast a spell, and a magical beam fell from the sky onto Joshua. Max was amazed by such strong magic, and Darren expressed slight surprise. As a result, their enemy turned into a handful of ashes. No matter how weakened he was, only a top player could kill a level 430 count with one blow. The young lady decided to taste her enemy, which greatly embarrassed the neat aristocrat. Without wasting any time, the guy wanted to see the changes in the tasks. However, his reading was interrupted by a crowd of guilds who were heading towards them with questions. When asked who killed the count, the players only looked at each other. Suddenly, the girl says that she will try her best to learn etiquette and introduces herself to the hunter. He sees that in front of him is a proud man who swears that he will change. So in response, he says that his name is Maxim. The next day, in one apartment, the mother was cooking food, and her daughter was watching the news. However, something caught her childish gaze, and she rushed to her mother to share it. When they stood together in front of the TV, They saw that the news was talking about the already famous hero Max, who was the brother of this girl's mother. Meanwhile, the blonde man, as usual, was thoroughly cleaning the apartment. His routine was interrupted by numerous calls from his sisters. Max had 3 older sisters with whom he was very close since childhood. More precisely, they were humiliating each other, and one could say they were humiliating him. After ignoring the calls, the sisters decided to come to the young man's home and were already knocking and breaking down the door. When the brother opened the door, what stood before him was the youngest, Jody, the middle one, Judy, and the eldest, Gina, and in her arms was her little daughter Izzy. Dressed in a suit, with blonde hair and perfect manners, he met the sisters and invited them into the apartment. The girls, slightly shocked by Max's new look, were speechless. At home. At this time, Greg was lying on the sofa, exhausted by the news, listening again and again about the new hero with amazing abilities. Caring Adrian brought cocoa for his brother to at least somehow support him. The guy was worried that with such fame, Max might not agree to join their guild. The brother reminded them that they had an advantage, his phone number, and they could call him with an official request for a gift of the trophies that they received thanks to Max. And to make sure he pays attention to them, the head is ready to go for broke and give away all the trophies. At this time, Izzy performed some kind of art on Darren's head. A kind older sister, Gina was touched by her brother's new hair color. Middle sister Judy couldn't stop laughing because the blonde now looked like Idol. And the youngest of the sisters, Jody, only watched the strange changes in horror. Max was the youngest of them and was never deprived of attention. He said that he became a player and that is why he became like this, because he assimilated with the character. Judy approached him with a question about the danger of his choice. The sisters expressed their concern about the frequent injuries that players suffered. However, he clearly and without hesitation said that being a demon hunter was his calling, and there was nothing to worry about. It was already towards evening when the sisters got ready to leave and said goodbye to Darren. Each of the sisters gave their advice, and Jody recommended saving money, after which they left. And then Max remembered that they were supposed to receive a reward for clearing the rift. The main source of income for players, paid by the Arcana developers depending on the level of the rift and the contribution to the cleanup. In fact, there are rumors that the developer of Cosmo has gone bankrupt and the CEO is paying out of his own pocket. Max always wondered how much they paid for such tasks, 1 million or 1 billion won. Meanwhile, in the Shining Guild, Meg was still trying to get information about Max from Jessica. The sorceress could not stand it and asked her annoying friend to move away. Meg had no choice but to leave Jessica, who was busy with something. And the magician, by the way, was just watching etiquette lessons, as she promised. At this time, Max couldn't believe his eyes because 110 billion won had arrived in the account. The young man could not even dream of such a sum, but the aristocrat found this paltry sum unworthy. Also added to the inventory is the Vampire Count's Orb, a unique item. It is a cursed item that is usually thrown away due to the low chance of removing the curse. But demon hunters can use it as a sacrifice for exorcism. The blood curse necklace was chosen by Darren as a sacrifice during the fight with the Count. However, this item remained in the inventory and even the curse was lifted. Surely the exorcism cleared the curse. It turns out that the sphere necklace and 110 billion are now in Max's possession. He couldn't sleep all night. He was tormented by thoughts about where to put so much money. If he buys the items, that would be right. But on the other hand, it would be a waste of time to find the right equipment for the current level. After defeating Joshua, his level rose to 134. Just a few days ago, he was 55. So there was no point in buying expensive items for his level. The next day, a conference was held at the OAA headquarters to discuss Darren's attacks. No one understood what the young man was using because it was impossible for alchemy, since it had a limit on mana. Many argued, but one couple of colleagues were already tired of discussing Darren, who was constantly appearing on the air. They were concerned about the fact that there was no such player in the Arcana database. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to a notification about an update. The update added Yusra Island, a mysterious area that was referred to as Treasure Island when Arcana was a game. Although no one has ever found this region, it is an island of fantasy where everything that was born and raised there was incomparably above the level of treasures. The news has already reported that the regular Conference of Magicians will resume this week, simultaneously with the update of the Yusra Treasure Island. The Periodic Society of Mages, where experienced mages gather for discussion, has been of great help in improving the skills of the mages class. One of the only invited players, 4th place finisher Jessica, enters the tower and is immediately bombarded with questions. Max was taken aback when he learned that Darren had taught manners to a person with a rating of 4. Max mentioned that there was a good chance that a regular conference could help him. Darren took this into account and decided to wash the dishes first and then head to the tower. At this time, many people had already gathered at the Tower of Magicians. Inside, in the Great Hall, Claire sat and watched the many people who had come. She was glad that the conferences had resumed. While the girl was thinking about the conference, players were frolicking nearby. One of them fell awkwardly and could have fallen right on her. But the mage was behind a hidden barrier, so the young man hit the wall, as it seemed to him. Suddenly, a sorceress passed through the magical barrier. It was Jessica who came here by invitation, because only the invited one can see this magic. Today, Claire was the guide who escorted the adventurers into the Crystal Hall. It turned out that the magician was the last of those invited, so the guide wanted to leave with her. But the sorceress asked her to stay, as she felt that someone else would come. Just at this time, Darren entered the tower. For some reason, every time he comes here, a huge crowd gathers around. However, the guy could not remain unnoticed, and he found himself in the center of attention. They surrounded him from all sides. He looked for where he could hide, and I saw that one wall felt different. So I decided to go straight into it. Indeed, his feelings did not fail him, and he walked through and came across Claire. The girl led the blonde to the conference, but there were many things that confused her along the way. She tried to find him on the guest list, but he was nowhere to be found. The girl sincerely did not understand how he was able to see the illusion, because it was set up by the Lord of the Tower himself, and no one could see it without an invitation. She explained that there was a rule that even without an invitation to the conference, anyone who could see through the illusion could enter. It's just that this is the first time she's encountered a player who saw through the illusion without an invitation. Hallucination magic that could actually be dispelled. If his spell power was equal to 1,000, he could very well use something like that. Finally, they came to a spacious hall with crystals, where many invited players were sitting. When the Arcana became a reality, the Arcanians NPCs inside the game also appeared in reality, as well as the most important of them, the successor of the Magic Tower, called the youngest chief mage, Nicholas, the hat on the head of the sorceress. Jessica continued the incredible story about the magician, but the girl was bored. Unfortunately, the sorceress was not at all interested in the story and she wanted to sleep. Nicholas spoke to all the guests about magic. He told about the appearance of a magic tower in the world of travelers. At this point, even the sorceress Jessica became interested. It turned out that he was leading to the fact that he saw the possibility of further development of magic in science. Fusion is a new type of fire that was created through magic and science. However, one must be careful when using merge, because no one knows what the variables will be when two completely different concepts are merged. That's why Nicholas needs the help of those invited for this quest. Max approached the magician with a question, stating that there was a disorder in his research. Everyone immediately started talking about how the young man was wrong to ask such a provocative question. Such directness and harshness irritated Nicholas a little, but he wanted to know why he thought so. Then Darren replied that magic and science were very different concepts because there was a difference in the process of merging it, so it was a mess. Previously, the blonde also experienced such a difference due to the difference between skill and magic. Nicholas was amazed that it had taken him months to create such magic, but the traveler did it so easily and experienced the same difference. And the young man continued to talk about the fact that the use of centrifugal force in the process of intervention, although the process is not complete, the results are not bad. Nicholas expressed respect for Darren and invited him to join his research. As expected, the hunter was glad he came to the conference. At this time on the Paradise Island of Treasures Yusra, the Berserker Guild was already in full force and preparing for adventure. However, they are not alone. Many guilds and streamers have already found a place for themselves on the island. Even the Lionheart Knights, a group of shadow mercenaries, and a federation of explorers arrived. This is not surprising because this island is famous for its treasures. So many people were hooked. Suddenly, Lara receives a call on her watch from a familiar magician who says that Max himself was at the conference. He also said that the chief magician was in disarray and proved it, which earned his respect and he gave him a quest. Meanwhile, Darren studied the writings in the hotel room with Nicholas. The chief magician directly said that he would get any items for his research that Maxime would need. With these words, he untied the young man's hands and he began to write down many expensive items he needed. After some time, on the very top floor, the five-star magicians called Nicholas to them. One of them began to talk about how he had learned that he had offered to conduct a joint research with one of the travelers. He was reminded that the Magic Tower does not interfere in the affairs of travelers. The chief magician broke the rules of the tower. In his defense, Nicholas said that Max definitely understood the concept of magic, and it seemed like he had also overcome the magic gap. The 5-star mage continued that mages judge themselves and take responsibility for themselves, so Nicholas should be held accountable for his decision. After this conversation, he was ordered to leave the room. Leaving them, he lamented that old idiots were obsessed only with their ideals and closed their eyes to reality. His train of thought was interrupted by Claire, who was just heading to Max to hand over the requested items. Nicholas asked to give him these items right away, since he was planning to visit Max anyway. At this time, the blonde was still sitting waiting for the items, studying various books. And after some time, the chief magician came to him and laid out the requested things on the table. In front of him were unique magic tools with amazing characteristics, but with a required level of 550. In a cold and irritated tone, Darren asked a clarifying question. Did all these items really fit under his level 134? Nicholas understood him and offered him an item related to the regeneration of magical powers. It was a 6-star brooch, one of 6 that would restore 10% of the expended magic power. Nicholas was impressed by the young man's knowledge of magical objects and thanked him again for his cooperation. Max was confused by the size of this object. He could not believe that it was so magnificent. Suddenly, the magician stated that at the moment they could not conduct the research, as there was a disorder in it. The quest has been changed to waiting for contact with Nicholas. Nicholas believed that with this traveler he could change the magic tower. And on the island, the same streamer who first filmed Max in battle began his broadcast. The guy started talking about the situation around him, but unfortunately, Maxim was nowhere to be found. The young man asked the impatient spectators to wait, and in the meantime, some player approached him. It turned out to be Baxter from Supernova, who was already tired of everyone talking only about Max. Those who regained fame after the Arcana became a reality, accidents always continued around them, who did not use any means for their own ends, especially Baxter, who was rumored to be especially evil among the suspects. The player who entered the rift with his group went missing and is rumored to have died. For some reason, he was interested in Max and asked me to tell him not to act too frivolously. After this, the player left the streamer, and a debate broke out in the comments about whether Max would come. The streamer immediately blocked the guy who wrote that he wouldn't come because he was scared. At this time, Darren was debating whether he should go to the island, but there was no point in it, nor any reason to go. Yusra Island is very tempting with treasures, but the required level to get there is 350. Moreover, there are no demons in this place, but the monsters there are about 400 levels. At this rate, he would be killed as soon as he set foot on these lands. If there was even one demon there, the young man would have tried. Suddenly, a notification appeared about a new class quest, in which, in addition to body training, a task appeared to investigate the great evil on the island of Yusra. The great evil is the 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, anger, gluttony, lust, sloth, and greed. Max thought that since he had defeated the Count, it might not be a problem to investigate the great evil that is the 7 deadly sins. Darren said that if there was no reason to go before, there was no reason to hesitate now. So after a while, the blonde was on a hot island in his formal suit. The young man immediately felt a very strong influence on the entire island, as well as the feeling that the island itself was this evil. In this case, the connection with the natural enemy will be activated all the time, so you shouldn't lie under the enemy's feet. And behind Darren, the sticky streamer was following again. Although the young man entered boldly, he is now looking for an easy opponent with whom he can fight most effectively. The young streamer warned all viewers that the broadcast would continue as long as he did not interfere with Mr. Maximum. Suddenly, a player ran out of the bushes, fiercely fighting someone right in front of the streamer. It turned out that in front of them was a huge emerald tiger of level 420, all sparkling, making it impossible to aim. Darren stood behind the player to attack the enemy. Of course, Max didn't expect that the first monster he faced would be the highest level enemy on the island. He only has a 10-level difference with Count Joshua. He probably won't be able to escape, and his body shining in the sun obscures his view. However, if you immobilize him, it will no longer work. Darren decided to try using fire magic. Thanks to this attack, the youth's level increased, and his contribution in the battle with the Emerald Tiger was recognized. The players standing nearby couldn't believe that the Emerald Tiger had just been killed with one blow. Elsewhere on the island was the guild and the leader of the Second Sun Guild, Pierce. His comrades suggested joining the detachment that had separated. According to rumors, the Shining Ones headed almost to the center of the island altogether, and their squad cannot avoid fighting the monsters. It might have been a mistake to split into groups, so now the guild will have to be reunited, since the leader realized that he had made a mistake in strategy. Suddenly, a call came from the second part of the detachment. They said their route was clear, so they would join the main group at their side. His friend said that this route was cleared by Max. Another member ran up to the master with a call from a guild member who was attending a regular conference at the Magic Tower. He revealed that Max received a quest from Nicholas and became the first player to receive a private laboratory at the top of the Magic Tower. At this moment, a happy Max was looking at the pure emerald crystal he had received. This rating item was unique, which made him very happy, but Darren tried to ignore the uncultured joy. While his eye was rejoicing, the blonde felt the air around him change. Suddenly, a window with a class quest opened. A notification appeared that the island of Yusra is beginning to be covered in greed. The process of breaking has begun. Each of the players received such notifications. Everyone was shocked to learn that the island was a rift. From the notification window, it should be a greed demon. Any demon hunter in Akshan would know. Darren knew that if this continued, a great evil would awaken. Suddenly, one of the teams started to behave strangely. They all rushed together to search for treasure, since the Shining Ones had already broken one island and, according to rumors, received a reward. At this time, all the players on Yusra Island think the same way as they do. Although in order for the treasure not to be tainted by greed, everyone must give up their desire to have it. It will be impossible to convince all the players. A brilliant idea came to Darren's mind, and he decided to collect all the treasures himself to prevent a catastrophe. On the second island of Yusra, the Shining Guild also received notifications. The guys guessed that the process of rupture has 10 levels, like the 10 islands of Yusra, and one of them simply caught fire. The interesting thing is that it filled up as soon as they got the treasure, so it's like a bill. Meg and Duke stared at the commander in surprise as he wondered out loud if he could defeat the intimidating-looking Max. Duke suddenly smiled, scratching his beard. He himself would have fought the guy. Meg hoped that Lewis was joking. The blonde tiredly ran his hand through his hair as the team began to talk amongst themselves. Worried about Jessica's feelings, someone remarked that Max had done nothing wrong. A few seconds later, Louis admitted that he had said this only out of envy. And if that was the case, then there was no point in being hostile to him. Before he could finish speaking, the information screens in front of the team turned red, blinking anxiously. The rupture process had risen to another level. The guy approached Duke, asking where exactly this happened. The man replied that in the unification of the world, there they just received the treasure. Meg shook her fiery locks, suggesting that the process had begun. Louis stretched his stiff shoulder in his heavy armor and gave the order to get ready to go. It was necessary to collect all the treasures. On the shore of the island at the water's edge, tropical trees bent downwards from the strong wind. Max, beside himself with shock, reached out his hand to stop the restless demon hunter. He, with his entire ghostly body, clung to his leg with a death grip. No wonder, despite the threat of awakening greed, Darren swore that he would collect all the treasures. Max did not stop trusting in the prudence of his heroic double when he suddenly stopped abruptly, looking somewhere into the distance. Directly in front of the aristocrat, blocking the way, stood a detachment of stately knights. The warriors' faces were hidden by visors, and against their background, a majestic man without a helmet stood out noticeably. The guys, seeing a lion on the flag and on the armor of the detachment, realized that these were knights of the Order of the Lionheart. Max didn't expect that the best knights of the Empire during the Arcana era would be present on the island, and Darren, in his usual manner, boldly greeted the head of the knights. Not expecting to be addressed in such a way, Arthur was taken aback for a moment, but not a single emotion was displayed on his scarred face. The second knight immediately ordered the impudent man to behave more politely with the chief, but the man waved his hand at him and asked the traveler with interest to introduce himself. Max grimaced when he heard the pompous tone with which Darren called his name, and he added that he didn't expect to meet the Knights of the Lionheart in such a place. The chief smiled, noticing that the guy gave off a completely different atmosphere than the other travelers. Suddenly, the man stared at his new acquaintance's chest. His attention was drawn to the same legendary triangular brooch that restores 10% of expended magical power. It seemed incredible that such a young player would have it. But before Arthur could say anything, something incredibly bright was approaching from the sky right behind the young man. The next minute, the object exploded, landing on the ground next to Darren, who barely managed to jump to the side. Those present coughed from the dust and smoke rising from the ground. Lancelot asked Arthur if he was okay. Still covering his mouth with his hand, the younger knight couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the scene that opened up before him. Previously, the warriors assumed that a meteorite had fallen on the island, but now a huge creature towered over them like a mountain, and fiery flashes fell from the sky incessantly. The giant turtle, one of the owners of the island with a golden tusk and a rather high level of 450, was destined to become a headache for the players in the near future. The head of the detachment, without wasting time, immediately gave the order for everyone to prepare for battle. As it turns out, the monster has the ability to shoot meteorites when its eyes light up with a bright golden light with green flashes. When the knights were told to take their places, the turtle bent low and rushed to run at the uninvited guests, hissing loudly, sticking out its long tongue. Due to the size of the monster, its cry created a small hurricane that knocked down even knights in their heavy armor. Meteorites fell from the sky incessantly. They prevented anyone from seeing anything, and the warriors complained that it was impossible to approach the master. Arthur looked back at the cry of the young knight from his squad and was horrified. He called Lancelot's name with all his might, over whom hung a huge shadow from the slowly descending paw of the turtle. The man quickly rushed to the aid of his comrade in arms, ordering him to dodge. In a moment, the turtle's paw landed on the ground like a huge weight. The incredible force of the blow sent several knights from the squad flying to the side. Arthur's heart skipped a beat, but suddenly he saw something truly incredible. Darren used his mana with one hand to force the monster to raise its limb, creating a wall of solid rock between it and the humans. The knights watched him in a daze, talking among themselves. No one could understand how this traveler was fighting the owner of the island with his bare hands. The leader, without taking his eyes off the wall, lifted Lancelot, who was lying flat, and Darren sharply said that there was no time for negotiations. As if to confirm his words, there was a loud sound of breaking stone. The wall created from Darren's mana crumbled under the onslaught of the giant turtle. The commander gave the order for the knights to form a defensive line, and Max, in the shadow of the aristocrat, was losing his last bits of energy. Only thanks to the brooch was he still able to stand on his feet. Wiping the beads of sweat from his face, the boy thought gloomily that he needed to gather more energy in order to fight the Lionheart Knights later. Suddenly he heard Arthur's voice calling out to his game double, the traveler with the magic brooch. Darren also turned around when the man asked to accept sincere gratitude for helping the knights. The leader brought his sword to his chest and offered the entire squad an oath of allegiance if Max would help them in this battle. He suddenly perked up and added that he would pay for the bus fare. This caused the player much more delight than the first offer. Darren once again gave a solemn speech about defeating the demon, promising his help. Max rolled his eyes at the sound of his accent. Meanwhile, behind the thick branches of tropical trees, the young streamer Percival was hiding, enthusiastically filming what was happening. The screen showed a close-up of the courageous, battle-hardened face of the Lionheart leader for many viewers. The streamer switched the front camera again, commenting with admiration on the oath he heard on his heart for an unknown player. Viewers in the comments asked the young man to come closer, but he refused because of the danger coming from the owner of the island. Having made sure that the knights would receive help in the person of the traveler, their leader loudly called out to his warriors. He ordered an attack in the name of honor on the huge monster that stood right in front of them with its mouth open. Skirting the calmly standing Darren, the knights helped each other on the go, telling each other that the turtle's weak points were the head and crown, and that the owner of the island needed to be hit on the legs. Lancelot, running past, cast a puzzled glance at the frozen guy. A burning irritation overcame the warrior. Yes, the player saved them from the monster's attack, but the commander swore an oath to him on his heart. And this is a reliable oath that is taken to the Emperor himself. Lancelot's green eyes glared at Darren with disdain. It seemed that the oath was an empty phrase for him. The aristocrat seemed unconcerned by anything around him. He continued to stand silently, his arms folded across his chest. At that moment, the turtle's eyes were constantly shining green, calling new meteorites onto the crowd of knights. The fearless players, shouting oaths to the order, rushed at the monster with their swords. Max looked worriedly from behind Darren, who continued to wait for something. The longer they watched the battle, the more they understood. Unfortunately, this order had poor combat skills, and now they only irritated the owner of the island with awkward attacks on his lower limbs. Max rubbed the bridge of his nose tiredly. Lionheart is far from weak, but what they demonstrated was completely worthless. They are clearly used to fighting at close range, with reserve troops standing behind and waiting for their turn to attack. It will take them a long time to defeat the enemy. A sign with information appeared in front of Darren, glowing red. The island of Yusra is beginning to be consumed by greed. Exactly half is left before complete destruction. Max was horrified by the dynamics of finding treasures. At this rate, the guilds would get to this area too. If only he could create space to attack, things would go faster. At that moment, the turtle's eyes blazed, and she began to scatter the warriors she was tired of with her limbs. The warriors fought tensely, sensing the coming earthquake. The knights watched in horror as fiery streams of lava rose straight from the ground, burning their armor. The order scattered in different directions, trying not to fall into the deadly cracks appearing under their feet. Darren remembered something, and in the midst of the commotion that had begun, he looked closely at one person. Something was happening that reminded him of those moments in the tower when space ceased to obey earthly laws. After several agonizing seconds, he was finally able to figure out what to do. Darren called out to Arthur, who turned sharply to the guy. The aristocrat loudly asked the squad if they were ready to attack. He extended his hand, and a thick stream of magic bubbled out from it, casting a bright blue light and streams of wind around. Darren would open the way for the knights. The turtle lifted its long neck and wheezed loudly as magic began to envelop its body. The order lowered their swords, watching the swirl of magical stones, waiting for the commander's next orders. Lancelot whispered questions into the air. No one could understand what was happening now. The young streamer's phone was shaking from the owner's tension. He couldn't believe that he was filming such a solemn moment. Arthur also kept his eyes on the sky, and soon he came to understand what was happening. This traveler created with his bare hands nothing less than the ladder of the master of the magic tower. The knights, second to the leader, had already seen something like this, and Lancelot was convinced that an ordinary hunter was not capable of such magic. While the others were wondering about his true origins, Max was almost passing out from lack of mana. The first to set foot on the new territory was the leader of the Lionheart. He shouted that the way was open and rushed forward up the magical stones, leading the squad behind him. While the turtle, bearing its huge mouth, froze in front of the people, they could not miss such a chance. The path Darren laid out helped the knights quickly climb up and begin attacking the monster's head from all sides. A sword, tightly gripped by a man's hand, whistled through the air like a predator. Arthur raised the weapon over the turtle in one powerful movement, leaving a bright trace in the air. Max was on his last legs when a blue sign appeared in front of Darren, who was holding the ladder. Having read what was written, the aristocrat could not believe his eyes. It stated that Commander Arthur was refusing to contribute to the destruction of the giant turtle with golden fangs. Then, a multitude of other signs popped up in the air. Tristan's knight refuses the deposit. The players gave up the deposit. The traveler's level gradually increased. Darren lowered his hand, having finished manipulating the mana, and the entire squad quickly approached him. Arthur told the boy that his brooch was one of the gifts that the Emperor had given to the tower in the distant past. He added that now many knights whose lives he saved are indebted to the traveler. When Darren turned around, all the members of the order with a clatter of armor dropped to one knee in front of him, lowering their heads and raising their blades up. Without looking up, Arthur solemnly announced that the Order of the Lionheart would remain with the owner of the brooch, Max. Even the cold aristocrat opened his mouth in surprise at this statement, and a sign about the destruction of the turtle with the highest contribution shone above him. Before the hunter could say a word, a brightly shining blue sphere with multiple symbols inside appeared between him and the knights. The members of the order straightened up and moved closer to the object. Max, peering over his double's shoulder, was delighted to learn what this sphere was: the island's treasure. For a few moments he was restless, wondering whether he should take the item for himself. But then a great evil would awaken, and if another person did it, the evil would still awaken. A danger sign appeared to the right of the guy. The process of destruction of the island due to greed continued inexorably. Staring at her, Max called out to Darren, and only then noticed that he was already holding the sphere in his hand. Max's face contorted in shock. He literally began to tear his hair out, cursing the aristocrat with all his might, because he did not think at all about the consequences. The sphere's shell began to dissipate, and a gentle voice announced that for Darren, wealth was fleeting. For him, born the heir of a great family and having experienced all the delights of wealth, the feeling of greed was unfamiliar. Steam was coming out of the ears of young streamer Percival from the realization of what kind of exclusive he was currently filming. The sphere completely dissipated and turned into a weightless shining crown, the treasure of the island. Holding the trophy carefully, Darren said that the only way to prevent greed from swallowing the treasure was to take it without any hint of greed. How happy Max was when he realized that the aristocrat had succeeded. He danced and jumped on his head with joy. The island's jungle was becoming restless, and it wasn't the wild animals that were to blame. The events that followed the killing of the turtle were closely observed by a man with binoculars. He chuckled villainously, rolling the player's name over on his tongue, syllable by syllable. The slender stranger clutched an oblong dagger in his hands, from which drops of blood were dripping, and he defiantly whispered that he was eagerly awaiting Max to collect all the treasures. Not far from him lay a dead member of another guild. Another one in his death throes was trying to get to the blonde. He, treading heavily with wounded limbs, called out Baxter's name, calling him a miserable murderer. When the wounded warrior said that he would not let this go, his speech was interrupted by a sharp dagger cutting the unfortunate man's throat. He wheezed loudly, falling on his back as the killer loomed over him like a menacing shadow. The information board stated that Baxter had killed a player, for which he had received karma points, and he had also collected 32 trophies. The man, whose half of his face was covered by a mask, clutched a blue emerald in his hands. He would definitely take away all the treasures collected by the hunter in one go. The streamer's lips trembled and tears flowed from his eyes as the aristocrat proved that he was not greedy. He told his audience with excitement in his voice that Mr. Max had just received the island's treasure, and without even provoking the continuation of the breakup process, remaining calm, like a boa constrictor. Max looked at the crown in the aristocrat's hands, grimacing as if he had tasted a sour lemon. The sign said that this was the island's treasure, a broken crown with an epic rating. The decoration was noticeably transformed when the shine faded from it. Now it became clear that the crown was completely worn away by time, fragile and nondescript. The guy rolled his eyes, deciding that this was someone's stupid joke. Would the next treasure really be the same? A sign appeared in front of Darren about the new members of his team. Knights Max, Arthur, Tristan, Lancelot, notably. Next to the hunter's name there was a small crown, despite his low level compared to the other knights. Max stared at the screen in surprise, not understanding what kind of command this was, when Arthur decided to explain. He slapped his hand against the armor in the chest area, repeating what he had said earlier. The Lionheart remains with the traveler. As usual, not a single emotion flashed across the aristocrat's face, but Max was amazed by what he heard. After all, he believed that that phrase meant the Order's refusal to attack the hunter in the future. The head once again emphasized the guy's lack of greed, and the fact that Max saved their lives. The man's gesture was repeated by all the other knights, who swore allegiance to the hunter. Although they did not know his purpose while on the island of Yusra, they promised to be Darren's swords and shield. Max looked at the warriors, his mouth open in shock. Could it be that the best knights of the Empire followed him, ignoring the huge difference in levels? The guy laughed with delight when he saw the mobs as well. A golden sand snake, a bat made of precious stones, an emerald tiger, and a golden sand scorpion. Even the imperturbable Darren, clutching the lion's head on Arthur's armor, urged them to quickly go to the next island. Human movements caused nature to fuss anxiously in the depths of the jungle. Baxter, blending into the surroundings, invisibly followed the order, never losing sight of them. His comrade's voice came through his earpiece, telling him what he already knew. Max had taken the treasure, but the breaking process had not changed, then asked if their guild could compete with Lionheart. Baxter called the speaker a coward, but he objected, citing caution, since the knights were not like the Second Son, weaker opponents. The villain's eyes lit up with a dangerous purple flame. He dreamed of the moment when the hunter would get to the pier to get to the next island, and then the Hydra's poison would spread throughout the ship. Anyone, Max, Arthur, certain death awaits them when even a particle of poison gets into their lungs. Just as he muttered that he wanted to make sure the treasure was there before killing it, the hunter's eyes lit up with a blue light and his gaze fixed directly on the man. Somewhere on the ghost level, his head was severed from his neck, so quickly that his hand was still clutching the binoculars. Baxter grabbed his neck in horror, frantically feeling it. Was it his imagination? Did the hunter really guess everything? There was a truly murderous atmosphere around the guy. It was felt by every cell of the body of anyone who was nearby. On a gnarled branch of a large tree sat a cute rodent, clutching a nut in its paws. As the squad led by Darren passed by, Max blossomed at the mere sight of the squirrel-like animal. Arthur grinned and whispered to himself that he thought so. Lord Max had noticed too. The man exuded the same energy, loudly drawing attention to the rat by the tree, his eyes wide and terrifying. The signs surrounded Baxter, who was clutching his throat. Arthur noticed him. His mental indicators dropped, and his status became abnormal. The man was subject to fear. Darren raised his head thoughtfully, peering into the thick branches. Max, looking up, continued to see only the harmless little animal. He fell silent, covering his mouth with his hand, surprised that such a strong man did not like rats, so terrible was his expression. Darren's attention was distracted by a sign that suddenly popped up, warning of increasing greed on the island of Yusra. The process of rupture continued, now occupying 8 squares. There was only one treasure left. It was not worth being distracted by the squirrels. Darren said this out loud to the smiling head of the order. Until the rupture process filled all the squares, and the discovery of the treasure did not allow the great evil to awaken, the team had to hurry. Arthur looked at the boy warmly, encouragingly saying that he would follow him. They walked on, leaving behind a rock with intricate greenery on it. Baxter's comrades tried to reach him through the communications channel, but the man seemed unable to believe that he was still alive. The player's legs were shaking. He leaned against the trunk of a large tree, blindly groping along it with his hand, while strange voices rang in his ears. Thoughts swarmed in his head like annoying flies. Why did he survive? Why did Max spare his enemy? Did he feel sorry for the man? Or did the guy decide to ignore the blonde altogether? Baxter slowly sank down onto his haunches, sliding down the tree trunk, hot tears of relief streaming from his eyes. He had definitely gone mad. He pulled off the mask from his face, on which a childishly frightened expression was frozen, and declared that he did not intend to fight anymore, causing surprise among his comrades. Baxter added that if they wanted to live, they should not pursue Max under any circumstances. Another member of Supernova, John, on the other end of the line grimaced, baring his teeth, looking at the screen of his mobile phone in bewilderment. He became extremely angry, threw the phone on the ground and began to trample it under the surprised looks of the other men. John cursed the fugitive out loud because he insisted that Hydra Venom was needed for success, so he had to take out a loan to buy it. Hearing another player try to calm him down made John even more furious. He grabbed the speaker by the collar and began to shake him, spraying saliva in his face. What does it matter to him? It's not his money anyway. Another red-haired warrior quickly broke up the budding fight, demanding that they stop being hysterical and not get angry. But the veil of rage burst out of the man like red mana. He cursed again, screeching at his comrades, asking why they were so calm. No one could understand what was going on. The other participants were even accused of colluding with Baxter, and they demanded an explanation. John, completely enraged, was ready to kill the members of Supernova, convinced that the fugitive had given them his money. Meanwhile, the Lionheart's path continued. Darren looked sharply at the sky where dark colors were thickening, and birds, disturbed by the noise in the jungle, circled restlessly above the trees. Faithful Arthur followed the guy's gaze and asked him what was the matter. He shook his head, indicating that everything was okay. But he still found the incoming notifications suspicious, which were similar to those he had received upon arriving on the island. The entire island was engulfed in great evil. Something was wrong, and the hunter's instincts were screaming about it. It was as if an invisible demon was very close. Blinded by rage, John lunged forward, piercing the red-haired player's stomach with his dagger. The man coughed, hissing that his killer was crazy about money, but he hadn't thought it was that crazy. At that moment, the veil seemed to fall from John's eyes, and a sign about the murder of another player appeared. He cut, hacked, and pierced his comrades with a sharp dagger, asking if they had stolen his money. For the murder, he received golden fruits and trophies. Percival, his hand over his mouth, was clutching the tripod with a trembling hand, holding the phone attached to it, where the live broadcast was still going on. Without taking his hand from his mouth, he dared to look out from his hiding place to see what was happening with his own eyes. The ghostly spirit of the demon towered over John, who was grinning madly. The man only wanted to take back what had been stolen from him. The boy, beside himself with horror, ignored the screenings and started running. The murderer's bloodthirsty expression was still clearly visible before my eyes. Without looking where he was going, the streamer ran, trying to leave the terrible place, praying that the man would not notice him, because all those rumors about murders in the rifts turned out to be true. The guy understood that he would be killed if caught, and he needed to get out of this place as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, the streamer's sneaker got caught on a branch, and he didn't even realize that he was about to end up face down on the hard ground. Suddenly, someone's strong hands grabbed him by the side, asking worriedly if the boy was okay. The pretty blonde man, with one deft movement, pulled the stranger to his feet, trying to find out what had happened. The streamer realized with relief that he had met the Explorers Federation, and his savior smiled and offered to sit down and rest. The boy, thinking that the killer would not be able to go against the entire federation of explorers, scratched the back of his head in confusion and thanked the player, hoping that he was now safe. A multitude of drones watching the game flew over the shore of the island, buzzing loudly. The operators, who were in their apartments, commented on what was happening. This is a view of the last island of Yusra, the current broadcast of Arcana. The Yusra Islands are divided into 10 islands, each with its own hidden treasure. There are many ways to get trophies, hunting monsters, masters of the island, solving puzzles, and much more. So, the Shining Guild has already received the island's treasure in a battle with a huge snake-like monster. The Explorers Federation was not far behind, also obtaining the treasure. The Guild and the Federation did so in different ways. One of the drones flew to the last island with treasure, where many players and guilds had already gathered. The Shining Guild arrived and had already killed 2 monsters. It was immediately obvious that they were the ones who had taken first place in the rankings. Meg even quietly remarked how greedy their master was. The pride of Korea, Gaon, received the treasure from the eastern island. Greg begged his battle brother over the radio not to overdo it, just to earn some points for the guild. Members of the Inazuma Guild appeared next to Gaon. Their leader Leo was dissatisfied, since the treasure from that island went to their rivals. The drone noticed the rival guild's berserkers and second son. Pierce muttered irritably that Lara, who was being held by her sister's hands, begging her to put the knife down, was still as restless as ever. The commentator enthusiastically maintained the audience's interest, urging them to stay with them. Just as he was wondering who had received the treasure of the last island, he suddenly fell silent in shock. The federations and guilds present remained silent, their mouths open in surprise. The Duke called out to the chief, waving his hand to the side, and he replied that he himself saw everything. In the silence, the loud tread of heavy armor could be heard. Proudly carrying a banner with the image of a lion, the heroes of today's stream slowly emerged from the jungle. Probably no one could have imagined that the last treasure would end up in the hands of the Order of the Lionheart, the most powerful knights of the Empire. Even the red-haired beast Lara fell silent, leaning forward. Pierce kept whispering that he didn't believe his eyes. While the voice from the drone was telling that Commander Arthur's level was around 600, Adrian even asked his brother if he was seeing things. Lara came to her senses and began shouting dirty curses at the winners. The commentator loudly introduced the one who headed the order. The guy looked around the crowd and straightened his tie. When he stopped, straightening up, all the knights of the temple stood in line behind him. The drone cameras focused on the guy. He was under the attention of all the players, but he looked determined, as if all the treasures of the world belonged to him. While Darren remained silent and frowned, Max's joy gradually died down under the gaze of others. He knew he would attract attention, and the commentators only made it worse by saying that Max didn't care about the big guild's opportunities. He was recognized by a player from Inazuma, from the time of the mission at the Count's estate. But Leo shushed the man, asking him not to create a conflict and to be careful. Meg, putting her hands behind her head, said that she would never fight Max in her life. She only had one life. Max clutched Darren's shoulders convulsively, begging him not to draw so much attention to himself. He began to look around, afraid that the others would notice something was wrong and would treat the guy like a fraud and even bury him alive. Suddenly, Arthur, who was standing nearby, came to life and loudly called out the name of the newly elected Sir. He turned around sharply, hearing the scream. Those present froze in horror when they saw the ground open up beneath their feet, from which liquid fire was bursting out. Lava sprayed deadly splashes onto unsuspecting members of guilds and federations. Everything happened so quickly that people, whose feet were being pulled out from under them, did not have time to escape and fell down, burning alive. Orders to turn on the fire resistance buff were heard from all sides, and the leader of the Lionheart himself was tensely peering into the distance. A monster burst out of the lava, a giant volcanic silky carp of level 420. The body parts of the island's owner consisted of magma, which hissed and transformed right on him. Lara was clutching the daggers in her hands when splashes of fire hit her legs. The girl cursed foully. The second son didn't know how to approach the carp, which was all lava. Pierce muttered in confusion that they needed to first assess the situation. While the firefish splashed in the lava, the guilds, having found themselves on different sides of the island, called for reports of damage, for those without equipment to leave, and for close combat players to change their equipment for disposable weapons. Any attacks against the island's master were useless, as the lava wall blocked any weapons. Greg, watching his brother, worriedly asked him not to overdo it as Adrian persistently moved forward, covering himself with a wide dagger. Drones were actively flying around the perimeter, trying to avoid getting caught in the burning splashes. Everyone wanted to be the first to film the battlefield. An enthusiastic commentator on one of the drones could even clearly feel the heat from the video alone, as the river of lava prevented high-ranking players from getting close to the carp. Arthur frowned and asked Sir Max if everything would be okay, and he nodded. A deep shadow crossed the man's face, to his shame. Although he had promised the savior that he would become his sword, he could not now approach the enemy. The answer to his words was the aristocrat's mysterious smile. He replied firmly that Sir Arthur had nothing to worry about. Raising his palm and pointing it to the side, the hunter told his surprised partner that he had his own tricks. Louis heard this too, as soon as he noticed an unusual movement out of the corner of his eye. He couldn't believe that the guy just smiled in such a desperate situation. The head of the Shining, his eyes wide, watched Max tensely, waiting for his next move. The hunter approached the very edge of the cliff, and behind him, carefully, holding his sword in front of him, The knight stepped. Darren gathered mana around himself, shining with a soft blue color. He knew that the summoning of magic could be divided into 3 stages: summoning, intervention, and expression. At the last stage, red flashes intervened in the blue colors of mana. The carp, noticing its prey so close, pushed off with its fins, preparing to jump. The lava around the monster is not a skill but simply a part of nature. For it, the deadly liquid is natural water. The rest of the guilds froze, completely perplexed by the player's actions. Although Max was famous for his unusual skills, no one expected what happened next. For the hunter, the lava looked like a spreading rock. With one movement of his hand, he literally lifted the entire boiling mass into the air, dividing it into clots. Both the commentators and the gown analyst froze in shock in front of the computer screens. Louis let out a stupid laugh, staring in surprise at this strange guy. Darren waved his hand over the abyss, smiling as he admired the bright, fiery clots. Max, the only one who was monitoring the mana level, begged him to quickly go after the carp and not play with the lava. The drones maneuvered among the clots of flying lava. It was a truly incredible sight. The carp lay on the bottom, flopping pitifully, as if it were just an ordinary fish that had been left without water. The head of the Lionheart Order laughed triumphantly. Now the path to the owner of the island was paved. He, clutching the sword in his left hand, threw himself into the abyss, dreaming of making his contribution to this battle. Mesmerized by the spectacle, the leader of the Shining perked up when he saw movement to the side. He cursed, exasperated by the fact that he had been distracted for just a second, and immediately ordered his guild to load their weapons. Following the night, as if awakening from a dream, the remaining heads of the guilds rushed into battle, trying to be the first to deal with the monster. Greg, stunning Adrian, warned his brother that he had no chance of winning given the stakes of the confrontation with Arthur. All he needed was to get the first attack bonus. When the man thought that the owner of the island had fallen right into his hands, fate decreed otherwise. The carp suddenly perked up, pushed off the ground with its fins, and flew straight up into the sky. The players, having reached the bottom of the gorge, could only follow the monster with their eyes. As if in slow motion, a huge fiery carcass flew like a shadow over the heads of the troops. But the giant volcanic carp jumped up and landed back down, creating cracks in the rock. Rock chips rose high above the gorge, almost hitting a drone flying nearby. Lara, who had already fallen several times from the carp's jumps, swore loudly, not hiding her rage. The owner of the island, enraged by such an attitude towards himself, found himself on dry land and decided to fight back with just jumps, starting to do this even more actively, sweeping the guilds off their feet. Louis, who had been preparing to attack and had moved closer to the carp, slowed down. The fish was paralyzed, its entire scaly body covered with strange needles. The guy chuckled, clutching his sword tightly in his hands, and decided to get right up close to the monster. The carp's huge eye twitched, and huge spears of solidified magma protruded from the monster's body. Pierce, looking closely, reported that a change in properties was taking place. Together with Lara, they looked at Darren. The man explained that the hunter cooled the lava so that it turned into stone, just like water turns into ice. What was surprising was that such big changes were impossible given the mana limitations set by the system. When Darren said the name of his knight, he seemed to be filled with the guy's mana. His movements became precise. The warrior's hands moved as if they were mechanical. Arthur rushed forward, overtaking the other players, and in one movement pierced the carp, leaving behind a blue lightning bolt. Signs were lowered in front of the heads of all the federations and guilds, announcing the victory over the giant volcanic carp. Louis scratched his head in dismay, thinking how humiliating it was that the top-ranking Shining ones had a 0 contribution rate. Commentators and drone operators leaned low over their laptop screens, chattering happily. The carp, studded with spears, lay motionless at the bottom of the gorge. In such a short time, the owner of the island was defeated. Darren was still standing with his arms folded across his chest at the edge of the gorge. It was he and the Lionheart Knights who had the highest contribution rate. If the aristocrat still looked relaxed, then Max, like an invisible shadow, was literally losing consciousness from a lack of mana. The player was rewarded for the high bet rate, and the blue sphere appeared in front of Darren again. Was he lucky enough to get the island's treasure for the second time? The hunter gently placed his palm on the sphere, thinking that this trophy was his last. On the other side of the screens, the men were afraid to blink, so as not to miss a single move of the winner. Behind Darren, other players crowded around, amazed that after touching the sphere, the destruction process was not displayed. After a few seconds, the sphere stopped shining so brightly, and dark clots began to gush out from it in different directions. The red plaque stated that the Yusra archipelago was being taken over by greed. The process of destruction was almost complete. The Second Sun Guild were worriedly talking among themselves. Pierce suggested that the events were developing too late, and the amount of treasures did not match. Max couldn't believe that Darren felt greed when he touched it. The treasure he had just found had no effect on the course of destruction. But there was a strong demonic energy coming from somewhere. Greed must have taken possession of another treasure somewhere in the depths of the island. Streamer Percival fell on his back, covering his mouth with his hands, and the saviors crowded around him, trembling with horror. Right in front of them stood a maddened John with a sphere in his hands. He dealt with many members of the Saviors Federation. Another sign said about the murder of another player and about the treasure received. Tears streamed down the blonde Federation's cheeks, screaming that the bastard had killed Julie. He wanted to tear the player apart with his bare hands, but he was stopped in time. John, clutching the blindingly bright sphere in his hands, blinked several times. He made a strange sound, clutching his head with one hand and closing his eyes tightly to avoid being blinded by the glow. The man seemed to wake up from a deep sleep, realizing that he did not want to do what he had already done. The player's head was splitting into pieces from unbearable pain. Suddenly he saw his demonic double leaning over him. Something, running long claws across the man's face, asked what he meant. Greed? One of the 7 deadly sins was looking at him. He grabbed John by the throat. He himself wanted this and received help. Why is he refusing now? The player had a weak psyche, but the demon helped him get what he wanted, even without the necessary skill. Now it was the turn of sin itself to get what it wanted. A small human figure, wheezing loudly, stood on the threshold of death. A huge mouth with fangs as sharp as daggers was eager to devour the fallen player. In the last seconds of his measured life, he heard the sound of someone's feet and screams. A thin figure in heavy armor rushed towards John, waving his sword. The streamer, wiping away his tears, stepped back, seeing the one who appeared in front of him. Tristana, a knight from Lionheart, asked the boy how he was feeling. Percival's lips trembled slightly, hoping that they all had a fleeting chance to escape. Following Tristana, skirting the heavy branches of the trees, a man in a formal black suit appeared. Darren appeared in the clearing and immediately covered his nose with his hand, disgustedly noticing that it smelled like rotten demons. The saviors immediately straightened up, and the young streamer excitedly called the player by name. The boy sobbed and again ran his hand over his eyes, wiping away the tears. Picking up his phone from the ground, he, filled with determination, solemnly announced that the stream was starting over. Darren suddenly felt an unusual sensation in every cell of his body. He saw Tristana with a sword at the ready. The girl warned that the man at the other end of the clearing was alive and asked him to give her an order. The boys were amazed to discover that a class quest had been created because of what had happened. Sin seemed to swallow the human body, and John, or what was left of him, clenched his hands into fists, screaming hysterically. Tristana watched as the entire space was filled with a red blood-like light. A deadly evil was brewing on the Yusra archipelago. Such a wind blew that Arthur, who had just arrived, could barely stay on his feet. The island's treasure, the red sphere, rose upward, decreasing in size. John followed her, sagging like a rag doll. There was silence. Then the sphere began to tremble. The entire surface of the treasure became covered with cracks, from under which white light poured out. The man's eyes rolled back and his mouth opened in a silent scream. Shielding his eyes from the strong wind, Max barely saw on the emerging table that the island's treasures were being spoiled by greed. The class quest was finally created. Its conditions were to stop the resurrection of greed, to ensure that the island's treasures were not spoiled by greed. Status paused. Bloody streams began to gush from the depths of the earth. The island began to collapse. There was no panic among individual guilds. For example, the Shining silently watched the rift. Lara's sister, a head taller, clutched the girl's shoulder, whining in fear. Something resembling a human hand suddenly appeared from the crack. The players took a few steps back, trying to figure out what was in front of them. The shadow clung to the edges of the rift with its long fingers in order to crawl out onto the island. It was as if something had spat her out. The silhouette had already reached the shore, followed by a second hand. Pierce staggered, amazed by the strong vibration that shook the entire surface of the island. Drones flying high in the sky captured footage of the destruction that had befallen the islands. Long black threads could be seen across the entire area. The men could not believe that the islands were merging into one due to the destruction of the rift. Something appeared in the very center of the United Islands. Right from under the ground, freeing itself from the shackles of nature, the building of the Golden Palace slowly rose. Understanding flashed in Arthur's eyes. He would have recognized these vaults out of 1,000. Finally, when everything was over, the players were faced with the magnificent and majestic Golden Palace. The guild slowly, as if enchanted, walked towards the curiosity, hoping that it was another treasure of the island. Max and the aristocrat asked themselves this question, but they understood that they couldn't blindly trust everything that happened here. The landscape changed dramatically. The palace remained the same, but an evil aura hovered over it. An evil named Greed sat here. Max was sure that no one would ever want to come close to such a derogatory energy, when suddenly a blue sign announced that the class assignment was suspended. Arthur pulled his sword from its sheath and rushed forward. Something was approaching. As he gave the order to prepare for battle, a dead man's hand burst out of the ground right at Tristana's feet. The girl screamed shrilly, warning everyone to watch their step. Disturbed by the uninvited guests, many living dead, still wearing armor, came from the depths of the earth to the surface. The commentators laughed nervously as they talked about what was happening and urged viewers to stay with them. One of them, a dark-haired man, glanced at the phone and drooped. He immediately called his friend over to share the bad news. Someone slammed the office desk hard and in irritation. In the office of the anti-Arcana unit, an employee was shouting that the game needed to be changed. There was a hint of hysteria in the voice. People could die if they didn't block the entrance and block off the entire island in time. An update to the Arcana appeared on players' phones. In addition to the Golden Palace, a monster has joined the quest. The Soldier Who Doesn't Keep Peace, level 500. Max stared at Darren's phone screen, his mouth hanging open in surprise. And how can the guild survive in such conditions? The class's missions were to restore peace to the soldiers, destroy greed, and not allow the island's treasures to be tainted by one of the 7 sins. Everywhere, orders were heard to evacuate those unable to fight, retreat, and run, while Darren fearlessly walked forward. The levels of the mobs and bosses were too high. Even Arthur, realizing that he would only lose people, ordered the Lionheart to retreat immediately. He heard Sir Max's commanding voice behind him calling his name. He wanted to warn the boy about the many enemies, but turning around, he froze in place, seeing the hunter's gaze. He seriously asked the man if his oath to become a sword was still valid. The knight realized that the traveler wanted to fight, and warned him that their enemy was the great evil, and people's lives were in danger. Darren frowned and declared that he would punish the demons, and there were no other options. Hearing this, the leader of Lionheart looked at his comrade in shock. Then a smile blossomed on his face. The man did not feel any fear in the hunter's gaze. He regretted that the guy had not been with him in the glorious times, and Max trembled. After all, he had asked for help. Lancelot and Tristana stood back to back, fighting off the dead, when suddenly they heard the thunderous voice of the commander. He raised his sword up and encouraged the team by his example. The man wanted Lionheart to keep the oath of their hearts so that Sir Max could get to the great evil. The knights immediately lined up in neat rows, loudly chanting the name of their order. Percival, kneeling on one knee, filmed the proceedings and watched the players with admiration. The Golden Palace, shrouded in the energy of evil, shone somewhere in the distance. It still needed to be reached. The entire slow path was blocked by a horde of the living dead, the island's warriors, who had once also selflessly defended their territory. Darren took a deep breath and loudly ordered the order to attack. In the office of the anti-Arcana unit, a dark-haired man was showing his colleague a video of the attack. He couldn't believe that the players had decided to do such a thing. Hadn't they seen the update message? Drone operators are glued to the screen. The Knights of the Lionheart Order and the player Max together attack the soldiers of the living dead, trying to besiege the Golden Palace. This event was broadcast across the planet on the televisions of ordinary people, and various experts were invited to express their opinions. School children ran away from classes to discuss Arcana while watching streams. Needless to say, the battle could be watched by all passers-by on huge screens right on the street. Meanwhile, there were alarming statements that the island should be isolated. Max nervously tapped his finger on his chin. As expected, the Knights of the Lionheart held up well. And of course, they were the best knights on the continent, who had no equal in close combat. Their attack helped Darren buy time to restore his own mana. He thought that if things continued like this, he would still have time to take part in the battle, and he did not notice how the already defeated dead were coming to life behind him. The leader of the Second Sun Guild was closely watching the knights' battle on his mobile phone screen, and when another player called out to him, calling him to join the battle, he shook his head. No guild will participate in this suicide, it is too reckless. Pierce was confident that the Lionheart would fail miserably and retreat. Max looked around and noticed with horror that the fallen dead began to rise again and slowly move towards the players. Darren had a sword in his hand, but his mana had still not fully recovered. Far beyond the horizon, a bright beam appeared, blinding the players for a second. He rushed past some of the Second Son members, his hair tousled by the strong gust of wind. The men turned around in bewilderment, following him with their eyes. The beam continued past Max and Darren. Adrian from the Gaon Guild arrived to help the knights and make his contribution, cutting down the dead with a fiery stream of his sword. The strong player tirelessly cut off the heads of even the strongest-looking warriors. He was distracted for a moment, noticing the small, girlish figure of the head of the berserkers very close. The girl who fought selflessly was also surprised by Adrian's presence. Drones filmed the movements of two guilds, unexpected reinforcements for Lionheart. Having cleared a path for himself, Adrian saw Darren barely standing on his feet. Max behind him was in much worse shape. Lara, in her usual manner, immediately pounced on the guy, screaming. Max, clutching the aristocrat's shoulder, beamed. Had other players really come to their aid? Darren paused, then suddenly commanded them to help him, causing Max to cry out in horror at such ignorance. The guild members surrounded the hunter, and there was an awkward pause. Lara, who had a debt from the previous rift, came to help, but upon hearing the order, she slowly began to seethe with anger. Greg coached his brother, pointing out that this was a great opportunity to prove himself to Darren once again. However, the guild leaders did not seem too enthusiastic about this appeal. While Darren lazily scratched his ear, Max almost cried. The players themselves offered to help, and the guys only made them angry. At this time, behind Darren and the knights, groaning and wheezing were heard. The dead warriors rose again. Lancelot was the first to notice this, warning everyone by grabbing his sword. The players began to fight back furiously. The dead took them by surprise, and orders were immediately given to the priests, who needed to be given the blessing of holiness and protection. Max trembled. He had no mana left for support. Darren touched Lara on the shoulder, saying that the Knights of the Lionheart also needed blessing and protection. He, adding that he didn't even have tea for someone like her, demanded buffs from the girl. Lancelot looked up and saw something that gave him strength. An angel of incredible beauty descended from the heavens, radiating divine light. Priests from the Gaon arrived to help the order for support. The defense increased. The combat ability against the undead increased sharply. The leader of the berserkers stamped her foot, saying that this was a cheap trick. She was the one who wanted to help first. The Knights of the Order immediately felt a surge of strength. Now they would be able to destroy the dead. Darren told Adrian that he would not forget this act, and he, extremely happy, waved his hand, killing another rebel. The man smiled unctuously, offering the hunter personal buffs. A blessing for holiness, protection, in general, whatever Darren wished, the priests of Gaon would fulfill. Darren, without thinking, blurted out that he did not believe in God and did not need anything. Adrian froze in shock, staring at the hunter in surprise. Max immediately covered his game double's mouth with his hand, ordering him to shut up. Arthur stopped, watching him. The man was breathing heavily and heard someone call his name. This voice pierced his brain with sharp needles, causing the knight to convulsively grab his head. He opened his eyes, which had been closed in pain. In front of the Lionheart leader stood a silhouette made of only light, saying that there was no more faith in God. Light filled the entire iris of the man's eyes. His Majesty had arrived. The doors of the palace turned red. Something was seething and shaking inside. Bloody flashes gushed out. They reached straight towards the knight, completely enveloping him. While no one understood what was happening, Darren and Adrian, who were standing closest, stared at Arthur in surprise. The Lionheart's leader didn't dare to close his eyes, and the dark red snakes narrowed and penetrated straight there. While they were sending their poisonous miasma into the darkened pupils, the man whispered what he had promised the Emperor. The golden, elaborately crafted doors closed behind the knight with a bang. He dropped to one knee before his master, reporting that a demon legate had appeared in the northwestern canyon. A young man with long blonde hair sat on the throne, crossing his legs, and listened to Arthur, who promised to leave immediately on his orders alone. There was a silence. The ruler moved his graceful fingers in a thin glove. He rose slowly and gracefully from the throne, walking past Arthur. He turned to watch the overlord, who concluded that thousands of soldiers would once again fall at the hands of demons. The man stopped at a large window, saying that demons had appeared and the adventurers had disappeared. The magic tower that was investigating them instantly disappeared right under the eyes of many townspeople. The worst thing is that a huge part of the Empire's territories and its subjects disappeared without a trace. Every night the inhabitants asked God if this world had really come to an end, if this was really his will. The ruler, lowering his head, whispered that God had never answered him. And even the red moon, bashfully hiding behind the clouds, could not answer the question whether God had disappeared too. Turning around, the handsome blonde asked his knight to share his own thoughts. The man swallowed hard, answering that demons were blocking God's path to people. Arthur rose to his feet abruptly, vowing that the servant of the Lord would return after defeating the legate of demons and would surely open the way to God for his majesty. The Lord did not answer, looking carefully at the knight. Then he shocked Arthur with a confession. Everything was fine. Now he himself no longer believed it. A smile blossomed on the lips of the young ruler. He said that he would only believe in the return of his knight. Arthur nodded, smiling back. As promised, the man brought his best warriors onto the battlefield. They fought selflessly against the most powerful and terrifying creatures from the underworld. It was in this fight that the man received his terrible scar on the bridge of his nose. But at that moment, he did not even pay attention to it. He encouraged the soldiers, calling on them not to surrender, as his majesty was expecting victory. Right during the battle with another demon, Arthur noticed him. The demon legate is unlike the others. With bright eyes, smooth purple skin, and despite his demonic origins, a beautiful face. Abandoning everything, the knight ran to the legate, intending to get rid of the spawn of hell here and now. The demon looked at the man with a contemptuous gaze, holding onto the reins. A slight smile touched the creature's lips. Alas, it was too late. Arthur frowned and turned around in bewilderment. His outstretched hand came across an energy barrier, a thin wall of blue color. Something strange was happening to the knights on the battlefield as well. Mana passed through their bodies, causing the warriors to tremble and retreat. Arthur froze, unable to move. He couldn't believe what was happening. The legate rider turned into a dark silhouette, dissolving into the air before his outstretched palm. The next moment, instead of the demon, people were looking at the knights, filming them on their smartphones. Sprinkled with the blood of their enemies, the knights found themselves in the city square, frozen in combat poses. The flashes of the cameras were blinding. The human hum grew louder. The man did not understand where he was. The crowd talked among themselves in bewilderment, recognizing the strangely dressed aliens as Arcanians. But it didn't matter at all to the knights. They had to return. Return to the battlefield to win victory for his majesty. Arthur returned to the island, kneeling before the silhouette. His beautiful master, the features of a painfully familiar face, gradually appeared in the air. The man trembled. The corners of his lips turned down, and he raised his tightly gloved hand. The guilds and orders continued to watch, realizing that what was happening did not bode well. They were amazed to hear Arthur asking the Lord for forgiveness for his incompetence and for being late. A demonic silhouette appeared above the man. He straightened up and seemed to no longer have control of his own mind. The knight loudly announced that he would become his majesty's sword and destroy all enemies. Max leaned forward in shock, whispering the knight's name as demonic energy began to surround him as well. Arthur turned and walked slowly towards his former allies. It was them that the powers above ordered him to choose as his enemies. Having lost all humanity, the knight, led by a demon, prepared for a bloody battle. Lancelot and Tristana, afraid to approach the commander, cautiously asked if everything was okay with him. Surprised, Lara tried to be rude to the leader, but the knights stopped her in time. Max began to bite his nails from the tension. How unlucky they were that Arthur, of all of them, became possessed. It was probably some kind of debuff. Mind control can be more difficult than possession from time to time. The place in front of the palace gates where a man had stood a second ago suddenly became empty. A flash of bright red light flashed somewhere in the distance, and Arthur, his eyes shining with demonic force, raised his sword. Darren felt his energy right behind his back, and at first he stood there dumbfounded, not expecting something like this. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a sharp movement from the other side. It was none other than the head of the Gaon. The man, flashing a toothy smile, winked at the hunter, assuring him that he was now safe. Adrian didn't think that the answer he would receive would be a look of hatred from his beloved Max. The red-haired warrior stepped back. Greg's voice in the earpiece scolded him. He shouldn't have interfered in the affairs of Max's comrade. Now he was clearly disappointed. Max's vision was double as he recuperated, and in the back of his mind he knew that Darren had hurt Adrian, who was just trying to help. Finally, he shook his head. His mana had almost recovered, and the head of the gown had greatly helped with this. Meanwhile, Arthur's own knight Lancelot clashed swords with his own. He begged the commander to come to his senses while he persistently tried to stab the innocent player with a weapon. The entire detachment is obliged to return to His Majesty in full force. The man froze for a moment, but then his eyes filled with demonic malice again, and Arthur spat out an order to be silent through his teeth. He stunned his troop by calling them filthy demons who dared to mention His Majesty. The demon controlled the man. making them believe that the commander had betrayed them, turned away from his brotherhood. The man bared his teeth and furiously attacked Tristana and Lancelot, loudly blurting out that he no longer wanted to listen to them. Max looked at the sky where Arthur, possessed by the demon, was moving chaotically, noticing that same glow again. The knight's cloak fluttered. The sword in his strong hands was pointed straight at his comrades. Lancelot had no choice but to defend himself and the rest of the squad. The man warned the others that the crazed leader was heading for the front. He rushed past the players like a whirlwind, sweeping away everything in his path like a hurricane. The demon lifted the man into the sky and again ordered him to attack. Arthur, baring his teeth, picked up speed to come down with another blow. The devilish power exceeded the ability of an ordinary knight, and a huge dent was formed in the ground. Adrian held onto his sword with all his might as the other players were swept off their feet by more and more attacks. The knight kept throwing his sword at him and at Lara, who stood in his way. Although they tried to fight back, even when they gathered in a group, the guild leaders felt the superiority of the Lionheart leader. The man jumped back and raised his sword, burning with hellish flames above himself. Using this maneuver, he slammed his weapon into the ground with all his might. A fiery tornado swept from the very gates to the place where the players were, creating deep dents in the ground. There was an explosion. The battlefield was covered in smoke, and numerous drones were unable to film what was happening. Lara's sister ran up to her, coughing violently. The girl fell, but waved off help, saying that she had tripped. Someone's wheezing was heard. A player who was buried under stones asked for help. Tristana saw other knights running to her and asked them to help the wounded. A bloodied Adrian leaned tiredly on his sword, calling Arthur a disaster. He told his worried brother that he was fine. Blood was streaming down the man's face from a cut forehead. He removed his hand from his face, seeing something incredible. The other players, sensing the hesitation, also turned their heads in that direction. The wounded Lancelot rose up on his elbows in shock. Percival, who had not stopped filming, sat down heavily on the branch of a tree under which the entire Federation of Saviors had gathered. The hunter approached the bewitched knight and directed his palm at him with authority. The man stopped, holding his bloody sword up, and did not move. The knights couldn't believe what they saw. Max stopped the commander with one gesture. Max rolled his eyes. He didn't see what was happening to his double. Darren's eyes lit up with an inner strength, and he adopted a "don't hit me" attitude. Arthur stared at the guy, looking at him in surprise. Max himself did not expect that his maneuver would have such an effect on the demon inside the knight. The aristocrat, without giving up, returned to his usual state. The Lionheart leader saw only one hunter clearly among this blurry horde of demons. Darren's voice in his head replied that he didn't know anything about it. Maybe it was because the guy was a demon hunter. This was one of the effects of the skill exorcism. Arthur cautiously asked the traveler to identify himself. Otherwise, he would have to strike him down. Max's thoughts were racing. He understood that he would die if he remained silent, and he could only curse out loud. The aristocrat blinked his eyes in bewilderment as the knight continued to glare at him. Max was tearing his hair out behind Darren as Arthur asked him if he was silent or couldn't answer. Finally, the knight's empty gaze passed over the hunter, concluding that nothing would matter anymore once he killed the man in front of him. Darren protested loudly and lowered his palm. He asked to wait and extended his hand as if to shake hands. The knight frowned, thinking that the hunter wanted to deceive him. But the clear figure did not attack. It merely changed the position of its hand. The red light disappeared from Arthur's eyes as he looked more closely, his gaze clearing. That same brooch, on the stranger's chest, brought back memories just by looking at it. The brooch was presented by His Majesty to the tower. The entire squad of knights bowed before the player who saved their lives. The Order of the Lionheart swore allegiance to the owner of the brooch, Max. After all, he himself swore that he would become the young man's sword. The warrior's hands trembled, and he opened his eyes wide and whispered the hunter's name. Darren didn't react in any way, while Max looked dumbfoundedly over his shoulder, hoping that the drugged man had remembered everything. As expected, true sincerity worked. Max is a friend, and he is unarmed. The guy exhaled tiredly, clutching his cheeks with his palms. Darren glanced down at the blue sign that had appeared. The level of the exorcism skill has increased, and even some new effects have been added. Feeling danger behind his head, Arthur turned around abruptly. He screamed, warning Max of the danger. He himself, turning around, heard someone's demonic laughter, his gaze clouded with incredibly powerful magic, furious, saturated with hatred. The space of the island disappeared. Right in the middle of the void, filled with dark light, a man sat on the throne, his hands on his knees. Max assumed that he had entered the mind of this stranger, but everything around him screamed that this man was the embodiment of evil. The man on the throne, handsome and young, wearing outlandish clothes with massive gold jewelry, muttered sadly that he simply wanted to protect his kingdom. Max almost fell over from the noticeable shaking when the man added that he was only worried about his precious kingdom of Yusra. Once upon a time, the island was a land and sea full of abundance, filled with sparkling gems and people who loved each other in peace and happiness. But one day a stranger washed up on the beach. The people of the kingdom and the king himself took care of him and treated him with the utmost respect. And then, having gifted him with riches, they sent him away. The price for this was a brutal invasion of the island by outsiders. The locals were brutally killed and robbed. Those people who had never fought before were unable to fight back. The kingdom was trampled, enslaved, and the king himself was overthrown by the one who had once been given a sincere welcome. The young ruler looked into the eyes of his tormentor, asking why he did this, when they could have divided the island's wealth between themselves. The invader laughed in the young man's face. Why would he divide the gold and emeralds? Kneeling in his hall like a foreign slave, the king did not know what to do if absolutely everything was taken from him. The crown that fell from his head rolled to the side. Grabbing his long hair, the ruler screamed shrilly. And now, having turned into a demon who wanted revenge more than anything in the world, he stretched out his clawed hands towards the stranger's neck. His eyes, drowned in rage, burned into someone else's insides. The man screamed that he would not give up to anyone what belonged to him. This island, this sea, this sky. The hunter remained silent, not taking his eyes off the maddened ruler. All these people who killed the owners of the islands to get the treasures, they all belonged to only one ruler. Suddenly, Darren shouted, ordering the man to be silent. He kept talking about some trifles. He no longer had the strength to listen to it. The king's face smoothed out. Even the demonic features half disappeared. He did not expect such a rebuff. Pressing his hand to his heart, Darren firmly replied that all wealth was fleeting, and he would teach a man to feel only pride in his heart as soon as he closed his eyes. The demon's eyes sparkled again. He bared his teeth, not understanding what this stranger wanted to convey to him. The player's eyes widened and his mind returned to the island. A worried Arthur immediately ran up to him, thinking that Max had been possessed by a demon. Without saying a single word, the boy extended his hand, intending to direct Mana to the lock. He frowned and focused on his own magic, about to intervene, just a little. The stone, under the influence of Mana, began to tremble slightly and its surface became covered with cracks. The huge columns that supported the high vaults gradually collapsed. The Savior Federation and Percival watched the destruction of the majestic palace with desperate cries. The same reaction was felt by those who followed the events using drones. Those present as one clutched their heads. The castle was collapsing before their eyes. Duke and Jessica, discussing their business, looked indifferently at Louis, who was surprised by the broadcast, and he admiringly called the hunter a monster. Within minutes, the Golden Palace was completely destroyed. Darren loudly called Greed to come out. Max behind him could barely stand on his feet. His mana was running out more and more with each passing second. The aristocrat shouted that wealth was worthless and that the soldiers who had sacrificed themselves for the defense now lay in ruins. And despite the fact that the ruler has now turned into a demon, he was once a true monarch. A huge devilish pillar with many eyes and an open mouth like a snake burst out of the rubble, cursing loudly. How dare the impudent man touch his wealth and even resist greed, one of the 7 deadly sins? The poor little man, Darren, stood with his arms folded across his chest and looked at the monster looming over him. Greed immobilized the heads of the federations, threatening to devour both the hunter and his troops. Lara was suffocating. She couldn't move, panicking and gasping for air. Hundreds of eyes of greed looked upon the players, vowing to turn them into undead creatures who would forever protect their treasures. Adrian, frozen motionless, trembled. Better death than such a fate. When it was announced that judgment was clouded by intolerable desires, Darren loudly commanded sin to know its limits. At that moment, the knights felt that they had regained the ability to move. Lancelot and Tristana lowered their heads in shock, slowly moving their frozen fingers in the air. The rest of the guild members looked at the hunter carefully, waiting to see what would happen next. The aristocrat looked at Greed just as fearlessly. A huge mouth with many teeth snapped, trying to reach the guy. The demon screamed that an ordinary person would not dare to control the mind of the great evil, the strongest sin. Darren countered. What stood before him was neither evil nor greed. The blue sign announced the activation of the exorcism ritual, and it became possible to invite the demon to take part in the ritual. A shining ball appeared in the hunter's hand. The guy screamed, calling on the last king of the Yusra kingdom to come to his senses. The monster stared at the man in shock, his mouth wide open. Darren announced that it was time to correct his mistakes. The sphere in his hand broke into pieces, emitting a soft blue light. Greed laughed at first. He would simply dodge such a worthless attack. But the next moment, the huge eyes began to blur right into the air. The handsome face of the ruler of Yusra appeared in the hunter's mind. The man decided to stop because his castle had already fallen. The light from the sphere absorbed the demon, dissolving it within itself, drowning out its dying cries. The small human figure continued to stand bravely in the midst of events. Percival, holding his mobile phone tightly in his hand, almost fell off the branch from what he saw. The drone operators were going crazy with raging emotions as the events unfolded. The head of the second son also watched the broadcast with his mouth open. All that was left of the demon was smoke, which gradually swirled around the hunter. He did it. Max's amazing achievements are constantly updated. And only then did the audience notice an unfamiliar man appearing from under the remains of the great evil. In front of the hunter, kneeling on one knee, sat the barely alive king of Yusra. Eyes swollen from tears opened, the man stared at his hand, certain that he had died along with evil. He began to tearfully thank the hunter. But Darren didn't even hear the master. Signs about leveling up flashed before his eyes. The aristocrat stared in shock at the last one, which stated a hidden task. There were 9 seconds left to complete it. Hidden task, the king, who tried to kill the great evil together with the player, could no longer find the meaning of life. It was necessary to help him with this. To transfer the crown to the king of the kingdom of Yusra. Both boys stared at the sign that had appeared, which depicted something they were already familiar with. That same broken crown, the first treasure Darren received. The hunter slowly approached the shining sphere in front of which the Lionheart Order had gathered. The drone commentator was enticing the audience, not knowing who appeared at the site of the great evil's fall, his body or a new evil. And now all the spectators watched tensely as the player Max took something out of his inventory. Darren handed the man on his knees what belonged to him. The crown slowly fell on the king's head, and he felt as if he had regained his body and soul. Max breathed a sigh of relief, remembering how he had mistaken the jewel for trash. Now the task was completed. An intricate golden plaque appeared in front of Darren in a haze of bright light. Exactly the same ones appeared before the players of each guild. Someone revealed the secret of the island of Yusra. The head of the Eastern Guild began to look around excitedly, trying to figure out who had cleared the rift. Louis let out a nervous laugh. He knew exactly who this someone was. Percival screamed like a girl, filming everything on camera, his viewers tearing up the comment section. It turned out that this notification had spread throughout the world. Every resident and every player around the world received it. The blue light was blinding. Max closed his eyes. Could it have been him who did this? The tablets solemnly stated that the new kingdom of Yusra was ready to come into being. From the depths of the green jungle, a bright blue light shot into the sky. Strong walls began to appear behind the players. Absorbing the trees, a new golden palace was erected in their place. Arthur and Lancelot looked at the unusual phenomenon in fascination, quietly talking to each other. A few minutes later, the entire ancient kingdom of Yusra stood on the island, and a golden tablet read, "A new region had been discovered." The game transported drone operators to the island, who looked around in amazement until one of them realized that he needed to quickly capture the stranger's face. The players stood in front of the palace gates with Darren at the head. Max and the aristocrat looked at the king of the island. It was radically transformed, returning to its former majestic appearance. The man dropped to one knee again and introduced himself, the last king of the kingdom of Yusra, Merlin. The game has awarded Max the honorary title of benefactor of the kingdom of Yusra. Relations and influence on the kingdom have reached their maximum, and the authority function in the kingdom has also been activated. Merlin thanked the benefactor of the king and his kingdom. Lara's sister, looking at the man with admiration, even thought out loud about seducing him. The head of the berserkers rolled her eyes upon hearing this. Percival received more and more comments from amazed viewers. Max's face turned into one big letter O from what he saw. He trembled, hiding behind Darren's back, as the king, pressing his hand to his chest, asked the name of his savior. The player tried to relax. Even the fallen king of the ancient kingdom remains its ruler. He only hoped that the aristocrat would be polite, but he simply blurted out the name without any frills. The guild leaders were shocked by such rudeness. Merlin smiled kindly, promising that he would remember the name of his benefactor for many generations to come. The leaders were amazed again, but this time by the king's politeness. As Merlin stood up, he remembered that while under the influence of the great evil, he had heard important words. The man repeated Darren's words that it was time to correct his mistakes. Max grabbed his head, It sounded so pathetic. Looking back, Merlin told how he wanted to commit suicide after that, along with the great evil. But then his benefactor saved his life and gave him a crown. Arthur was dumbfounded. For a moment it seemed to him that the silhouette of his ruler appeared behind Merlin. The man lowered his head, wondering what he should do. A king who had lost all his subjects because of his own mistakes. Darren remained silent, not knowing yet how to console the king. Now that the kingdom had returned to the island, the jungle was no longer so lonely. In the jungle, skirting the trees, the head of the second son was racing. His team could not keep up with the man, but he ordered them not to whine and to hurry. He excitedly shouted that this was the first update of the world-class Arcana. A new country had appeared, and it was necessary to smell the gold of Yusra. Back in the days of Arcana, one country was incredibly valuable. This land would have cities, villages, and an incredible amount of rare monsters, hidden treasures, and resources. But once the kingdom is rebuilt, everything will become more expensive, and you need to hurry to take advantage of every opportunity. Meanwhile, Merlin stood thoughtfully in front of the palace, thinking about the future. Darren watched the king searching for the right words. When he spoke, the man turned around with interest, looking closely at the guy. Those present were surprised to hear that he was proposing to restore the kingdom of Yusra. Merlin's face showed genuine surprise. He didn't think that this was even possible. But the ruler's gaze fell again when he asked who would trust a king who had turned his back on his people and follow him. Darren looked seriously at the dejected Merlin, saying that everything would depend on the ruler himself. If he wants to regain his pride and correct his mistakes, the hunter will lend a helping hand. Hearing this, the man raised his eyebrows in surprise, staring at Max. Then, closing his eyes, smiled a little sadly. It felt like his benefactor was reading his thoughts. A blue sign about a hidden mission appeared nearby. Max glanced at it with shame, noticing that everything he had said was repeated there word for word. Bowing his head, Merlin wanted to confirm the previously voiced will of his benefactor regarding the kingdom of Yusra. But he was not allowed to finish speaking when the extremely loud head of the second son, Pierce, suddenly appeared in the clearing. He shouted that Yusra deserved a second wind, and his guild would provide active support. All the heads of the guilds present turned their faces away from the man in disgust, knowing that he had simply decided to profit from someone else's fame. Having failed to attract attention from Adrian and Lara, the adventurer's gaze fell on the one he had been looking for from the very beginning. He shouted the hunter's name loudly, thinking that he had probably already taken the initiative into his own hands. Now he just needed to make himself known. Running up to the guy, Pierce unceremoniously grabbed him by the hand, shouting a greeting in his ear and assuring him that second son were Max's fans. Without taking off his gloves, the adventurer began to shake the stranger's palm with both hands, shouting his name along the way. Adrian and Lara gasped. Arthur raised his eyebrows dismissively. The player's behavior was extremely inappropriate. A few seconds passed. Pierce stared at Max, blinking in surprise, waiting for a response. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead as he realized that the atmosphere around him was not at all friendly, and that he was not being welcomed with open arms. The hunter didn't even turn his head, but the air around him thickened into ominous colors. There was an oppressive silence. Max silently stared at the man. It seemed as if one could hear the buzzing of insects flying past. Finally, Arthur could not stand such unceremoniousness and directly stated this to the uncomprehending Pierce. He decided that he had given the wrong hand and began to apologize profusely when he saw the shadow hanging over Max's face. In fact, the player was barely standing on his feet because of the work he had done, destroying the castle, pacifying the riot, performing the exorcism ritual. All of this took too much effort. At the moment when Pierce was talking about his 7th-ranked guild, Max was thinking only about a good night's sleep, and he turned away abruptly without saying a word to his interlocutor. He continued his conversation with Merlin, the king of Yusra, who had been waiting patiently all this time. Darren approached the lord with one tempting offer. Percival held a tripod with a mobile phone in his hands, with his mouth slightly open, and the comments in the chat were filled with delight. There was no hint of sympathy for the abandoned Pierce in Adrian and Lara's eyes. The men who were filming the events on drone cameras were glued to their monitors, munching popcorn enthusiastically as if they were watching a gripping movie. After some time, the players left Yusra, moving to the Berserkers' headquarters. The news feeds were filled with reports of the game's events. Berserkers and Gain claimed in interviews that they had not come to Max's aid for personal gain, even capturing the moment of Pierce's awkward attempt to introduce himself, calling him invisible. In the large office allocated to Max, the player received Jessica, who bowed deeply before him. Darren crossed his legs and propped his chin on his fist, scowling as he watched the girl. He himself had previously asked the magician to observe good manners, but now it played a cruel joke on him. Jessica took everything too literally. Darren invited his guest to sit down and explained that the rockets were not delivered to the magic tower. Jessica's green eyes sparkling as she asked silly questions like whether she could stop the missile, and a tired Darren asked her to get down to business. Having come to her senses, the magician continued the flow of questions, starting with the fact that she had watched many videos with Mr. Max. Darren, who had been exhausted before, closed his eyes. He was very tired. The girl's further monologue, who even called the hunter wiser than her hat teacher, was diluted with Darren's witty answers in his head. Thoughts about hunting, enemies, demons flickered in the boy's head like magic dust and gradually faded away. He fell asleep. Finally, Jessica asked if what Mr. Max was using was magic and looked playfully at the man opposite. The hat on her lap rolled its eyes and clicked. There was no answer. The girl, who had previously been too carried away by maintaining politeness and composing questions, looked more closely at the player. He, with his arms folded across his chest and his head slightly lowered, was dozing. From the outside, it might have seemed that the guy was concentrating on something and was about to open his mouth to answer. Darren had really worked hard. It was no wonder that the monotonous flow of someone else's speech had put him to sleep. Jessica opened her mouth slightly and widened her eyes, looking into the handsome male face opposite her. Strands of platinum hair fell over Darren's eyes, and he mumbled something irritably through his sleep. Unable to resist, the mage slowly extended her hand towards the guy, holding her breath from excitement. She became so bold that she climbed onto the table with her knees, but she did it very deftly and quietly. A girl's finger gently touched the soft hair, straightening an unruly strand. Darren's eyes snapped open and, as usually happens from REM sleep, he was startled for a second, not understanding what was happening. He sat up straight in his chair, remembering that he had just made an appointment with a mage from the Shining Guild. There was no one in front of him. The girl left. The hunter turned his gaze to the window. For a second, it seemed to him that he was in his own dream. Having finally woken up, he noticed a piece of paper on the table, on which they put a jar of ink for reliability. Jessica wrote that she would come next time, for some reason pointing out that the guy's hair was getting in his eyes. Clutching the note in his hand, Darren remembered that due to fatigue, he fell asleep right in front of the guest, and for a moment it became awkward. But his thoughts were interrupted by a notification sign with a new task from Nicholas, which popped up right behind the sheet. The head mage of the Mage Tower wanted Max to join him in achieving an advanced level of magic. Darren rubbed his eyes sleepily. He needed to prove his abilities and convince most of the senior mages, but they would never just accept an ordinary adventurer. Behind the guy, Max yawned widely and stretched, loosening his stiff muscles. Darren closed his eyes tiredly, depressed by the responsibility of the task and endlessly wanting to get a good night's sleep. At that moment, there was a loud knock on the door opposite the table. The hunter straightened up, tried to shake off the remnants of sleep and invited the guest to enter. The door opened, and the magician Nicholas himself appeared on the threshold with a book in his hand. The man said he wanted to say something and was in a hurry, but the magician's sunken face lengthened at the sight of Max. He blinked sleepily, answering that he knew why the chief magician had come to see him. The player had already guessed that he needed to prove his own strength, and Nicholas thought distantly whether such a hairstyle was really in fashion now. He admitted out loud, guiltily, that his lack of qualifications had cast doubt on Mr. Max's skills. Darren stood up from the table and businesslike pulled on his jacket, throwing in that the problem was not in the magician's qualifications. To Nicholas's surprised look, he immediately asked to take him to the magicians right now. If they didn't believe, then the adventurer would force them. The sign was supplemented with new tasks. Convinced the majority of senior mages, the adventurer was called by a certain Anna. The senior mages wanted to greet their new colleague. The player received an invitation to a conference. Behind the stands in the main hall, the chief magician sat hunched over. On the very first bench, a stately woman sat with one leg frivolously crossed, thoughtfully rubbing her chin with a hand with brightly varnished nails. The lips of the senior mage of the School of Healers. Anna stretched into a sly smile as she shook her blonde hair. She decided that the adventurer Max, alas, would not even be able to try to confirm his qualifications. The culprit will be the triple sealing spell cast by the three senior mages. Darren was already standing in the corridor, looking for the right door, but the mage's goal was to prevent him from finding it. He stood in front of the entrance for a few seconds, but then turned abruptly in the other direction. He turned again and reached out for the door, the lack of sleep resulting in a burning irritation, blazing eyes, and an unwillingness to play other people's games. The magicians sitting in the hall shuddered. Anna opened her mouth in amazement, almost falling off the bench. Those present in the hall did not understand how an ordinary adventurer could easily destroy the triple magic seal. Even Nicholas, the founder of theoretical magic, could not do this. Darren looked at the thunder and lightning as he stood at the door, which he opened with just a wave of his hand. Anna raised her eyebrows, staring at the guy in amazement, and remained silent. He hissed with a murderous expression on his face that it looked like someone had decided to play a joke on the door. His strong and angry mana spread across the hall like thin, dark flowers, and everyone felt this frightening influence. The hunter walked slowly to the center of the room, announcing that everyone had gathered to greet him, placing special emphasis on the word greeting. But if the magicians wanted to waste his time on such jokes, they should be sure. Will they be able to answer for it? Darren rushed like a wolf straight towards Anna. While saying the last phrase, the guy leaned his hands on the bench where the senior mage of the School of Healers sat, hanging over the woman. Darren's eyes glowed blue. Anna, like a cornered animal, tried to move back, to hide from this gaze and strong energy. Darren stared at the frightened woman for a few seconds without blinking, but she couldn't even imagine that he had simply dozed off with his eyes open. Max bared his teeth. He had just fallen asleep standing there. It's impossible. He needs to finish here quickly and go to bed. Darren jumped aside just as abruptly as he had approached, and, straightening his tie, said that in the future he asked to refrain from such jokes, this time forgiving the magicians. Anna froze in the same position, staring with all her eyes at the players retreating back. Then she laughed nervously and loudly. The rest of the mages began to talk among themselves, stunned that Max had called the whole thing a joke. One of them, who couldn't even guarantee the removal of this sealing spell, suddenly remembered where he had seen the guy's platinum hair before. This must be the same adventurer, the uninvited conference participant that Xanthia spoke of. Then, while escorting him into the hall, the girl nervously leafed through the lists, but never found the player's name in them. Anna listened eagerly to the strangers' voices. The magicians said that they now understood why Nicholas had invited this man to participate in the study. It turned out that it was Max, the adventurer who saw through the illusion of the owner of the magic tower. At night, the tall tower was brightly illuminated by a magic crystal at its top, surrounded by symbols. As soon as the exhausted guys returned to their office and sat down at the table, a sign with information appeared in front of them again. As it turned out, the number of magicians who recognized the player increased after today's meeting. While Max yawned heartbreakingly, Darren courageously held back. It was a good start for someone who simply opened the door to the mages who ran their schools. There was no rush, because Max was a demon hunter, not a mage. He sat down at the table, loosened his tie, and looked dejectedly at the ceiling, thinking about the upcoming vacation and the need to send the trophies from Yusra Island for evaluation. Darren reasoned that one could learn magic step by step, starting from the basic level, and did not hear anyone calling him. Looking around, the guy finally heard a voice almost right next to his ear, calling him to look down. On the table lay a scroll with Nicholas's facial features, his eyes squinting as he looked at the owner of the office, his lips clearly pronouncing the words. Parchment smiled, explaining that it was a magical device for transmitting messages. Darren raised an eyebrow and carefully took the oddity into his hands, hearing that he simply had to bring the parchment to his mouth and speak. Nicholas closed his eyes and smiled kindly. A few seconds passed. Darren opened and closed his mouth, leaning closer and closer to Nicholas, trying to say something. When the player's lips were very close to the surface of the parchment, he flinched, gently saying that it was not necessary to lean so close. Darren got angry, thinking that he was being bullied for the second time that day, and nervously threw the copy of Nicholas into the trash, causing him to gasp. The next moment, the parchment floated smoothly out of the bucket, flying close to Darren's face, and sadly muttered that he contacted the adventurer to apologize. Nicholas heard about the incident in the Crystal Hall and wanted to ask for forgiveness on behalf of the senior mages for the rudeness. The senior mages have reached the top of their generation, each in their own school. In order to occupy a higher position, they want to constantly prove their qualifications. Max immediately introduced the magicians as if they were school children and were claiming the title of the best in school. If you think about it that way, Nicholas would probably be tired of them by now, as if the school's top student suddenly showed everyone a transfer student and declared him the second best student. Nicholas continued to apologize in an extremely sad voice for the stupid test for Darren, which he had to pass due to the insufficient qualifications of the senior mage. Under the size of the parchment, Darren explained that even aristocrats have to constantly prove their worth. The hunter was used to it, and it was not the magician's fault. Max stared at Nicholas in shock when he said that the senior mages were underestimating the player due to the inferiority of the tower's most senior mage. A cold sweat ran down the boy's forehead. The parchment ruffled its feathers. Nicholas's features fell. He felt terribly guilty. The piece of paper continued to hang in the air in front of Darren, who was sitting at the table, looking straight ahead with a serious face. It was absolutely forbidden to say the word underestimate in front of an aristocrat who loved pompous speeches. Nicholas even felt a hint of freshness and flower petals emanating from the hunter's inspired figure. Max covered his face with his hands in horror and turned red as a poppy. Now he was going to hear this phrase. Darren smiled and said his favorite phrase, "If you are underestimated, you just have to make yourself overestimated." Nicholas saw Mini Darren's expression on the parchment in his office, which spoke of proving one's superiority to the doubter. The man's mouth opened in silent delight. He listened to every word of the wise player. This is how one who leads should act. Nicholas added that he was rude and should not have apologized through parchment, but should have met Max in person and talked. He easily replied that there was nothing to worry about and that the magician had nothing to worry about. Nicholas promised that he would come to Max personally in 10 minutes. But before he could even squeak, the empty parchment smoothly fell onto the table. Ghost Max was almost crying from fatigue. He wanted to sleep so much. Darren, left alone, dropped his hands heavily onto the table. He really would fall into a dead sleep. The guy propped his chin up with one hand and raised the other over the table, thinking that, for a novice magician, getting the consent of senior magicians was a practically impossible task. A small sphere appeared in the hunter's palm, a translucent blue ball with an iridescent image inside. Light blue bubbles began to float in the air, mana spreading throughout the room. Darren slightly changed the position of his hand under his chin and thoughtfully looked at the ceiling, using the observation spell. The guy was at level 226. All the senior mages had 600. He was like a yellow-mouthed chicken to them, but still, the player firmly decided not to retreat. Something new was happening, but Darren didn't seem to notice. In the air, the color of the spheres turned golden, fiery. He followed them with his eyes and repeated in his head the phrase he had previously said to Nicholas. Following the observation came recreation. The spheres, slowly, changing their own physical form, transformed into a multitude of air lanterns. Darren relaxed his hand, looking at what he had just done with a bored expression on his face. Max walked around the table, and with childish delight, his eyes followed the magic floating in the air. Max will prove his own strength because he is the pride of his little kingdom. The small lanterns cast restless shadows on the smiling player, who held out his palms to them. The next moment, he put his hands on his hips and vomited uncontrollably. Leaning against the shelves with a book, Max vomited the contents of his stomach. That's how the dabbling with light magic affected him, because the player had not yet fully recovered, and he endlessly scolded himself for it. Nicholas's voice was heard from behind the door, warning that he was about to enter. Opening the door, the man felt a strange, heavy atmosphere surrounding Darren. The ability to control emotions is another pride of an aristocrat. The player raised his head and with an unperturbed look invited the magician into the office. Whatever happened to the island's saviors, Yusru was being actively restored at that time, and construction work was actively underway. The newsfeed dedicated to Arcana was full of strange messages from viewers, mostly negative, ridiculing Max and the Lionheart. People even doubted that the hunter himself had defeated evil. Adrian and Greg leaned over their cell phone screens with puzzled expressions, shocked that people suspected Mr. Max of lying. When Nicholas entered the office, he suddenly raised his head and looked around the room in confusion. Max hovered over Darren in fear. Had his unique ability to control his emotions failed? The magician carefully asked if the hunter had accidentally used magic right now. The player began to sniff, thinking that the fire magic had left behind a burning smell. Then quickly told Nicholas that he was just practicing basic magic and had no plans to burn the lab to the ground. The man shook his head, muttering that it wasn't that, but he was also amazed to hear about the practice. The thing is, he could see a magical trace in the room, and it was a truly fantastic sight, as if a real northern lights had appeared in the office. The use of any magic leaves behind a trace of what observation and then interaction it has gone through. And the more complex the process, the more complex the trace became. Behind Nicholas, little Xanthia appeared out of nowhere. She clasped her hands, also delighted with the magical trace. Moreover, a whole crowd of magicians burst into the office, somehow sensing the trace of adventurer Max's magic, not believing that such a miracle could be performed with the initial level. One magician suggested that this was Nicholas's magical trace, It was so bright. The man and the girl looked at all these sudden guests in bewilderment. Darren, without getting up from the table, watched the flow of more and more new tower mages, loud and delighted. With a trembling hand, the chief magician pointed at the adventurer Max, saying that this was the player's merit. But when he turned around, he discovered that the hunter had disappeared without a trace. The magicians continued to arrive at the office, and there was even a huge queue to gaze at the incredible beauty and grandeur of the magical trace. Only Darren, having gathered his remaining strength, ran away like an animal from a hunter. Gritting his teeth, he cursed the crazy guests and thought about using the portal to return home. Suddenly, the guy's path was blocked by a group of overly confident and excited magicians. With wide eyes and crazy smiles, they began to greet the adventurer, praising him for his excellent work in the Crystal Hall. They wanted to give Max a new challenge, a puzzle called The 3 Hardest Puzzles of the Magic Tower. How the Sage Kills Time. The highest solution rate so far is 9 days. The cube puzzle in the girl's hands was shining. The magicians with arrogant faces assured that this puzzle becomes more difficult the more magical power is put into it. Darren snapped his fingers, using anti-magic. Once, and a new record for solving a problem in 1 second was solemnly shown on the golden scroll. The magicians burst into tears, realizing that they had been made fools. As he walked down the stairs, the hunter raised an eyebrow as he was surrounded by signs with information about the new convinced mages. There are already 7 people. If this continues, he will be able to finish much earlier than he expected. What Darren saw next shocked him, and no gift of emotion control could help now. The corridors of the tower were filled with reporters with cameras and microns. The flashes were blinding, and the buzz of questions about whether Max had defeated evil alone was a wall of noise in his ears. Reporters asked hundreds of strange questions about the adventurer's deception. Max didn't understand what kind of disputes they were asking him to comment on, and Darren firmly and loudly reported that the guests were being openly rude to him. As soon as the hunter said that he did not intend to answer those who did not know good manners, Max saw with horror the same crowd behind them. Magicians of all levels flew up the stairs towards him, vying with each other to ask about the magical trace, offering to conduct some experiments specifically with them. Darren looked around furtively, frankly not understanding what was happening. Reporters were pressing, begging for comment on the situation in which Max had simply delivered the final blow after the work of Knight Arthur had been done. The guy understood that he was simply surrounded, and now they were ready to overwhelm him with questions and possibly knock him off his feet with such pressure. Max saw hundreds of hands right next to his face, shedding burning tears of horror, his own name sounding from everywhere. At some point, howling in despair, the hunter felt something to the side. Turning his head to the wall, Max saw a pink glow. The space on that side seemed to be distorted. The flow of mana changed. Perhaps this was his chance to escape. One particularly dexterous reporter, holding a tripod with a mobile phone in one hand, reached out to the hero of the news with the other, asking for a comment. Cursing, the hunter spat on everything and abruptly walked straight into the wall, or rather, into the flow of magic unknown to him. The reporter's hand caught empty air and he leaned back in shock. The rest of those present stared in surprise in the direction where the adventurer had just stood, humming in annoyance. Darren turned around and saw Anna sitting on the table with a book in her hands. She was as surprised by Max's sudden appearance as he was. The guy's figure was still enveloped in a trace of soft pink mana. The woman slammed the book shut, exclaiming that something amazing had happened. It turned out that it was she who opened the door. Max immediately saw her and entered, as expected from the one who had unraveled the magic of the illusions of the owner of the tower. Darren looked seriously at the senior mage. It was with her that he had communicated during the day in the Crystal Hall. Could it really be that she had helped the hunter now? Darren responded that he noticed someone interacting with the wall for a moment. The same thing happened with the illusion of the tower's master. You need to feel the interaction, observe this magic, and return it to its original state. A simple task. The shocked Anna covered her mouth with her hand and laughed nervously. Then the woman laughed loudly, making Max embarrassed. He thanked the magician. Why was she laughing? He closed his eyes tiredly but was stunned when he heard the next words. Anna wiped away the tears with her fingertip and repeated the phrase about how one must become overestimated if one is underestimated. The mage instantly became serious, addressing the hunter by name. Darren stood frozen where he came from, listening attentively to Anna. Placing her hand on her chest, she sincerely said that she was late in greeting the one who was the only one who thought the Tower Master's illusion magic was simple. Finally, the woman introduced herself to the player, stating her name and position in the tower. In accordance with Chief Mage Nicholas's decision, She recognizes Max's qualifications to conduct joint research. The number of magicians who needed to be convinced was rapidly increasing. After some time, Max finally managed to get home. It was necessary to find out where the whole army of reporters appeared in the tower. So the guy decided to start the investigation by reading the news on the internet. But when he was asked to comment on the controversy, the hunter was afraid that his personality would be discussed further. Most likely, Gain and Berserker, who participated in the battle, are also giving comments. So there is no need to think about this situation. Max slowly looked away from the phone screen and straight ahead. Upon returning home, Darren put on an apron and mask, deciding that the apartment was covered in a century-old layer of dust. Having cleaned up, he immediately decided to take out the huge bags of garbage that had appeared out of nowhere. And then he started training. Because the blue sign showed that the body was weakened, it was necessary to do 500 pull-ups. Max almost cried. He was left without sleep again. Was there really no balance between work and rest in Darren's concept of pride? But it paid off. As a result of repeating the class task, the endurance and agility received as a reward are 33 and 35. Now the player is about 10 to 20 points ahead among those like him. Max was pleased that the usual repeatable tasks gave good results and a large gap between players of the same level. A blush touched the boy's cheeks. He thought that the characteristics of endurance and agility were absolutely useless for a demon hunter. Lack of melee skills, combat skills, and much more are just some of the characteristics. His character needs magical power. Darren's talent allowed Max to learn magic that wasn't similar to the demon hunter class. It would be nice to show off some talent in close combat. For example, the art of the sword that the knight Arthur used. While Max was remembering what it looked like, Darren was methodically cutting carrots on a board with a large, sharp knife. The guy was thinking hard about the technique, not noticing that someone else's hand was chopping up the unfortunate vegetable a little too sharply. Darren closed his eyes, also lost in his memories, still handling the carrots, sparkling lightning rising from his hands in the air. Max slowly raised his head, felt an incredible sensation, and splashes of water on his neck. Now Darren woke up and widened his eyes, looking down. From there, magical power was beating in full swing. Pieces of vegetables flew apart as Darren raised his knife, and a large blue lightning bolt shot straight from the blade. The wall in the kitchen split in two, and a stream of mana and water gushed out into the street. A carrot circle fell on Max's head, and he swore quietly, but in shock. Darren, soaking wet, thought distantly that he was just chopping vegetables, and it turned out that they were currently practicing swordsmanship with a knife. Passers-by looked in bewilderment at the crack in the wall of an apartment building from which streams of water were gushing. Construction of the Berserkers' headquarters continued on Yusra Island. Lara, without taking off her construction helmet, frowned as she looked through the news on her mobile phone. The workers sensed the atmosphere of anger emanating from the girl and spoke cautiously among themselves, discussing what she was looking at. Some guy in one of the videos on the video hosting site brazenly lied about the course of events, not mentioning the victory of Max and the other guilds. The Berserker leader irritably switched to another video. Percival, on his channel, with a scary expression on his face, proved to the viewers that, with his own eyes, Mr. Max almost got into trouble because of the other players frozen in fear of evil. In the third video, a strange blogger, debunking secrets, built conspiracy theories. How could a novice player Max destroy a giant monster on his own? Lara swore loudly, stamped her feet, and threw the innocent mobile phone to the ground. The builders commented on the girl's behavior with bewilderment, smiling condescendingly, and her always smiling sister was already running to her to calm the wild head. Lara, folding her arms across her chest, puffed out her brows and muttered under her breath, while her partner massaged her stiff shoulders. She continued to gently calm the enraged adventurer, agreeing that it was Max who killed the main monster. The girl giggled, asking Lara if she was angry because of the hunter, and the red-haired beast almost bit off the stranger's hand. Hearing this, she began to make confused excuses, saying that she had also helped the hero, but obviously no one believed her. Even the workers, chuckling, concluded that she was supposedly in love. They were unlucky enough to be heard. Lara quickly dealt with the gossips, and both Berserker girls were soon leaving the construction site. The leader perked up when her partner reminded her of the titles that were given as one's influence in the country grew during the Arcana game. After completing the reconstruction, the guild will receive relationship and influence points in the Yusra Kingdom, and a reward for them. Lara vividly imagined the scene of Merlin ceremoniously awarding her the title and territory in front of a huge crowd. Even the Shine and Second Son will have to show respect to the girl in the kingdom. The red-haired leader of the Berserkers thought hard for a moment, frowning. but the next second she giggled stupidly, the curls on her lovely head jumping. Seeing this, her partner was delighted at someone else's smile, calling Lara a cutie, but she immediately growled and began to deny it. The serious guild leader was scratched on the head and her cheeks were pulled, and she fought back furiously. But still, it is true. The quest to reconstruct the kingdom of Yusra is definitely a good opportunity. A natural treasure island where you can mine arcana resources without entering the rifts, let alone the title. The value of obtaining even one mining license is enormous. And why did Max provide such an opportunity, which any guild would envy to other guilds? Lara scratched the back of her head with concern, sighing heavily. That's how you end up in debt. The girl wondered when she would be able to have a cup of tea with Max. The object of her dreams, wearing dark sunglasses, stood against a long brick wall. The landlord of his apartment bombarded the guy with angry messages. But Darren, in his usual pompous manner, responded to the man, offering to confiscate any payment for the repairs from him. The confused face of a demon hunter appeared on the locked mobile phone screen. On the one hand, Max was glad that he was lucky enough to manifest the energy of the sword. But on the other hand, the guy almost caused trouble because he could not control it. Eventually, the player lost consciousness for 6 days due to physical exhaustion and the sword's energy, during which time health points were consumed in real time. When Max searched for information about the sword energy on the internet, he found only stories from novels. What if Arthur teaches him the techniques of wielding the sword energy on the island? He didn't have time to get close to the palace when a guard appeared out of nowhere and blocked the player's path, declaring that the kingdom of the Yusra territory began here. He continued that the kingdom was currently undergoing reconstruction work and that outsiders were not allowed to enter, then asked for a Yusra card or a certified entry permit. Darren calmly replied that he had none of that. The Arcanian again put his palm forward, saying that entry was prohibited in such a case, apologized, and ordered them to leave. The hunter asked if there was any way to meet Arthur. The guard even asked if he meant the head of the Lionheart. Darren nodded, and the man narrowed his eyes, looking at him closely. The next moment he grimaced mockingly, drawing out that Arthur was unattainable, and such a person without authority had no chance of meeting him. Max realized he was starting to get angry, especially when he asked to pass on a message to Arthur or Merlin, but the guard objected sharply. Pointing his finger rudely at the player, he began to accuse him of disregarding the knight and his majesty, and that he was not the first such adventurer. Max was then told that such a thing was only permitted to his majesty's benefactor. Before the guard could finish speaking, Merlin's loud and joyful cry was heard from behind. He ran towards Max as fast as he could across the bridge, waving his hand vigorously. The guard jerked in fear, his eyes wide as he looked at the running ruler. The man's next shock was the stranger's frivolous address to the king of Yusra, who called him simply by his first name. Merlin shook Max's hand, and a nameplate appeared above him. Relations with the kingdom of Yusra had reached their maximum, as had influence. Darren said lazily that he had some business with Arthur, but it seemed to require special permission. Merlin was surprised, asking why a benefactor who had equal powers with him in the kingdom needed some kind of permission. Why does a king need permission to visit his own kingdom? The hunter raised an eyebrow, looking meaningfully at the guard over his glasses. The guard's face was already gone, and Merlin asked his benefactor with a smile what exactly he had come to see Arthur about. While they were talking, a large-scale training session was taking place on the large shore of the island, right next to its waters. Knight Lionheart. Tristan stood in front of an entire regiment of knights, and in a loud, trained voice pointed out the incorrect stance, ordering them to straighten their blades and raise their swords higher. Otherwise, she screamed, how the knights are going to defeat the devil of their hometown. In a large tent, the head of the Lionheart was sitting at a table nearby and receiving Max. The guy wanted to be taught the technique of wielding sword energy. Darren sipped his favorite tea, listening to Tristan furiously lecture the warriors. He said that he wanted to know how to control the same light that flickered on Arthur's sword. Arthur, dressed in a training shirt, leaned forward with interest, surprised that the hunter saw the light, because even after training for more than 10 years, without an innate talent, it is impossible to sense it. Putting aside his fourth tea bag, Darren responded to Arthur's confession that he was surprising the knight once again, that in fact there was nothing to be surprised about. The man looked down and said that it wouldn't work. Even an experienced swordsman couldn't learn sword technique just because he wanted to, but Max was a magician too. The leader assured that the player would only gain his own sword energy after training for 10 years, but the interlocutor assured that this was not the case. Arthur didn't expect such resistance. It seemed like Max didn't hear him at all. But the adventurer leaned closer and firmly said that he wanted to learn how to handle sword energy. The head of the Lionheart was amazed by such persistence and confidence. He, without answering, called out to Tristana, who was standing not far from them. The man looked at the girl carefully and in a strange tone asked her to bring the sword and the lion's oath. Tristana was surprised but said nothing, only reported that she would do everything. After some time, Arthur, dressed in armor, along with Tristana and Lancelot, were waiting for Max on the shore. In front of them stood a huge slab with a three-dimensional image of a lion, as well as a stand with several swords. The hunter stood directly in front of the plate, raising his eyes to the predatory stone beast. Lancelot quietly asked Tristana what the lion's oath was for, but she just shrugged. The oath of the lion is a relic passed down from generation to generation by the Knights of the Lionheart, made of iron that does not exist in the world, and has great strength, the same as the unbreakable oath. Of the two sword marks on the lion's face, one belongs to the first commander of the knights and the other to Arthur. Suddenly, the man jerked his sword towards Max. He looked at the guy with a mysterious smile, his golden sword sparkling in the sun. The Lionheart boss suggested that the player become a master of the third mark if he wanted to show the true energy of the sword. Darren didn't answer, his gaze boring into the majestic weapon. Lancelot shouted that this wall was not for an outsider, but Tristan quickly rebuked him, saying that for an adventurer it was still impossible. Let the knight keep his thoughts to himself. Lancelot could not calm down. He was also struck by the fact that the captain wanted to hand over his personal sword. Max replied with a smile that he couldn't hold Arthur's sword. The knight stared at the hunter in surprise, not understanding what he would do. Darren turned to the rack with the training longswords of the Lionheart Knights, a rare level 200 class. Arthur watched Max in confusion as he thoughtfully examined the inventory. The blade of the swords was too weak and barely held on the hilt. Darren was not embarrassed by this. He approached the plate, and now Lancelot and Tristana watched in amazement as the stream of sparkling blue mana flowed. The light fell on the captain's face, who didn't know what to expect from the player. The rest of the knights on the team simultaneously opened their mouths, looking at what was happening. A seemingly weak sword struck with incredible force right along the lion's face. The adventurer's eyes glowed with the same bright magical fire that emanated from the weapon. Lancelot leaned forward, feeling the strong energy coming from the sword. Where did this come from for a beginner-level mage? Darren asked if what he showed was enough, his figure sparkling in the rays of magical lightning. Poor Max was almost exhausted from the low amount of energy, and his health was depleting with each attack. Arthur laughed loudly. Sir Max never ceased to amaze him. Now the man was impatient to see his full potential. Looking down at the adventurer's trembling hands, the captain urged everyone to train immediately. Arthur turned to Lancelot and Tristana, saying that they all had to train together. You need to start with the basics of swordsmanship. Knights are excellent swordsmen who wield a sword. You need to train your body first, but without using energy for now, only with the permission of the head. Max almost burst into tears from Arthur's sincerity and quickly agreed to the proposal. A little later, the hunter, along with some knights, lined up in front of Lancelot and Tristana. Lancelot looked at the adventurer carefully. The magician trying to use the sword had won the captain's favor, but his refusal of Arthur's sword meant deep respect. Even if that was the case, a man would not like it, and Lancelot should feel the same way. Tristana introduced herself to the warriors, currently in charge of their training, and asked them to take into account that training was always harsh, ordering them to change into their uniforms. She also thought about Max, that in a real fight without stamina, he would not be able to manifest the energy of the sword, so she decided, no matter what, to train him to death. Darren obeyed without question, immediately changing into a universal brown shirt, tightening the belt on his trousers even tighter. Tristana bit her lip under Lancelot's arrogant gaze. How could a magician have such a perfect body? Having collected her thoughts, the girl took up the sword, explaining that the basics of fencing begin with the posture of holding the sword, and ordered them to raise their swords. Lancelot walked slowly between the rows of knights, pointing out the correct placement of their hands and feet, while Tristana was more aggressive, raising her voice. Darren felt a little awkward as he tried to remember how Arthur had held the sword. At the moment when the demon possessed the knight, he looked incredible, showing all his skills. His blow was very heavy, fast and strong. The hunter closed his eyes, trusting his inner instinct, and raised his sword over his head. A few seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes and tried to repeat that same amazing attack. The impact was so powerful that it raised streams of wind and sand. The other knights were almost blown away somewhere to the side. Lancelot and Tristan's long hair stood up straight, and their faces were written with utter amazement. Lancelot, adjusting his curls, asked Max what he had done, and the hunter simply replied that he had tried to imitate Sir Arthur. It would take the Lionheart Knight several decades to achieve something similar, but the adventurer perfectly recreated the leader's movements just by seeing them a few times. Like the enormous sword energy he released, the guy must just be a slightly strange mage. Tristana had never met such a genius before. Arthur, standing at a distance, looked closely at Max. He understood that the hunter's natural talent was superior to his own. He could not be allowed to be only a magician. Arthur must guide the player so that the magical world would not swallow him up. He heard Merlin's voice behind him calling him and turned around. The king heard that his benefactor wanted to learn swordsmanship, so he came to observe him. Merlin, clasping his hands behind his back, looked around. He noticed that there was too much sand on the beach, and the benefactor might have problems with his bronchial tubes. Arthur glanced at the group of knights standing idle behind him. They, putting handkerchiefs over their mouths, immediately grabbed brooms and began to sweep the sand to the side so that not a single grain of sand remained on the shore. Merlin made a visor with his hand, continuing that the sun was too bright. The benefactor might faint from heat stroke. The captain looked at the knights again, giving them an even more furious look. The men quickly began transplanting trees from the jungle onto the beach to provide shade for Sir Max. Bowing his head, Arthur admired Merlin's attention to training, saying that he was a true role model. The commander put his hand on his heart since His Majesty was so worried he himself could not sit still. The man called Lancelot and Tristan, saying that he had been too relaxed lately, so he himself was ready to undergo training with the new recruits, so that the knights would not be burdened by the fact that he was their captain. The first knights looked at Arthur in horror, begging him to calm down. The man extended his hand to Max, asking if he would mind training together, but the boy, seeing the knights' faces, realized that he did not dare agree. He smiled and replied that he would be glad to come any time. With a sly smile, Max suggested to Sir Arthur that they invite Lancelot and Tristan for training. He chuckled, admitting the guy was right, and ordered his knights to be ready. It was scary to look at both of their faces. This adventurer definitely considered himself immortal. This is how the most unpleasant training session in the world with the Knight Commander began. Meanwhile, twilight slowly descended on the city, and the Tower of the Mages stood out against the purple sky. There was a quiet knock on the door of one office several times. A pleasant male baritone briefly invited the guest to enter. It was the laboratory in the magic tower of the magician Eric. A spacious, half-empty office with piles of books on various surfaces. The owner himself was sitting at the central table by the window. The magician who entered had to cross the entire office before he reached the workplace of the laboratory owner. The senior mage of the School of Sorcerers, Eric has an unusual appearance. Exquisite clothes in dark colors, black like a raven's wing, long hair, and an unusual tattoo on the bridge of his nose in the form of a chain of crystals. His thin fingers were crowned with rings. He was the one who raised the Sorcerer's School, which was treated like a cult, to its current status. If it weren't for Nicholas, Eric would have become the head mage of the Magic Tower. His guest told him that among the items Sir Max had submitted for appraisal, there was an item related to black magic, so the magician asked for a meeting. Eric remembered that the player was conducting research with Nicholas. Sitting up straight in his chair, the man looked at the items laid out on the table, a crystal of pure emerald, silk from koi scales, and the orb of the vampire count. They were not easy to obtain. Such things cannot be given to one person. Who was this Max, really? Eric became serious and asked the magician to bring a parchment to contact the hunter so that he could evaluate all his things himself. By the end of the training on Yusri Island, there were almost no knights left standing upright. Warriors settled down on the beds that stood right on the shore after a grueling workout. They groaned and wheezed from fatigue. Only one bed on the shore was empty without its owner. His hands, tired from the day's work, stubbornly clung to the iron crossbar. Darren, despite everything, continued to train his weakened body as the blue taskboard told him to. Max begged him to stop. He was at his limit after Arthur's daytime training. The commander, with a happy smile, shouted about how great it was to return to training after a long break and ordered them to continue running. Max cursed to himself. Jokes should have their limits. And yet he was the one who agreed with the commander the most. Darren looked at the stat window, where there was no longer any fatigue. He had fulfilled the conditions, having gone beyond his capabilities through training. At the moment when Max asked him to lie down and sleep, a large bird flew to the hunter, carrying a parchment in its claws. The bird flew away, the parchment unfurled, and Eric greeted the player, introducing himself. He said that he had contacted the hunter to report the results of the requested item appraisal. Max remembered that he had instructed the magic tower to evaluate some items. Darren authoritatively allowed the magician to speak. Vampire Count's Orb. Unique class. Level 400. Orb filled with vampire blood that bursts out and deals damage to the target. Parchment explained that it was a magical device used by a demon, very rare, and asked to borrow it from Max for research purposes. Max thought that the orb could be used later when he was asked to return the six-pointed star brooch and allowed him to take the item. Next, Eric talked about a crystal of pure emerald of a unique class, without a level. With its help when receiving damage, part of the health is restored. Island Treasure, Koi Silk, unique class without level limitation, increases fire attribute power. Evasion rate, adds aesthetics stat. Eric noticed that it could be used to make items and asked to borrow the silk as well. Darren replied that he couldn't do that. He was hoping that something could be created from him and the emerald crystal. The parchment rustled, answering that it understood, and warned that a significant amount of money would be taken from Max during production. While Max was planning how to negotiate diplomatically and very politely, Darren suddenly grabbed the parchment with both hands, softly addressing the stunned Eric by name. Smiling at the magician, the hunter solemnly asked him to achieve the best results regardless of the cost. Max grabbed his head. "This is the worst thing you can say in negotiations." The elder mage's wide-open eyes reflected the player's face, and he quietly repeated the last phrase. Thinking that Nicholas had made a good point of making Max a colleague, Eric smiled and agreed to the proposal. Health points reached critical maximum at this minute. Letting go of the parchment, Darren quickly lay down on the bed. Max was literally falling off his feet from fatigue, and the stunned Eric, who was left alone, gasped. Hearing the boy's measured breathing, the magician was surprised at how quickly the hunter fell asleep. Eric left a message. He will wait for Max in the floating garden and respectfully asked him to meet the magician. The next morning at dawn, while everyone was still asleep, the islands of Yusra were drowning in silence. Under a large canopy, on army cots, the knights enjoyed the last hours of sleep before grueling training. But, as usual, one bed was empty, with a sheet of parchment thrown next to it. Against the backdrop of palm trees and green trees, a silhouette could be seen running stubbornly. Max was happy, he had slept well, and now the Run 20 Kilometers quest was completed very quickly. The hunter heard someone calling his name right in the sky and raised his head, noticing yesterday's bird. Eric's expressionless features monotonously conveyed that he had disturbed the guy because he had not received a response to yesterday's message, and also asked for forgiveness if the tone of the letter did not suit the player. The guy raised an eyebrow. He definitely didn't remember or see any message. It turns out that he was in such a hurry to get to training at night that he didn't notice the sheet of paper lying next to his bed. The magician, sitting in his laboratory, breathed a sigh of relief, saying that he wanted to ask with all due respect to meet Max tomorrow in the floating garden. Darren refused sharply, then the parchment rustled, suggesting another time. When he also refused this, Eric suggested it in the morning 2 days later, but the hunter shook his head. The man fell silent, deciding that this was a test. Max was the first to conduct research with the head of the magic tower. The senior mage must have politeness and formality. He didn't have time to finish his sentence, asking about the new date, when Darren abruptly cut him off, answering that it was difficult for him. He explained that he was currently busy training with the sword and could not make personal appointments. The face on the parchment distorted, saying in a strangled voice that he would be at the adventurer's disposal at any time convenient for him. This time the request was successful. Darren suggested in the morning in 2 days, and Max thought that at that time they were planning to go to the magic tower for research anyway. The bird carried away the parchment, and Eric shouted as he flew that he would wait for the meeting. Arthur watched Max with a smile. He folded his arms across his broad chest, leaning against the trunk of a tree growing nearby. The sun was noticeably hot, being at its zenith when the daytime training began. Lancelot and Tristan continued to teach the knights, pointing out their mistakes and demonstrating the correct stance by their own example. Arthur, still wearing his training shirt, slowly walked towards Max, who was walking towards him with a sword. The Lionheart leader convinced the hunter that he could no longer train him. The hunter asked in surprise what this meant, and the man replied that he had already reached the stage of gaining enlightenment in practice. Max was shocked. He didn't expect the training to last only 1 day, and Darren asked if Arthur really thought so. The knight noticed that the hunter was underestimating himself and suggested trying to fill the sword with aura. Darren held his weapon forward, thinking that he needed to concentrate, because the loss of strength due to lack of control could happen again. The guy's gaze dropped. He realized that he did not understand the essence of the aura. It differs from skills, like the magic he had mastered. Any class can wield this power. The next moment something happened. Max himself did not expect it. The space lit up with a soft blue color, surprising the other knights. It was a flow, different from magical power. It moved inside the body. We must try to use this flow in the same way as magic. Arthur looked at the player as if he could have predicted what would happen in advance. And indeed, a bright stream of aura gushed out from the sharp blade into the sky. Max understood. He succeeded. The sword's aura has the same power as magic. After observation and interaction, the sword's aura became stable. Arthur patted Max on the back, saying that stable sword aura skills came from hard work. The hunter continued to train, and there was no reason why he couldn't handle the aura. Suddenly, the head of the order laughed and blushed. Putting his hands on the hunter's shoulders, he praised the adventurer's aura, assuring him that he was a natural-born swordsman. Arthur's face came closer. He asked ingratiatingly if Max was ready to go with him to the end along the path of the sword. The boy turned around abruptly, leaving the captain disappointed and with nothing, replying that, unfortunately, he was not going to focus on just the sword. And if there was a sword on the path that Max had to follow, it would be his path alone. Max howled at this, not understanding why he couldn't just leave silently. However, this did not offend the head of the order. He looked at Max's back with an admiring gaze and shone like a new coin. The man waved at him, shouting that he was looking forward to seeing him at the end of the road. Darren didn't even think to look back, resolutely making his way through the tall grass and bushes, thinking only about changing clothes and leaving. The warriors who heard the conversation between the captain and the player looked at each other, remembering the words about the key to using the sword's aura. The next moment, they grabbed their swords so fiercely and began training so that sparks literally flew from the swords. Tristana felt sad when she realized that Max really was a genius, because there had never been a case where someone could learn to control their aura in one day. She immediately imagined herself trying to climb the ladder of success, where Max and the captain were already standing at the top. Even if she ran, the girl did not think she would be able to reach them. But then she perked up, thinking that she was also a proud swordsman, and one day she would definitely stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Looking at his partner, Lancelot knew exactly what she was thinking, and in turn began to dream about future victories. Arthur glanced at the shore where the training was taking place, inspired by Max's success, and chuckled with satisfaction. The knight seemed motivated. The genius is changing the world around him. Even the head of the order himself felt his heart burning for the first time in a long time. Darren had already changed his clothes and was wandering through the jungle, clutching his sword in his hand. Max peered fearfully over Darren's shoulder, even though Arthur had said he could practice. Were there any low-level mobs here? Darren reacted quickly when he heard the rustling of grass to the side. An unusual leopard with a silver mane, level 300, was approaching him, breaking branches and leaves, its eyes shining with a red, dangerous light. Max grabbed Darren's hair with a scream when he saw the sign about the non-functioning skill, Natural Enemy. The difference between the levels of the leopard and the player himself was 74%. Darren slowly turned to the leopard, warning that the uneducated beast would not dare to bare its teeth at him without reason. The activation of Aristocrat's Pride occurred as the boy thrust his sword forward, seeking to teach the monster some manners. Max was horrified, begging Darren not to activate anything weird. Nearby, the ground was strewn with the corpses of huge animals bleeding to death. A female figure with two long swords in both hands slowly walked away from them. Lalit, the leader of the Shadow Mercenaries, was red-haired and warlike, looking around, searching for someone. The mercenary group consisted of 10 people. 9 were now missing. Lilith could not understand where so many mobs came from. Hearing some sounds, she pressed herself against a tree that hid a small clearing behind it. The woman was surprised to see a silver-maned leopard and an aura user there. It's a pity. If the stranger knew how to use the sword's aura, he could have become the next adventurer. But his opponent turned out to be this leopard. The beast roared loudly. It was the field boss of the Yusra Islands. Lilith had no intention of staying here. She had specifically avoided the leopard, and now she could hurry to the kingdom with a clear conscience. The woman grinned, mentally asking the adventurer for forgiveness, although she did not feel guilty at all. She must keep her promise because the mercenaries agreed to gather on Yusra to start a golden life. Lilith giggled as she ran away, dreaming of becoming an aristocrat by gaining territory on Yusra. Meanwhile, Max was tearing his hair out. He was finished. No sword aura will help with such a difference in levels. Unlike when Yusra was evil, Natural Enemy will not activate. The player knew that as soon as he swung, the leopard would immediately counterattack. But the adventurer himself will not be able to wait calmly. He does not suffer as much as before, but the aura still consumes a lot of health points. As soon as the beast accelerated to jump, Max had the idea of blocking its movements with magic in order to attack. Now is the time to show what the player has learned, so only the sword should be used. Max bit his lip. If he died because of that remark, would it be suicide or murder? The leopard, pushing off with its powerful paws, made a high jump towards the man, opening its mouth wide. Darren straightened his hand with the burning blue sword. Max clung to his back with his whole body, confident of their defeat. He began to list in his mind all his sisters and his little niece, asking them for forgiveness. But the next second, the guy suddenly fell silent, his eyes wide. Darren, with an unimaginable and lightning-fast movement, attacked the animal with his sword. Then he found himself behind the defeated enemy, all enveloped in the color of his aura. Raising an eyebrow, he was too slow. How come the natural enemy wasn't activated? The levels were 74 apart, and Darren was still standing there with a bloody sword unharmed. Max slowly approached the lifeless body of the leopard, killed with a single blow. The beast's bloody body lay sprawled in an awkward position on the ground. Max opened his mouth in surprise, realizing the full power of the sword's aura. Darren noted with a haughty smile that this wasn't even suitable for a warm-up. Max's sharply dropped health level and exhausted appearance indicated otherwise. The day came to meet Eric in the majestic floating garden. The man waited patiently for the adventurer, sitting in the depths of the garden not far from the fountain, around which picturesque flower beds were spread. Clasping his hands in front of him, the magician thought about Max, whom Nicholas himself recognized. He would like to know what kind of person he was. Eric perked up when he saw a figure in a dark suit in the distance. Darren walked confidently and quickly across the path, paved with exquisite tiles of unusual patterns. Stopping in front of the table where the magician was sitting, he simply and unceremoniously asked whether Eric was the man he was looking for. The senior mage of the School of Witchcraft stood up from the table, introducing himself to meet Max, thinking that even the guy's gait betrayed his unusualness. Darren nodded briefly and greeted Eric. Max gritted his teeth against the muscle pain that had been following him all day. He was too busy swinging his aura sword to check out the different techniques and how they worked on the beasts in the jungle. Darren's step, which Eric took for confident, was in fact such due to the player's attempt not to show the pain in his muscles. He immediately asked what business the magician had with him. The man waved his hand towards the table and chair, inviting the adventurer to sit down. Suddenly, the rings on Eric's hand turned black. Black and purple magic rose into the air, and the man's face became one of confusion. These rings measured sensitivity to black magic, and suddenly everything instantly went dark. Moreover, the man, stretching his arms out in front of him, saw such a deep black color for the first time. Eric's pupils dilated in anticipation of finding out what darkness lurked within this man. Darren, frowning, looked at the frozen magician with incomprehension. Max was shaking from fatigue. He hoped to sit down first, otherwise he could fall off his feet. Once upon a time, during his school years, Eric was often bullied by other students. As soon as he carried a lot of witchcraft tools in a box, the local bullies did not miss the opportunity to trip him up. The boys laughed and made fun of anyone who was interested in curses. It was considered a dirty occupation. Eric pored over textbooks and his own works, wanting to prove to those blockheads the true value of dark magic. He found himself standing at the podium in the main auditorium of the Academy of Magic in front of many respected magic teachers. He demonstrated in practice what would happen if you used the right magical power. Then you could move dead animals as if they were alive. Since the magic in this case is different from the existing one, some problems arise that cannot be solved with ordinary magic. The magicians sitting in the hall immediately booed him, shouting that this was terrible and impossible in a scientific society that believed in God. Obsessed with his idea, Eric, shrouded in a black-violet aura, loudly asked to take his time, to look at the essence, so that the unsolvable problem could be solved with the help of intervention in the worldview. The mages turned to the silent dean, urging him to make a decision. No matter how much he valued diversity, such teaching was unacceptable. The old man, smiling into his beard, simply asked Eric if he had decided what to call this magic. The young magician looked at him with such incredible hope in his eyes that he couldn't believe his luck. Eric announced that from now on he would call such magic black. After this, other magicians adopted black magic, but the glory did not last long. Eric believed that interference in the worldview could be solved with the help of black magic, but for several years there was no progress in his research. Eventually, a few years later, due to the interference with the worldview, the magic tower appeared on Earth. Eric thought it was possible to prevent this, but certainly not alone, and simply spent his days wallowing in self-destruction over his inability to do anything. Now, who would have thought that outside of Arcana, There would be someone with incredible sensitivity to black magic. Just as the dean had once given him hope, Eric now looked wide-eyed at Max, imagining how he would help him move beyond the study of black magic. Waking up from his own thoughts, Eric heard the guy's voice asking him if the light of the rings was connected to the case. Darren, holding a cup of tea in his hands, warned that he had an hour left to talk. Eric apologized, explaining what was going on, his jewelry measured talent in black magic. But today was the first time the magician had seen such dark and deep colors. Darren looked questioningly at his interlocutor, who clarified that this type of magic uses magical powers different from the usual ones. A fiery bird in a bright golden color appeared on the graceful male palm. Eric said that magic is a power that is expressed in observing the magical power of the target and interfering with it. The next second, a menacing-looking spider was hanging from the thin fingers of the other hand. Black magic uses inner darkness as magical power, which is no different. Such magic is created under the influence of the mind that manifests it, especially the past. The deeper and darker the past of the one manifesting it, the more powerful black magic he possesses. While Darren calmly finished his tea, Eric theatrically covered his mouth with his hand and turned away. He noticed that Max had a high sensitivity to black magic. The guy must have had a difficult past. The demon hunter didn't answer, shaking his head. Max threw his head back, groaning silently. Was Eric really referring to his 8th grader syndrome? How awkward. But Darren, raising the cup to his lips, remained silent. Max suddenly stopped being hysterical and looked carefully at his double. Was the magician really talking about his artificially created past? Darren slammed the dishes down on the table, saying it was very unpleasant. The hunter crossed his legs and looked Eric up and down, asking if it was ethical to judge another person's past on a first meeting. Dropping his hand to his chest, the magician trembled, exclaiming that he had made a terrible mistake due to his carelessness, committing an unwise act towards Max. The man closed his eyes in self-flagellation, assuring that he would report this to his superiors and the Council of Elders to receive formal disciplinary action. Deciding that it would be an extra burden on his shoulders, Darren curtly replied that he would accept the apology, stunning Eric. And again the sun illuminated his figure, as the boy solemnly said that the spirit of searching is the virtue of a scientist. He does not hate someone who is faithful to his duty to research black magic. It seemed to Eric that the sunlight was coming not from the sky, but straight from Max. Darren thought out loud. If black magic uses magic different from the existing one, is it possible to use black magic even when mana is depleted? Eric turned pale and clung to Darren, asking passionately if he was interested in black magic and if he could follow a man along its path. The situation seemed painfully familiar. Earlier, Arthur had asked the hunter to follow the path of the sword with the same expression on his face. Darren turned his gaze to the blue plate. The number of magicians who recognized him increased from 8 to 9. This was Eric's merit. It was time to leave. The guy, without further ado, headed down the path, telling the magician that time was up and he would contact him later. Eric sincerely thanked him. Max thought dejectedly that if he stayed here even a little longer, he would be captured and forced to be a graduate student in the Magic Tower. Returning to his laboratory in the Tower of Mages, Darren sat down at the table again, thoughtfully burying his face in a book. His attention was distracted by a scroll that appeared nearby, containing the accumulated messages. Nicholas congratulated the hunter on officially joining the Magic Tower, and Mages Max didn't even know introduced themselves to him and invited him to dinner. It turned out that all the senior magicians following Eric recognized him. This unusual man turned out to be quite influential. Further blue plaques spoke about the awards received and the increase in influence on the tower, which influences the world on a national level. Max was beside himself with happiness, dreaming that after the kingdom of Yusra, the magic tower would pass into his hands. Darren crumpled the scroll and threw it into the trash can, muttering that he didn't care. Max yelled that the aristocrat could rejoice with him. The signs didn't end there. Another one appeared right in front of the guys. Max's eyes widened and he saw something that struck him to the depths of his soul. The television broadcast a story straight from the island of Yusra, the first nation of Arcana to appear in reality. The capital invested in the kingdom is enormous. The host said that Gaon and Berserk were also actively investing in the kingdom and asked the expert sitting next to him for his opinion. The serious man summed it up roughly, noting a wise decision that is aimed at the future, not so distant. The host asked if the Gown Guild had risen from 5th to 3rd place in the guild rankings. Greg and Adrian watched the story attentively. Adrian asked his brother's opinion. He thoughtfully said that they needed to somehow repay Max for the service. The head of GAN himself knew very well who had helped them rise in the rankings. And if it weren't for Max's help, His brother would have died then at the clutches of the demon. It was the hunter who recommended the guild to the kingdom of Yusra. All the Gaon did was accept Mr. Max's kindness. Adrian concluded with fervor that the guild would complete the restoration work in the kingdom of Yusra that the player had entrusted to them. Greg was silent, thinking about something. It seemed like he wasn't listening to his brother at all. As an analyst, he studied the news reports carefully. Edian, noticing the involvement of the Myth Guild in the latest rumors, cursed angrily. They supplied the press with ridiculous news, and this time they dragged in a member of parliament, claiming that Gaon refused to cooperate with them. This guild competed for first and second place in business circles, infiltrating the sphere of activity for businessmen and financiers with large capitals. The boys were surprised that this time Myth managed to take control of the members of parliament. Was it really only big sums that were involved? Greg adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and became increasingly thoughtful. He couldn't understand how the guild had managed to so cleverly involve the parliament in their games. A corpulent, half-naked man lay on his back, his head thrown back, saliva flowing from his slightly open mouth, allowing streams of someone's magic to enter his body. A thin stream of purple light flowed from a female figure standing by a large panoramic window. The leader of the Myth Guild, Adele, was a tall and very impressive woman with long hair falling from her shoulders. She held a glass in one hand, from which threads of mana were stretching, and in the other she was clutching a phone, and she saw another phone in the air in front of her. Adele asked her secretary to cancel her schedule for tomorrow. The people on the other end were surprised by the cancellation of the meeting with the deputy, but immediately agreed to do everything as the head of the guild asked. The woman playfully licked her bottom lip with the tip of her tongue, looking at Max, who was secretly photographed in the jungle. The next moment, Adele's appearance changed to demonic. She definitely looked like a succubus, telling the secretary that tomorrow she would go to the Yusra kingdom to meet a man. A new day has arrived, heralding troubles for the inhabitants of the Tower of Mages. Darren saw a sign that informed about the activation of a new function in the tower. The phone lying on the table came to life, causing Max to flinch. The hum was created by a stream of messages from beloved sisters, which did not bode well. Max, visibly nervous, looked at the screen of his mobile phone while the aristocrat drank tea. The next moment, the phone was obscured by a piece of parchment that appeared out of nowhere. Darren carefully took it in his hands, remembering that this was how the mages in the tower sent messages to each other. The parchment came to life and human features immediately appeared on it. The senior mage quickly rattled off an apology for his appearance. And since Max had now become the chief mage's co-researcher, this gave the boy a similar status. Without giving this piece of paper time to finish speaking, another one immediately pushed it aside. Darren rolled his eyes, finding himself trapped by a multitude of other messages, their voices merging into one continuous hum. Max quietly concluded that it was time to run away, just like last time. Not noticing the absence of the laboratory owner, the parchments continued to float in the air for some time, loudly talking to each other. The demon hunter was already leaving, without even trying to listen to the rest of the message. The royal castle on Yusra Island shone with golden vaults in the rays of the bright tropical sun. Merlin laughed carefreely, his handsome tanned face untouched by the years spent in the demon's confinement. Darren came to see him, told him about the persecution. The ruler concluded that his benefactor worked hard. The men sat at a small table in one of the open halls of the palace. Merlin noted that such was the status of co-researcher of the chief magician. Max should consider this gratitude of the senior magicians with kindness. Darren, exhaling heavily, said that he does not take bribes, especially anything that denigrates real gratitude, calling it a token of appreciation. Merlin threw back his head and laughed even harder than before, exclaiming that these words were worthy of his virtue. Even the great evil greed would bow before the hunter. He asked the guy if he had seen the new video on the video hosting site from the Gaon Guild, where Max defeats the great evil. Hearing this, Darren's eye twitched, and his mobile phone rang. Max remembered that he hadn't answered his sister's call, wondering why she had called in the first place. The player excused himself from Merlin to talk. The aristocrat accepted a video call from Jody, and in his usual pompous manner asked what she needed. The girl interrupted him with a loud scream, warning him to know his limits. For some reason, Jody was angry, saying strange things, and little Izzy was trying to get into the camera in front of her aunt. Gina, laughing, loudly quoted his phrase about correcting one's mistakes. The sisters laughed until they cried, repeating his words. Only Gina, with motherly love in her voice, praised her brother for a great fight. Darren, smiling nervously, hung up the phone before they could finish. He loudly threw the phone on the table. Merlin looked at the guy with satisfaction, propping his cheek with his palm. Max, putting his head in his hands, asked the king of the island for a place to stay so he could rest a little. Inspired, Merlin began to bombard his virtuous man with offers to appoint him as a duke so that he could govern the territories independently. But the hunter, barely finding the strength to squeeze out a small smile, replied that one room was enough for him. Not far from the palace, there were small wooden houses standing on long, high beams. Max settled in one of these, dreaming of being left alone for at least a little while. Upon entering the house, the first thing he did was carefully hang his jacket on a hanger in the closet. The hunter still couldn't relax, and with a sharp movement, he loosened the tight tie around his neck. Next, a multitude of bags of favorite tea flew onto the small table. The guy sat down on the couch and took out his phone to check how quickly his exploits were spreading. Having entered the video hosting site, he quickly typed his name into the search bar. The video was watched by 100 million people. The hunter was seriously going to deal with the Gan Guild, who illegally published the recording. Suddenly, he felt something new intermingle with the usual smell in the house. Darren's eyes widened, trying to figure out what it was. Taking a deep breath, the boy finally realized what was bothering him. Pulling the mask over his mouth, the hunter opened the window. It was dust. Max scratched the back of his head. That was true, he didn't clean up when he came. On Yusra Island, Gaon had its own reconstruction headquarters. At the entrance to the large tent stood several rather dangerous-looking bodyguards. Adrian raised his finger over the screen of his mobile phone, his face twisted. A real tragedy was taking place on the promotion information page. The head of the guild grabbed his head. The shares of Gain were inexorably falling. His brother answered quite calmly that this happened after the strange publication of The Myth. Greg, not listening to the swearing in the background, could not understand how the guild's influence could increase so sharply. Even on the street, desperate screams could be heard, and quotes from the article were read out by an enraged Adrian. A woman was slowly approaching the tent, but since the security had not received any information about the reception day, they tried to stop the stranger. The red-haired man's face had veins bulging with anger as he angrily slinged mud at the head of the Myth. Adrian didn't notice at all how someone's female hands ran over his stomach. Both brothers jumped up from their seats, not understanding how Adele managed to get into the tent. The girl, shaking her hair, smiled seductively and very slyly, seeing how the head of the gown jumped away from her. She tucked her hair behind her ear coquettishly, teasing Adrian and playing with him. The head of Gaon shouted that there should be guild members outside. Greg turned out to be quicker and ran to the entrance faster than his brother. He reached for the fabric, throwing it aside abruptly. The analyst silently glanced around the perimeter. 2 large guards lay unconscious on the ground just in front of the entrance to the tent. He slowly turned his head, addressing Adele. She knows what it means to attack members of the Gaon Guild. She gasped theatrically, running her thin, leather-gloved fingers across her cheek. Her demonic appearance instantly penetrated the mind of the easily suggestible Greg, and a carnivorous voice insinuatingly asked if the analyst was sleeping alone. The space around seemed to darken. The guy felt the succubus's long magical tentacles slowly reaching out to him. It was unpleasant but painfully familiar. Adele was the daughter of Korea's #1 business group, the Morgan Group, and the leader of the Myth Guild. She raised the Wheat Guild to 41st place in the rankings. Adrian ran up to the woman, shouting that she was behaving unceremoniously. Greg, immobilized, was sweating from the strain, and he was curious about how the guild managed to bribe the parliament. Did Adele really have mind control magic? Normal players couldn't do this. He should have warned Adrian, but his body wouldn't listen at all. Flashing her sharp teeth, Adele whispered that it was useless to try to resist. The unfortunate analyst vividly recalled the demon's ugly face, the same one that once entered into him. The monster's powerful grip almost killed the guy and the rest of the guild. Darren slowly approached the tent, casting a surprised glance at the guards who had not come to their senses. He was hot in the midday island sun. The boy hooked his finger into the collar, letting some air into his shirt. He abruptly entered the tent, and several pairs of eyes stared at the hunter in surprise. Darren slowly removed his mask, saying that he had just finished cleaning but couldn't stand the stale air. Adrian, as if waking from a dream, loudly exclaimed the guest's name. Adele perked up excitedly, her gaze glued to the now familiar face. Of course, the demon hunter couldn't help but sense her true nature, and he loudly voiced it. Darren turned on the same video and held the phone up to his brother's faces. The next moment, he called Adrian a demon who enjoyed humiliating other people. Adele folded her arms across her chest, raising an eyebrow, and the red-haired leader opened his mouth in shock. He pointed his finger at himself and began to stutter under Max's angry gaze. The woman chuckled as she watched the spectacle unfold before her. She wanted to get information from the idiots from the Gaon Guild, but the hunter himself came into her hands. Adele didn't notice anything special in the guy's appearance. Not believing that he himself killed the great evil, she called the player by name, and confident in her own irresistibility told him her name. Coming close to the adventurer, the woman playfully ran her finger along his tie. She was disappointed, but it was for the best. Her eyes narrowed in a seductive smile. Adele whispered that Max interested her. Just when the woman thought that Yusra would be very easy to get, the guy abruptly threw her hand aside. Leaving the stunned and abandoned beauty aside, the guy approached the brothers again, asking if the head of the Gaon had swallowed his tongue. Greg said in a trembling voice that there were false rumors being spread about the Yusra kingdom and Mr. Max, and some even claimed that the hunter was giving preference to guilds close to him. Gaon couldn't ignore the bad news, so as a countermeasure they uploaded an unedited video taken during the battle. Greg apologized. He thought for a long time about how to solve this problem. Darren glanced at the brothers and wanted to ask them about the vile articles of the Myth Guild and the Parliament, aimed at discrediting the Gaon. Adele made her presence known by angrily exclaiming that Max's behavior demonstrated a shameless disregard for people. The hunter turned sharply to the woman, cutting off the fact that he was in the middle of a conversation with the guild, and asked where Adele had been taught such manners that allowed her to interrupt someone else's conversation. After fixing her hair, she slowly approached the men, asking in turn if Max himself had interrupted her conversation with Adrian and Greg. But it didn't matter. For the succubi, people were nothing more than food. Adele slowly stretched her body and energy towards the guy. Would he be able to resist? At that moment, the skill of natural enemy was activated in front of Darren. His combat capabilities were enhanced in the presence of the demon. The succubus's eyes looked penetratingly straight into Max's soul. The purple mana completely enveloped both of them. Adele grabbed the snow-white hair on the back of the hunter's head. Suddenly, someone's loud cry was heard from outside the tent. There was the sound of many feet stamping, mobile phone cameras working, and shouts calling for more pictures to be taken. Some people, probably reporters and bloggers, and also random passers-by, unceremoniously burst into the tent, some of them chatting with subscribers on the go, showing them Gaon and Adele. The guy who had pushed his way through the crowd closest to Max saw him and screamed excitedly. His profile on the video hosting site turned out to be sponsored by a hunter right away. Adele stepped back with disgust in her eyes, and behind her, Greg adjusted his glasses with an evil chuckle, briefly stating the fact that strangers had arrived. The analyst's eyes flashed angrily from behind his glasses. His lips stretched into a grin, and his glasses were now adjusted with his middle finger. Did the demoness really think that she could manipulate reporters? Like wild animals wagging their tongues, they shouted at the top of their lungs about the presence of Adele, Max, and the Gain Guild. What luck it was to see them together. Someone was shouting that this was the best time for donations, that Adele had left the Berserkers alone and had taken up the Gaon, and now she had gotten to Max. The guy himself, with his mouth open, was surprised by the performance that had begun, noticing the activation of a natural enemy. Darren's lip twitched in disgust. It seemed like his worst nightmare had come true. Adele covered her mouth with her thin fingers, tightly gloved, and whispered something. Max, who was standing in front, shook his head sharply, and the girl, running her hand through her hair, realized that they wouldn't be able to talk here. The head of the myth, confident in her irresistibility, put her hand on the guy's shoulder and suggested moving to a more secluded place. Darren, looking her straight in the eyes, loudly and clearly said a firm no. Adele froze, her small mouth slightly open, and behind her, numerous reporters and bloggers stood frozen in amazement, holding up their mobile phones. Adele was about to say something, but no sound came out. Her eyes widened. She suddenly covered her mouth with her hand, looking somewhere to the side. Darren raised an eyebrow and explained that he didn't conduct meetings without prior arrangement. There was laughter from all sides as the hunter sarcastically asked the succubus to brush up on her etiquette before meeting him again. Oh, that Adele, about 15 million subscribers on the social network, the daughter of the owner of the Morgan Group, the #1 company in Korea, the leader of the guild Myth. As soon as internet fashionistas noticed something on a celebrity, they had to hurry, because the items disappeared from the shelves instantly. Any handbag, perfume, clothes, everything that Adele wears, drinks, eats, it's all fashionable and always sold out. The woman who inspired the Morgan Group's slogan, the sold out myth, has become a myth herself. Everyone likes her. Everyone wants her to choose them. Everyone wants her. But looking at the next video exposing the legendary Adele, the girl did not understand only one thing. In a few seconds, she was plunged into the darkest parts of her consciousness. gloomy, bloody, inhabited by the devil. The shards of the broken mirror, which reflected the dirty essence, dug into the palms of his hands, and voices screamed in his head in different ways, calling for him to kill, to destroy the damned Max, who was not affected by the charm. The reflection, its demonically red eyes flashing, interrupted this flow, ordering it to stop. The twisted, pretty face growled, calling for Adele to shut up because she had begged for her life once, and now she was acting as if this body belonged to her. An outstretched hand with long blade-like nails? Does Adele want to be saved? The mouths of the long-dead knights were frozen in a silent scream. A bloody web entangled their bodies. Some were not lying on the floor. They were suspended right in the air. The current owner of the human body, the seductive demoness, grabbed Adele by the chin and tenderly asked if she wanted to live. The succubus's palm moved higher, and with a long nail the demon pressed on the man's lower lip, asking if the girl wanted to take revenge on those who ignored her. Looking so closely into the red-rimmed, bloody pupils, Adele sobbed silently. She said that she would do anything if only she could. And now she closed her eyes, watering her cheeks with stinging tears. The succubus gave Adele everything she asked for, but she found the strength to object. She didn't want anything like that. The heel crushed several fragments with a screeching sound. The person said that the succubus should die, not Max. The demon burst out laughing, clutching at someone else's hair. How dare Adele say such a thing? She won't be able to survive, because it was so nice to hear from her father that his daughter was born by mistake. The largest, sharpest fragment flew into the demonic reflection. Blood began to flow from the succubus's neck, despite the fact that her palm managed to intercept the glass. Blood splashed onto the floor. The demon understood that the body had stopped obeying. Had Adele regained control? This man was plunging a splinter into his own throat. She really went crazy, deciding to start protesting right now. Some hands pulled the tip straight to the throat. Others desperately held it back so as not to die. The red liquid flowed straight to her feet, dripping onto the tiles. What happened? What else was Adele missing? She achieved wealth and fame. The demon gave her everything she wanted and asked for. And most importantly, the entity made it so that no one could ignore the girl. Continuing to squeal that only thanks to the succubus did Adele get what she wanted, the demon did not notice how the man appeared right behind him. She claimed that she did it on her own, without any help. The demon is scared, trying to make himself out to be the boss, but everything he listed happened only because of the help of Adele's father, Chairman Morgan. There is no point in possessing another. Evil cannot cope alone. And while the entity was losing blood, cursing disgustingly, Adele destroyed it with words. The girl's hand drove the splinter deep into her stomach. She would not die. She simply would not allow herself to. Even through the glove, the hand remembered the outline of Max's handsome face, the warmth emanating from him. The red eyes were drowning in his piercing gaze. It seemed like he had solved the riddle immediately, having looked at Adele once. That man, the adventurer, saw the real Adele, without the flashy makeup, provocative clothes, and deliberately boorish behavior. The only one who recognized the planted demon in the girl, and saw the true face of the unfortunate woman behind the mask of evil. She looked around in confusion, following the hunter's back with her eyes. And he, waving his hand, casually said that they would see each other again. He promised. The succubus screamed the player's name, clutching her throat. Blood had already flooded the entire human body. His own hands strangled his fragile neck. The succubus won't die just like that. He will take revenge on Max. The human body is too weak. The monster needs to heal, find something to absorb. Adele, her eyes wild, rushed forward, running past her guards, getting tangled in the folds of her skirt. The closest one was a man. He was carefully examining the area. His eyes were hidden behind dark glasses. He shuddered when he saw his mistress in such a state and begged her to wait. The girl was staggering, covered in blood, her head hanging low. She was shaking and looking for something. While the man was babbling that they needed to hurry to the hospital, the thin demonic fingers of the stranger who had taken over his mistress's body were slowly reaching out to him. A strange hum filled the night silence that surrounded Darren's estate. The hunter felt this sensation on himself. His hand grabbed the cup of hot tea as if it were a life preserver. He tightened his grip, almost breaking the thin handle and the cup of hot tea. The red sign indicated that the dangerous enemy skill had been activated once again. The player exhaled with barely perceptible fatigue, but was powerless to change anything. He sat up straight and crossed his legs in his chair, then loudly scolded someone, who had never learned any manners, for sneaking into his house late at night and without permission. The guy carefully placed the cup on the table, loudly allowing the demon to enter. And although this is not the guest he was expecting, The player will be happy to chat with her. Darren grinned slyly and crossed his arms over his chest. Max held his breath behind him like a shadow, looking around nervously. It was still quiet at the door, as if the aristocrat were talking to himself. Darren breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, even a demon wouldn't show up at such an hour. At that moment, a mocking female voice sounded right behind him. The demon reported that Max had turned out to be too smart. The ghostly figure shuddered sharply in fear, placing a hand on its heart. Darren turned his head and shamed the succubus again. He entered through the window into someone else's house in the middle of the night. Where are his manners? Adele easily spread her arms, not at all embarrassed, and waved around the room. After all, Max himself had invited her when she was ready. Laughing, the succubus once again spread her poisonous magic into the air, coquettishly saying that she had completely forgotten about manners. Darren looked closely at the female figure, noticing that he couldn't see Adele's silhouette that had been there before. The demon rolled his eyes, covering his mouth with his hand. What nonsense! Here she is, right in front of Max. Then, laughing, the entity asked if Darren was looking for that same dead girl. Adele died suddenly by stabbing herself as if she had gone crazy. Did she really not feel anything? The demon chuckled again, saying that he couldn't help in any way. Max couldn't believe what he was hearing, that Adele was dead, and the demon continued to chatter, accusing the man of deliberate rebellion. Adele slowly approached the hunter, asking if he wanted to hear something funny. Finding himself next to the guy, the demon mockingly said that the person died precisely because of him. That before her death she talked for a long time about some incomprehensible nonsense. The demon conveyed Adele's words that back then, in the tent, he saw her true essence. That even powerful demonic energy could not prevent this. In fact, Adele was the daughter of Chairman Morgan's mistress, and reporters exposed the man in a scathing article. Entire crowds surrounded the chairman and did not allow the man who had hidden his daughter for so long to pass. The little innocent girl smiled happily, looking at her mother. When this article came out, I think the child was only 8 years old. It was not by Adele's will that her photos ended up on the internet, and the girl became the object of numerous ridicule and bullying. Her classmates called her a mudblood, an illegitimate daughter, avoided her, and whispered behind her back. After the girl's mother fell into depression, her father decided to take Adele in and raise her. The demon bent over and laughed hysterically. Straightening up, the demon, as if playing a role in a play, spread his arms, telling about Adele's past. She became a gambler, and her father forced his daughter to work without rest. He did not care whether she was alive or not. She did it over and over again, cheating, killing, achieving success, and all for just one reason. Just so that the father would be proud of his girl, he would publicly acknowledge her. But even after that, Adele was still subjected to accrued attacks from ill-wishers, both online and in real life. She could not please them. Darren listened silently as the girl's demonic essence, like an enraged lynx, growled and thrashed about, threatening to avenge his mother's death. The succubus, walking in circles around the hunter, mockingly commented on the death of the real Adele, twisting her painted lips. The demon chuckled, laughing at people and their naivety. Max soon got fed up with this and loudly ordered this version of Adele to shut up. She took a step back, falling silent, but her lips still stretched into a grin. Now it was the aristocrat's turn to drive the succubus into a mental trap. His aura immediately threateningly stirred the air. How dare the demon spawn speak to him in such an arrogant tone? Adele felt an overwhelming fear. Her whole body trembled with horror and weakness under the player's gaze. The adventurer's red pupils glowed brightly in the darkness that had fallen on the room, and he commanded the demon to leave, as he had no intention of continuing the conversation with the victim. Max looked at the two figures opposite him in surprise, carefully moving a little further. He looked back again, not understanding why the exorcism ritual had worked without an offering. Suddenly, a childish, boyish figure ran past him, and the situation changed dramatically. The boy saw a child with platinum hair showing something to a crowd of smartly and old-fashionedly dressed people. After all, it was the aristocrat Darren, whose life he himself invented. Something stabbed in his chest. Max clutched the collar of his shirt, trying to stop the pain. Was he really in Darren's mind? My heart was breaking from incomprehensible pain and longing, and my palm squeezed my chest even harder. It felt like someone was squeezing everything from the inside. Max turned around and saw the stately figure of Darren, whose long platinum hair was scattered over the young man's broad shoulders. He stood at the edge of the second-floor balcony, his head bowed low. It was unclear whether he was looking at something or simply lost in thought. Max approached him closer, carefully so as not to disturb him, looked down, and immediately realized everything. On the floor of the large hall lay bloody bodies, piled up in a heap. It was not a story he made up for Darren, but his own memories. These were the feelings that the aristocrat had experienced in the past. And now that Max had synchronized with him, the feelings began to belong to both guys. These are the feelings that made Max decide to spend the rest of his life destroying demons. Adele cowered, shaking, sweating as the hunter loomed over her. In Darren's soul, the anger of that time grew, and now brightly blossomed. How dare some lowly demon insult human pride? Darren scooped up the murderous magic in his palm, accusing the succubus of dirty tricks and mocking Adele. Because the girl acted nobly, risked her life to repay the trust shown to her. The demoness rose slowly, staggering as if drunk, and burst into a strangled laugh. The demon hunter's energy swords flew towards her. Like an executioner, Darren straightened up and extended his hand, sticking out 2 fingers. The succubus fell to her knees. Her head bowed low. She begged for death, not looking at her judge. Too late, the entity realized that it shouldn't have messed with this hunter. The red flames in the player's eyes died out as the magic did its job. After a few minutes, while the mana was slowly settling, he crouched down next to Adele, who was still kneeling. Darren gently informed the girl that he could see her pride. She trembled slightly, not daring to raise her head. But hearing such important words, Adele dared to look at the hunter, tears streaming from her eyes. The aristocrat pointed his finger at the door, saying that it was already late, so let the girl go cry at home. But she slowly closed her eyes and fell somewhere to the side, right with her head on the wooden floor. She staggered, and now the girl's head was on the hunter's outstretched hand. He grabbed her by the shoulders, remembering how the demon had said that the owner of the body had stabbed herself with a knife. But there were no visible wounds, and yet she still fainted. Just as he decided to put the girl somewhere so that she could get some sleep, the door swung open with a loud bang, and the entire Lionheart squad appeared on the threshold. Tristana, bursting into the room, shouted loudly that all the knights had noticed the appearance of the demon, and so they went on patrol. She opened her mouth wide and screamed as she saw Darren leaning over the girl's figure lying on the bed. Tristana began to apologize for the intrusion, thinking that the hunter was spending time with the girl, but he replied that he was simply covering her up without removing the blanket. Things took an unexpected turn, considering that a man like Mr. Max never dates anyone. Tristana continued to apologize in a trembling voice. Lancelot covered his mouth with his hand. It seemed like tears were flowing from his eyes. He burst into tears, calling Max a fool, and flew out of the house like a bullet. Tristana screamed after him, and the ghostly Max raised his eyebrows at the spectacle. Finally, when it was all over, Darren left the door between the rooms ajar. The hunter sat down tiredly on the sofa, placing his hands on his knees. Today was truly a never-ending day. The shadows on Darren's face deepened, and steam came out of Max's mouth. A blue sign appeared in front of the boy, notifying him that a class assignment had been created. Her appearance surprised Darren, but he reached out and touched the screen with his finger. Meanwhile, in the tall headquarters building, despite the night hour, the windows of the offices were brightly lit. The workers were talking loudly. 2 men were sitting in front of a large screen. One of them had large dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep. Everyone was waiting for the upcoming update of Arcana. They received a notification about the addition of a new region, Northern Snow City. The man stood and jumped with excitement. If this was the same city, then they were talking about the metropolis of Arcana, the very one where there would be shops and a forge. Bloggers didn't waste any time either. Percival was busy broadcasting live, telling listeners about the new region. The Arcana representatives conducted emergency broadcasts, causing players to become impatient and crash the forum servers. Users were eagerly awaiting the release of the update, demanding that it be released as soon as possible. Max went cold as he looked at the text that appeared on the screen. He couldn't believe that there was a demon in the Ice City. The quest stated that there was a demon king in the city, the devil. The king of all demons. His darkness had begun to manifest, and the last demon hunter had to destroy his throne after exploring the northern city. Max was in a panic, scrolling through the news, screaming about what he needed to tell people, at least leave a comment on Arcana's page. While Darren remembered that talk of the Demon King reminded him of Talus. Back in the Arcana era, he trained as a demon hunter under a commander who always said that demon kings were very strong. He said that demons have incredible power and there are a lot of them. They even assign ranks to themselves, and few hunters survived encounters with demons. Young Darren was handed a huge book covered in colorful bookmarks, containing the names and characteristics of all known demon kings. Darren was ordered to remember them all without fail. The time for the exam was approaching. The hunter must accumulate knowledge to defeat the demon king. Later, the aristocrat learned that this was an optional quest, but it was the most memorable time of gaining valuable knowledge. Just when Max thought that this knowledge would certainly come in handy, he saw a new comment under Darren's high-flown post where he warned about demons in the vicinity of Snowtown. Someone cursed, and below there was the usual spam. Max cursed and threw away the phone with a stupid smile on his face. While Darren continued drinking tea, the boy lay down on the bed, convincing himself that there would be no problems, and even the Demon King would not be able to act so openly. He was looking forward to the update and was already dreaming about visiting the restaurant in Snow City. But first, it was worth going to the Magic Tower, which charges a lot for creating items. Thoughts flowed in such a chaotic order that Max gradually fell asleep. Darren continued to sip his drink calmly. Max screamed piercingly. He couldn't sleep because of what Darren posted on the internet. What a stupid manner of speech. At that moment, a messenger bird with bright green plumage slowly flew up to the hunter. She spoke loudly in a human voice, announcing that it was a delivery from the Magic Tower, and asked if this was Mr. Max, who had requested the creation of items. Throwing a green bundle into Darren's hands, she flew away, and Max was glad that he didn't have to visit the tower himself. Darren was skeptical, but he still slowly untied the bundle. The first thing he saw was a unique rank ring with a pure emerald. It restored life force when taking damage. Max trembled as he began to check the information on the internet, because he had heard that such items were incredibly expensive, especially those created by the magicians themselves. Next, Darren took out a real masterpiece, a koi scale scarf, which increased affinity with the fire attribute, allowed one to avoid any damage with a certain probability, and opened the aesthetics characteristic. The object emitted such a glow that Max suddenly closed his eyes. Adele tossed and turned in bed, feeling the light through her sleep. Max turned around carefully. He definitely saw the word masterpiece. What if he read it wrong? According to the article found, masterpieces in Arcana are created extremely rarely and are incredibly expensive, and Darren himself asked Eric to achieve the best results regardless of the cost. Max grabbed the letter, the invoice, and clutched it with trembling hands. He was terrified, imagining that he would not be able to pay for the work of the Magic Tower. At this time, a sign appeared about a new characteristic called aesthetics. Max exhaled loudly. Apparently, the aristocrat liked the handkerchief. He easily placed it in his breast pocket, clapping it on top with his palm. The hunter has some free stat points left over from killing the succubus that had taken over Adele's body. Max decided to add points to the luck characteristic, a total of 5 points. Now all that's left is to pray that at least something will change. Max even knelt down, calling on Lady Luck. Darren pulled out the vest that Eric had sent him as a gift from the package. It matched the color of the scarf perfectly. The new sign disturbed the boy's peace, and another class was created. Darren looked up from his new clothes and stared at the sign in amazement. It said that the task related to the demon was postponed, and a mandatory task needed to be completed. Meanwhile, in Japan, the Inazuma Guild headquarters was in turmoil. Papers flew at the standing leader of the group, Leo, cutting his cheek. Someone's angry voice shouted that the guild's rating would fall behind Gaon. Hearing him accused of betrayal, the man guiltily closed his eyes, whispering that this time he would definitely make up for lost time in the Ice City. The boss blamed only him, ignoring the rest of the guild members, pointing a plump finger at Leo, threatening him with seppuku if the player lost again next time. When the director finally dismissed the guild, the trio walked silently down the corridor. The blonde man wanted to ask the leader if everything was okay, but the leader, burying his hand in his thick hair, said that a city had appeared in the waters near Hokkaido, but it was a secret, and no one could be told about it except Inazuma. When the blonde heard that the leader was planning to consolidate his position and influence in the area, the glasses on his nose shook. The man shouted that they couldn't interfere with other players finding the city, and they didn't even know if the Ice City was safe. This stream of speech was interrupted by a fist hitting the wall, damaging its surface right in front of the guild member's face. The veins on Leo's handsome face bulged as he reminded him that Ice City was a former barbarian city, and Adrian from Gaon was the #1 barbarian. In a tone that didn't require arguing, Leo said that just like in Ascura, his guild had been pushed aside in Yusra, and there wouldn't be a next time. He reached out to the dumbfounded blonde, gently adjusting his glasses. The man turned around abruptly and demanded that the order be conveyed to all guild members to gather in Hokkaido. Leo pointed his finger at the analyst, warning him to be more careful in his actions if he didn't want to commit seppuku in place of the leader. Beads of sweat were running down the blonde's forehead. He secretly took out his phone, laughing nervously, saying that he would be careful. then quickly typed a message to someone asking them to contact him as soon as possible. The man ran headlong down the ship's gangway, shouting to his partner that a request had come from the Inazuma to tell everyone that the ship was leaving right now. They had to go to Hokkaido as soon as possible, because the message was probably sent to someone else. The game forums were filled with the news of the Ice City appearing near Hokkaido. The Shining Guild didn't want to miss the chance. Louis ordered the people to get ready for the road. Lara, in her red coat, paced the room nervously as the berserkers excitedly began to discuss the trip to the new region. Even Percival was aware of the location of the Ice City, dreaming of an incredible amount of future content for his blog, Northern Ice City, former city of barbarians. It was one of the main player bases when Arcana was still a game. Despite the permafrost, it was crowded and always loud. The city had various shops, many NPCs, even its own kitchen. Ice lived up to its title of a metropolis. The reason the entire gaming community was worried was simple. The city was the beginning of humanity's counterattack. If the content is preserved, Ice City will become a useful point for leveling up players' skills. But in these difficult times, even the emergence of such a valuable resource could not go smoothly. Near the portal to the Ice City was the border of Hokkaido, and it was unsettled there. Angry as 1,000 devils, holding a hammer behind his back, the red-haired handsome man of the Gaon Guild cursed his interlocutor with all his might, believing that he had gone crazy. Hearing the swearing, Greg approached him, wondering what was going on. He waved his hand towards a large group of people in uniform and with weapons in their hands, who demanded a foreign passport from the player. The analyst stepped forward, holding his hands out in front of him, palms up, and addressed one of the border guards, intending to explain the situation. But the man interrupted him, saying that he could not let anyone through without a passport. This news stunned Greg. He was completely confused and mumbled something in response. Once again, derogatory speeches were directed at the border control officers, who stood quietly and paid no attention to their surroundings. Even through the snowy wind and the swarm of snowflakes, these cries could be heard. The squad, sparing no effort, ran along the icy slope, their heavy boots deftly skirting large snags. The head of the Inazuma Guild was urging his people to arrive before everyone else. The closer they got to the gates of the Ice City, the wider the smile blossomed on Leo's lips. But, having run very close, he suddenly lost all anticipation. A lone branch, flying off from the remains of a tree, crunched underfoot. The guild members stopped in shock as they caught up with their commander. The joyful anticipation of meeting the Ice City was replaced by horror at the sight. Near the gates, on all sorts of torture instruments, there were dead, tortured people tied tightly to them. A large drop of sweat ran down Leo's temple, and one of the guild members suddenly felt sick from the smell of coagulated blood and decomposition. A confused, short-haired blonde man with an earring in his ear asked the chief what they should do now. The man was so shocked that he didn't notice something approaching him from behind. He only had time to hear a desperate cry telling him to turn around when a sharp blade pierced the blonde's chest, turning the snow bright red. The blade turned out to be the claw of a huge demon who simply impaled a small man on the nail. Such was the terrifying size of the monster. Some of the guild members froze in horror upon seeing the hellish giants, but some managed to react and ran away screaming. A huge shadow loomed right above Leo, his eyes full of panic, unable to take his eyes off his living nightmare. Spraying saliva, the huge demon, with flashing red eyes, extended his paw towards the man. He counted the seconds of his death because he had not expected such an outcome at all. His worst problem was not seppuku. A few hours ago, Max's mansion on the Yusra Islands was still quiet. Adele, freed from the insidious succubus, continued to regain her strength in her sleep. Even in this state, the girl's inflamed mind was throwing up images from her recent exile. Adele flinched and opened her eyes abruptly. She jumped up in bed, shocked, not understanding how she had survived at all, and how long she had been unconscious. She burned with shame before the hunter for her tears and behavior, while causing such inconvenience to the man to whom she owed her life. Meanwhile, Darren was thinking about something, standing in front of the blue sign, scratching his chin. It seemed that the Demon King had taken action. The tablet demanded the liberation of the Ice City that had been devoured by the demons, warning that failure could result if the criteria were not met. The guy realized that he needed to hit the road, but first he needed to wake up the girl on his bed. But when he turned around, she, redder than a tomato in the garden, was standing right in front of the owner of the house. Darren reacted calmly to her appearance, but Max clutched his heart behind his back, traumatized by the succubus. Adele, with her head down, asked the hunter for forgiveness. She felt sorry that he had to not only save her life, but also endure discomfort. Hiding her burning cheeks behind her palms, the girl muttered that she was ready to pay off this debt with anything, if necessary, with her body, her soul, even her own pride. Max didn't expect this from someone who had just recently behaved so disgustingly and shamefully. Darren pulled an envelope with a bill from the inside pocket of his jacket, interested in Adele's offer. Max remembered that he had relied on luck, and now it seemed that it had smiled on him. The girl could pay the sum for creating the artifacts. But what was his surprise when the guy saw that all the items were created for free? The Magic Tower did not charge fees from magicians whose powers exceeded those of senior magicians. The tower only asked to repay with high-quality research, reaching the essence of being. This happened thanks to the activation of that very function in the Tower of Mages. Max, looking at the letter, sincerely confessed his love to Eric. While wondering what to ask Adele for now, Darren heard a knock on the door and the voice of the Knight Arthur. The door opened. Behind the head of the order stood a blushing Tristana and a dejected Lancelot. Arthur cheerfully concluded that Max had a special guest. The man, lowering his voice to a whisper, playfully informed Max that the rumor that Lancelot was crying because Sir Max had broken his heart was true. Darren shook his head and asked why he had come, and then a new voice was heard. That of King Merlin of Usra, who had come to talk to his benefactor. Adele, who had been silent until then, approached the group, declaring that she was late in greeting them. Max was shocked by the change in her appearance. The girl, with a businesslike expression on her face, introduced herself to the ruler of Usra, Merlin, and Commander Arthur. Arthur answered her good-naturedly, saying that the name of the head of the myth was on everyone's lips, and she was indeed a real beauty. While tears were gathering on Lancelot's gloomy face, Merlin apologized to Max with a smile for the late visit. But it was necessary. Adele couldn't believe that the king of Usra personally came to consult with her savior. It turns out he was even more influential than the head of the myth thought. Merlin stated that an Arcanian had come to Usra who wanted to start everything over again, and the ruler wanted to entrust his benefactor to deal with him. The man was about to bring this person, and, glancing at the dejected Adele, asked Darren to send away the guest who had illegally entered the kingdom. Only now did Darren realize that it was precisely because of Adele's infiltration into Usra that Merlin had come to him. He called Adele, who cleared her throat and answered, ashamed of her own frightened voice. Max ordered her to go home and document how much the myth were willing to endure for the sake of the Usra kingdom. The girl lowered her eyes and blushed. Stammering that she understood, she heard words that were important to her, promising her a subsequent meeting with the hunter. Adele raised her head timidly. She wanted to take one last look at the one who saved her life. But Darren felt an unusual vibration somewhere far away, realizing that there was no more time to delay. Adele wanted to apologize again, but Max was already apologizing to Merlin for leaving so quickly. He put on the vest, a gift from Eric, and explained to the puzzled ruler where he was going. Hearing the name of the final destination, Arthur asked in surprise what his knight needed there. Adjusting his koi-scale breastplate, Max replied briefly that that was where the Demon King had appeared. Meanwhile, the class's mission to liberate the Ice City began, and there were fewer and fewer survivors. In front of the entrance to the rift of the new area, a large number of players, border guards, and military equipment had gathered. Driven to the boiling point, Adrian threw lightning bolts, demanding to be let into the city. Now he no longer doubted that something had happened there. The man flinched back as Adrian's fist hit the table between them. The man in uniform persistently asked the player to move away, threatening further trouble. But the head of Gaon could not calm down, blaming Leo for everything. He furiously held the phone with the guild rankings to the employee's mask, but there was not the slightest change on it. The head of the Shining approached the disputants, scratched the back of his head, and admitted that he also felt something was wrong. The second-placed Luis suddenly approached a border control officer, saying that they were violating the agreement and their actions could become an international problem. Adrian's mouth dropped open at what he heard, not believing that the American could say something like that so easily. Suddenly, the situation changed. The employees scattered, commands were heard to move away from the fault, get into formation, and redeploy. The leader of Gaon initially thought that they were leaving due to Lewis's reaction, but at that moment, a member of the Shining Guild reported a video from a drone in Ice City. Lewis looked at the tablet screen and was stunned. He saw a bloodbath there, how demons that appeared out of nowhere instantly dealt with some people from the Inazuma Guild. Leo's partner ran up to him, shouting that the government was planning to send a bomber to the battlefield, to which the leader cursed, not approving of the idea at all. He bared his teeth as he realized how the director had failed his guild by choosing to do nothing at all. He didn't have time to turn away before something suddenly ran past and grabbed his partner, who screamed shrilly, disappearing from Leo's field of vision. Coming to his senses, he screamed out someone else's name in horror as the monster carried him away. The first seconds he didn't know what to do, Kane screamed so terribly, choking on his own blood, and called the chief for help. Leo understood that the last minutes of Kane's life were slipping through his fingers, and he alone was powerless to change anything. The demon's huge mouth appeared before him, overwhelming him with its size and power. It seemed like the guild was completely broken. At first there was blackness, through which a blindingly bright blue beam broke through. With an outstretched palm in which incredibly powerful mana was splashing, Max shouted the name of the head of the Gaon. The man was pierced by this light, as if it passed through his entire body, and he opened his eyes in amazement. The demon standing in front of him was cut in half by some kind of red energy mixed with blue mana. Then, flying straight through the bloody space that had formed, Adrian appeared in front of the devilish body, flying forward. His eyes glowed red, burning away all evil, and his hammer swept away all demons in its path. The red-haired man grabbed the weakened Leo by the collar, preventing him from falling, while the head of Inazuma babbled the name of his savior, not expecting such an appearance. Adrian smiled and called the player a bastard who was being punished for his beastly behavior, and if it weren't for Mr. Max, he would have left everything as it was. The head of the Gaon turned his gaze somewhere. Darren really arrived on the battlefield. Leo, embarrassed, threw the stranger's hand away from himself and looked up at the high cliff. The wind fluttered the hem of the hunter's jacket, and behind him were his faithful companions, the Order of the Lionheart. The player narrowed his eyes and loudly ordered his assistants to go. Inazuma, standing below, immediately recognized the hero, staring at him with amazed looks. Arthur came closer to Max. The Order's flags fluttered proudly on both sides of the rock. Meanwhile, the entire regiment of knights fearlessly rushed down, loudly shouting the name of their order as they went. With their bloody swords raised before them, these warriors feared nothing. A variety of demons met an inglorious end, sharp weapons cutting their bodies left and right. Darren glanced at the place that the Inazuma Guild had seen from the very beginning. It was there, among the mountains of bodies and bloody footprints, that the prehistory of the Ice City began. How could these monsters dare to humiliate the residents? Was it really the Demon King himself who did this? Darren found the demon's arrogance ridiculous, and the hunter would make sure that he met an end befitting his actions. There were fewer and fewer survivors left. The wounded and bloodied members of the Inazuma Guild, shocked by Max's appearance, began to film him on their mobile phones. Then they noticed and heard the knights coming to their aid. A flame of hope was lit in the hearts of the people. Arthur watched the tragedy unfolding below with bated breath. Because when Sir Max spoke of the presence of the Demon King in the Ice City, the man believed it without question. But he could not imagine that the entire city would find itself in such a situation. The head of the guild turned his gaze to the back of Max's head. He knew about the current situation and wanted to save the city on his own. Darren gritted his teeth. The survival rate was dropping too quickly, and the hunter was in a hurry. But what he saw was completely different from what he expected. Max scratched his nose sadly. He would have definitely died if he had come alone. He did not understand the aristocrat's arrogance, thinking that he had not expressed sufficient gratitude to the order. He glanced sideways at Arthur, thanking the gods that he was with them now. But what happened just a few hours ago at Max's residence on the Yusra Islands? Merlin frowned and held his palm out in a resounding no to his benefactor. He had no doubts about Max's skill, but he refused to let him go alone, asking for a little time to gather an army. Arthur tilted his head to his left shoulder, gently convincing Max that his life could be in danger, and His Majesty was right. The hunter shook his head. He had to punish the demon. Life could not be a reason to hesitate. The knight looked at the adventurer. Not long ago, he had indeed met the same determination. Earlier, Arthur heard from the guy's lips that he was ready to punish the demons. And I saw with my own eyes that there were no other options for the hunter. The head of the order closed his eyes and chuckled sadly, noticing that Max had said the same words in the previous battle. But still, he refused to send the hunter alone. The cell with the indicators changed, and failure to meet the criterion would inevitably result in failure. Darren bit his lip, praying only for the entire squad to move on quickly, because the number of survivors was rapidly decreasing in real time. Arthur took hold of the hilt of his sword, saying that he had promised to return to His Majesty after he had punished all the demons in the world. The man made a vow to become Max's sword here. Finally, he nodded confidently to himself, confirming his intentions. The head of the guild, standing right in front of the hunter, said that thanks to him, his temporarily drugged brain had cleared up. Until Max demanded otherwise, he, Arthur, would remain his sword. Merlin smiled, wearily closing his eyes. Now his benefactor could breathe easy, while Sir Arthur protected him, and the Lord would be calm. Darren looked at the ruler with concern, asking if his defense would be weakened during this time. Adele slowly came down the stairs from the house towards them. She heard the conversation and volunteered to protect the islands and the king. Bowing, the girl said that she had caused trouble for the king and Lord Max on Yusra, and now she was asking for a chance to make amends. Darren looked at Adele carefully, and Merlin chuckled with satisfaction. The man looked at Max kindly, saying that he would pray for the safety of his virtue and asked him to bring peace to the Ice City. Extending his hand to the side, Darren meekly concluded that he had no choice but to respect the ruler's wishes. He placed his palm on the lion's head that crowned the massive armor on Arthur's shoulder. Making a terrible expression on his face, Darren repeated forcefully to the knight that they should hurry. At this time, in front of the southern gates of the Ice City, the sky turned red, repeating the palette of the blood-stained earth. At the current location of the Gaon Guild, Inazuma, along with Max and Arthur, were located right at the southern gate. Leo glanced again at the stately figure of the demon hunter. Turning around, he asked Adrian if he should thank Max for his help. The red-haired leader was confused for some reason and looked away, saying that as soon as the entire company passed through the portal, Max made it clear the priority was to save the survivors in the Ice City. Leo was completely surprised to hear these words, especially after he had been hatching the idea of hiding the location of the new area from everyone for a long time. Adrian continued by saying that his guild was trying to gain points in front of Mr. Max by any means necessary. Rescuing the survivors was a good idea, and there was no point in opposing it. Leo covered his face with his hand in despair. Even his guild's homeland, Japan, was trying to bury them along with the Ice City. What a fool he was to make a fool of himself again and leave the advantage to his competitors. And as for the Knights of the Lionheart, who followed the hunter without further ado. It's not for nothing that they are called the strongest knights of the Empire. They destroy demons so quickly in front of the castle gates. This will probably make it possible to get inside faster. Darren looked around the clearing carefully and suddenly extended his hand, which was engulfed in mana fire. Louis felt something on his skin and instantly froze in alarm. Meg saw this and cautiously called the leader by name. At the moment, the Shining Guild was in front of the western gate of the Ice City Castle. The girl again asked Louis what had happened, and Duke, out of breath, suggested going somewhere and not hanging around at the gate. The guy, as if in a trance, remembered that he had noticed a funny post on the Arcana forum. It was complete nonsense about Ice City, and the number of views did not exceed 10, but similar posts continued to appear in the feed, and Lewis could have ignored it again. But today, as soon as the guild approached the portal, a guy appeared and quoted that entry. It was none other than Max. Heading towards the portal, he loudly warned about the appearance of the Demon King in the Ice City, having said that those who wish may flee immediately, but if anyone decides to fight together, they must make rescuing the survivors their priority. In the forest, the snow grew heavier, the wind was prickly, and angrily flew under the hems of the uninvited guests' outerwear. Percival ran to the portal as fast as he could. He was so excited about the update that he spent the whole night studying information about the new city. The camera attached to the back of his head almost fell off when the streamer stopped abruptly. Shining members looked up to the sky as they saw a bright blue light, and Louis realized he had been wrong when he thought Max was weaker than him. This light penetrated the entire space of the gates surrounding the castle. The Gaon and Inazuma guilds gathered together and spoke in surprise. Was what they saw really light magic? This power came from Darren. Small lightning bolts came straight from his hand. The hunter was making a call for interaction. The small spheres he created fell onto the clearing and turned into drops of water, which was immediately noticed by the astonished warriors. Next, the hunter used the magic of recreation, slightly squeezing his palm. Percival watched this with his mouth slightly open, not daring to turn away. Even Jessica, who had seen a lot in her practice, let out a breath of amazement. The scarlet colors of the sky above the city changed to the same delicate color of Max's mana, and an icy magical blanket descended upon the city. Jessica, holding her faithful companion, her talking hat, from the playful wind, thought sadly that this incredibly beautiful magical trace would not remain forever. Lewis was delighted. He kindly called Max a scoundrel who managed to mislead him. Suddenly, the wooden gates in front of the castle began to cautiously crack, as if someone was furiously beating on them from the inside. The players retreated back in fear, trembling with terror, afraid that the huge gates would fall on them. The next second, a loud voice was heard ordering the gates to be opened, and immediately the command was fulfilled. The adventurers saw the numerous buildings of the castle. New notice boards appeared in front of the order, and the knights and Max read what was written there with surprise. The same signs appeared in front of the other participants of Arcana. The task, Liberation of the Ice City, for which a reward was due. Lewis excitedly exclaimed that this was the exact task the post was talking about. Duke hesitantly asked if they should just go to the city gates. The Shining were still at the western gate, and since Max was at the southern gate, the guild had nothing to rely on there. The warriors decided that they should remain in the same place in order to quickly capture the western gate. The cold wind grew stronger, playing with the fluffy branches of the tall spruce trees in the forest. Arthur looked in amazement at the fallen gates. The stones lay in a heap in front of the equally surprised players. The man again admired his companion because he had never seen such a siege in his life. The knight claimed that if the order was given to attack, he would be in the front ranks, but Darren did not hear him. After he broke the gate, the evil energy became even stronger. "There is something inside," Adrian, clutching his hammer, shouted to Max in a dashing voice, offering to give the order, and then the Gaon would break in first. He added that the guild would refuse the contribution in favor of the adventurer in any case, so he shouldn't worry. Max held out his hand, ordering the red-haired leader to stop. Adrian shouldn't have gotten in there. The player did not know that behind the gates there were many small, disgusting, and very evil demons hiding. The guy just turned away at the sound of Max's voice, distracted from what was waiting for him ahead. Numerous long and tenacious paws of demons grabbed hold of the confused man, wrapping themselves around his neck and face. They immediately began to pull him by the gate. Greg desperately screamed his brother's name, going crazy with worry. Tristana immediately rushed to help, while Darren leaned forward, giving the knights the order to fight. The girl fearlessly jumped off the cliff, deftly covering the distance down. She was focused only on winning. The long sword immediately cut several disgusting, devilish faces in half. Adrian, for whom several events had happened too quickly, was completely amazed when he found himself freed. Tristana dealt with this batch of demons in no time, then quickly sheathed her sword and called the shocked head of the Gaon to come in. He watched the girl go, noticing her unusual sword skills. The man had seen something like this before. This technique looked very barbaric. However, Darren did not become less worried because he saw a new threat to the players. He instantly recreated a magic spell in his palm and loudly warned Tristan of the danger. A horde of new demons flew down on her and Adrian from above, their powerful claws extended forward. Max barely had time to catch his breath when he noticed an unexpected alien presence. A stranger came to the aid of the adventurers, at first glance, dealing with the monsters with her bare hands. A long black thread was wrapped around her fingers, and the woman threw an order over her shoulder to one of her men to open a portal next to her. Volat, a short man in a long cloak and hood right next to Max, quickly fulfilled the stranger's request. He invited another person, a heavy-set man with short hair, to enter the portal, calling him Little Lou. Darren didn't understand where these people came from. They clearly didn't come from the magic tower, but they knew how to use portal magic. A portal of a different shape, more rounded and purple in color, appeared in the sky. Someone's silhouette immediately flew down from it like a bullet. He hit the ground with great force, shattering the earth into several pieces. A strong wind formed. This portal led downwards, and the knights could use it. Arthur immediately agreed to go through it. The portal was opened by Darren. He immediately ordered the rest of the knights to follow their leader. Max decided that it would be safer not to go there. The Order of the Lionheart, together with the arriving guilds, immediately began to rid the lands of the new region of demons. Darren saw on the signs that some shadow mercenaries were giving up their combat contribution. The same woman, with threads on both hands, walked gracefully past the surprised guy with a smile on her lips. She walked up to Arthur and extended her fingerless gloved hand to him, greeting him loudly. Lalit, with Little Lou and Volat standing behind her, said that the mercenaries had arrived to support the siege of Ice City on King Merlin's orders and offered the knight to join forces. The head of the order was glad to hear that the king had sent people. He shook his head and pointed to the side, declaring that he was not the commander here. Lalit looked with interest in the direction where Max stood. Who was the real leader? The head of the mercenaries had already decided that thanks to Max, she could get a place on Yusra, but then she ran away in the jungle, leaving the player alone with the leopard. But the hunter gave her such a poisonous look that she understood everything. The guy knew about what she had done while on the island. The woman fell to her knees, stunned by this, and Max turned away and began to study the new information board. Reporters' drones were trying to survey the area beyond the wall at the eastern gate of Ice City. The operators of Arcana Today were broadcasting from the eastern gate, where the Union Guild was located, the second in the guild rankings. The guilds will complete the region's task, which begins from the moment of entering the Ice City. The castle walls have 4 entrances with locked gates. Radiance occupied the western ones, Berserker, the northern ones, Union, the eastern ones. Lawrence, the head of the guild, a stately man in national dress and with a long scar near his right eye, was giving another order. Volleys of fire gradually destroyed the demons. They roared with rage, falling like stones from the castle fortifications. The reporter was full of praise for the leader of the Union, who continued to accumulate contribution points. Among the players, the contribution that is already known at this point, he is an unrivaled leader. And this siege can change the rating of the entire guild. Lawrence was waiting for the moment of the siege. Maybe in individual battles, the radiance is superior to them. But in sieges, it is the Union that is the king. The man threw his head back and laughed evilly, spreading his arms to the sides. Today, he would become the ruler of the Ice City. What Lawrence didn't know yet was how much Max's contribution exceeded his own, and only continued to grow. Gradually, the players managed to clear the areas at the entrance to the southern gate of the Ice City. Darren carefully examined the area. At first, he doubted whether to enter or not, but learned about the help of shadow mercenaries who conducted reconnaissance through the portal. Arthur looked at Lallet in bewilderment, who had not yet heard from Max himself whether he recognized her, but continued to tremble with tension. Darren recalled what he knew about the shadow mercenaries. It was a small group of elite mercenaries who would stop at nothing to complete the task at hand, and did not care about the ethics of the request. The dark side of the arcana. These are probably the same arcanes that Merlin spoke of. Lallet watched the hunter's expression carefully for every slight change, wondering if he was mocking her. One of the mercenaries, the same one who had created the portal earlier, approached Max. The wrinkled old man looked through the portal again, concluding that there was no longer an ambush nearby. He raised his hooked fingers into the air, warning them not to enter through the castle gates. They were full of traps that could instantly kill even a dragon. Darren was surprised when he heard that Vollet wanted to create a portal inside the castle, but was unable to due to someone's strong energy blocking it. Tristana approached those present, assuring Max that she knew the entrance to the Ice City. It turns out that in case of emergencies, the city has a large underground shelter. It looks like an underground waterway, runs through the entire city to the inside of the castle. One of the entrances is under the wall nearby. Most of the survivors are probably in the shelter. Adrian happily approached the girl, saying that he noticed her barbarian skills and asked if Ice City was her homeland. Tristana nodded. The leader of the Gaon, being a barbarian, was very happy to meet them. But he didn't know that there was a shelter even closer. The man smiled and urged Max not to worry, because the residents of Ice City knew how to evacuate in case of war. The city's underground shelter could be compared to a bomb shelter. Adrian assumed that all the survivors should be there, and he and Tristana would go ahead. Despite this, Darren thought hard about his words. It was no coincidence that the survival rate was rapidly declining. Skirting the bloody tracks in the snow, Adrian waved his hand at the small iron gate, telling Max that they were there. The hunter asked if there really was a passage here. Adrian extended his hand, explaining that the entrance had magic cast on it, making it invisible to everyone except barbarians and city dwellers. The man was sure that the magic was stable, and the door looked normal, so everything should be fine. But as the entrance opened, the group's faces grew darker and darker, and Adrian looked in shock at what was inside, almost dropping his weapon from his hands. He froze at the entrance, not daring to go further. A real tragedy took place in the building. From the entrance onwards, there was a bloody road of dead bodies of residents, some of whom had died quite a long time ago. This was evident from their half-decomposed faces. The veins on the Gaon leader's face bulged with righteous anger. Darren glanced around the room and noticed traces of a demon summoning. Indeed, a symbol depicting a complex figure of a star in a circle was drawn in blood on the brick wall. Adrian realized that someone had summoned a demon from inside. He began to shake as if in a fever. Max immediately put his hand on the man's shoulder. The knights who arrived at the shelter managed to carefully distribute the bodies on pieces of thick fabric, wrapping the inhabitants in it, making improvised burial shrouds. Lallet was horrified when she learned that the Order and the Gaon were going to bury the bodies, especially now that it was unknown at what moment the Demon King might ambush her. The mercenaries were left to guard the entrance. Little Lou tried to calm the leader down, but she ran in circles, not calming down. Lallet asked Volot if Merlin was trying to express his contempt in this way, but the man chuckled, answering that the leader could not see magical traces, so he did not know much. At this time, Max was silently screaming in horror. Right in front of him, a warrior's figure appeared, not moving, but still clutching a sword tightly in her hands. Darren found a passage, and the rest of the knights were making their way through the tunnel behind him. Tristana approached the hunter. She wanted to talk to the player. The girl looked down and thanked the guy for helping her in the shelter. For those who call the Ice City home, this was a very important gesture. She even asked how she could repay this favor, and Darren wondered how to comfort the knight in such a difficult moment. The girl heard words that were important to her. Even if the soldiers died defending a city that wasn't her hometown, her pride would be worth nothing if she ignored them. Darren said quietly that he was simply protecting his pride, even if he felt like he was drowning under its weight. Max pounced on the aristocrat for these words, which were hardly consoling, but he rolled his eyes, replying that the speech was not intended for him. Right in the middle of their argument, a sign about the deposit growth appeared in the air. One of the knights ran into the room screaming, covered from head to toe in blood, and reported that he had discovered the area in the basement while collecting bodies from the opposite passage. The man ran back as if the devils were chasing him and showed the way to Tristana and Max. As soon as they saw what was happening in the square, it immediately became clear why the knight was so nervous. Were crucified on crosses like sinners, and even in other passages a similar picture could be seen. Darren frowned, hissing through his teeth that this was a summoning circle made of blood and corpses, his clenched fist trembling. The rite of exorcism required sacrifices, and so did the summoning of the Demon King. It turns out that the bloody summoning circles and the many corpses, this entire place was sacrificed to summon the Demon King. Therefore, the contribution increases when collecting bodies, as a return from the sacrifice offered to the Demon King. As soon as Max asked where Arthur was, the walls of the building began to shake slightly, and everyone present raised their heads in fear. But the hunter quickly realized that it was not an earthquake. They should prepare for battle. As it turned out, it was the sound of horses' hooves. The trio was attacked by an entire cavalry of the Demon King's army of horsemen. One of them shouted furiously that a worthless man dared to touch the sacrifice of his king. Darren suddenly stepped back in shock, realizing that this was not a surprise attack. Adrian and Arthur, their eyes flashing the color of their mana, really struck fear into the Hellriders, threatening to kill them. Tristana was no less surprised to see her warlike commander. Both heads burst into the hall. Adrian wanted to tell Max about the bodies, but he said that he knew about their purpose. Arthur knew the hunter would figure it out. The red-haired man screamed that the demons were gathering there. The adventurer assumed that these monsters were simply a group to test the summoning circle, and told his companions that it was reconnaissance and that a whole army would arrive soon. As soon as the guy voiced the idea that the legate of demons would act personally, he heard a voice from the underworld that was unlike anything else behind him. Darren turned around sharply, knowing in advance who he would see. Arthur and Adrian were extremely scared for Max, and they themselves missed the appearance of this creature. A rider running past on a horse threw something to the side, and a large explosion was heard in front of the people. A sharp axe with a base made from a human spine hit the surface of the stone that had grown behind Darren with a loud thud. The demon legate looked slyly over the barrier, letting out a chuckle. He pushed his white hair off his shoulders, smiling, and asked the boy what kind of magic he used. The hunter stood with his arms folded across his chest and said nothing. Arthur frowned. A bead of sweat ran down his forehead. He couldn't hear his own voice because of the noise in his ears. This was the same demon legate that the knight had met back then in the northwestern canyon. Blind to the ground in rage, the man charged at the demon, who was twice his height. He realized too late that he had somehow miraculously ended up on the other side, and his opponent was laughing behind him, also remembering the warrior. It was the same young commander he had met several decades ago. The head of the guild could not understand how he did not notice the other's movements, and the demon was puzzled why the knight had not changed. Only his skills had become worse. Arthur replied angrily that it was only a few years ago. The demon rose into the air and spread his arms out to the sides. They say that 4 days in the Arcana are equal to 1 day here. He grinned, guessing that this would be a strange battle. A knight who had only trained for a few years against a demon legate who had spent 4 decades fighting. The entire central building, the Ice City Castle, was captured by a crazy, evil demonic energy. Lalit felt this vibration and saw waves of red color coming from that side. Half-naked Leo was being treated by healers, and they also noticed changes in space. Suddenly, the castle, engulfed in purple mana, began to slowly rise into the air. The demon legate had already created a portal behind him and stated that he did not want to waste his time dealing with people. Arthur looked up at him, clenching his fists furiously. White rays began to appear from the portal created by the demon, which fell directly on the buildings surrounding the castle. Tristana and Adrian covered their eyes with their hands, blinded by the bright light coming from the portal. The demon called out loudly to Arthur, warning him that if he wanted revenge, he should find him himself. The majestic figure of the demon legate rose high above the ground like some kind of deity. He promised Arthur that if he could climb up to the dome of the sky, the commander-in-chief of the Demon King's army would personally greet him. At that moment, the class's task was updated. It was necessary to fight the legates of the demon army scattered throughout the Ice City. Darren didn't move from his spot as a bright beam of mana gathered above his head. Gray eyes watched the actions of the devils spawn carefully. Arthur, blinded by the light, could hardly look at what was happening. Adrian and Tristana slowly approached him, ready to defend themselves. But they had to hurry. The basement of the building was rapidly beginning to collapse. The knight, who only wanted revenge, roared, calling for the legate. Tristana cautiously tried to reach the commander, warning that the passage was already blocked by debris. Arthur cursed, realizing that now the only way out was through the hole in the ceiling, even if they could jump out. This underground passage ran through the entire city, and if it collapses, the entire city will suffer terrible and irreparable damage. The Ice City will collapse and disappear along with its inhabitants. The head of the order grabbed his head, not knowing how to protect the entire city from destruction. There was no sound from Max, and when Adrian woke up, he carefully called his name. He wanted to warn the adventurer of the danger, but he had already begun to create a spell. Darren knew it was dangerous and he wouldn't be able to support the entire underground passage with his own strength. Even a single stone flying past could cause death. But the hunter couldn't put his own safety above the well-being of the new area. He used only mana to keep numerous collapses in the air, preventing them from falling on the players. Darren waved his hand, throwing the stones in the other direction. At the center of the kingdom, its power began to boil, releasing a bright beam into the sky. The mercenary guild couldn't believe their eyes. Lalette covered her eyes with her hand. Lewis realized that it was help from Max again, and Jessica quickly ran somewhere. Duke did not have time to stop her. A little girl in one of the surviving houses noticed a strange light and opened the curtain. The mother rushed to her daughter. It was impossible for the demons to see anything, but the whole family instantly fell silent. They had never seen anything like it before. The handsome man heard his name being called and turned around. The warriors who patrolled the city said that they examined the shelter from the outside. All the demons guarding the southern gate were dead. The residents immediately realized who had dealt with the offspring. The adventurers. Those same missing adventurers, they're back. Tristana couldn't believe she was watching Max's actions with her own eyes. Adrian, his head raised to the sky, also looked at the light in amazement. It was incredibly difficult to maintain all this with the help of Max's magic alone. The demon hunter knew he couldn't escape so easily. The aesthetics characteristic was activated, and the target was automatically assigned an aesthetic effect. The pride of those who wanted to protect their hometown, coupled with Darren's incredible mana, caused the special ones to awaken. The warriors of the Ice City, stone giants, rose from their knees like Atlanteans under the gaze of many amazed people. Now the pride of those who defended this city to the end will be carried by Darren, even if it is beyond his strength. The Atlanteans stood in a row on the square, swords extended in front of them. Max could barely stand on his feet. He had used up all his mana to build these columns. Fortunately, everything worked out. If it weren't for the brooch that restored 10% of mana, any stone could have simply killed him. The hunter wondered if those columns had taken on that particular appearance for aesthetics. If he had paid attention to the details, it would have been 10 times better. In comparison, a teacup now seems practically free. It looked like it might be possible to wear unique gear. More research is needed on this. Arthur was still pondering what the demon had said. One day in this world was equal to 4 days in the Arcana. He became serious and felt an incredible weight of guilt, because if the knights had properly finished off the legate a few years ago, the city would not have suffered so much. Even now, having met him again, Arthur again missed the opportunity to take revenge. How shameful before his majesty. Adrian saw the approaching shadow and, looking up at the sky, screamed. From somewhere through the ruins of the walls, a huge flock of bats was flying towards the city. Darren realized that these were no ordinary bats that had flown to the light, and the teams should prepare for battle. Someone shouted that the mice looked weak and could be easily destroyed, but the hunter realized that this was not true at all. His natural enemy skill was activated, meaning that something much bigger and stronger was approaching, as his combat capabilities were enhanced by the presence of a demon. A new class quest has appeared. Fight the legates of the demon army scattered throughout the Ice City. Darren's eyes widened, staring at the approaching threat. Something completely ugly, reminiscent of a bird of prey, but tens of times larger and with a row of horns on its head, appeared in front of the player as if out of nowhere. The adventurer watched, waiting to see what the monster would do next. Two yellow eyes, rotating in different directions, tried to look at the guy the monster asked if he was a man. It was the demon legate's hellbird, Kufakan, level 500. Darren rolled his eyes as he looked at it. With her eyes blazing madly, Kufakan opened her huge mouth with several tongues and rows of sharp teeth. Darren was sure that he had no more mana, but he still tried to do something. Max behind him had already given up the ghost from weakness. A few meters away from the guys, women's boots landed softly on the ground. Mage Jessica, holding her hat, sighed sadly. She tried her best, but still had not learned to leave a beautiful magical trace, like Mr. Max. Smiling sweetly, she asked how the hunter would rate her magic. He looked at her seriously, folded his arms across his chest, and remained silent. Words of gratitude flashed through my head, but once again a negative reaction burst out of my mouth. He began to lecture the girl, pointing out her mistakes, and the magician immediately began to lament that she didn't have time to write everything down. Meanwhile, at the castle gates, the shadow mercenaries languished in anticipation. Lalit, with her hands behind her back, thought that they had been forgotten and there was no point in standing guard. But Volat ordered her to remain silent. He was in a hurry to draw a magical trace of the pillar that he had just seen. Little Lou, listening to the others bickering, clearly noticed something. Looking up, he tensed and cautiously called out to the leader. Dark figures stood out on the roof of the building. The mercenaries realized too late that they were surrounded by enemies. The next moment, as soon as they jumped up from their seats, the silhouettes disappeared. However, Lalit decided that there was no point in letting down her guard and urged the team to prepare for battle. Silhouettes with terribly glowing eyes lined up in a row and began to attack. But as soon as they appeared in front of the mercenaries, they saw ordinary people in front of them, local barbarians. They approached Lalit and her companions and began to look at them in shock, talking among themselves. One of them, a large blonde man with a mountain of muscles, made a surprised face, like a child's, and asked the strangers if they had created that light. The huge Atlanteans stood silently in their places, clutching swords in their hands. Darren and Jessica continued to talk while the rest of the knights looked at the remains of the demon in surprise. One of the 10 legates of the demon army was destroyed, as the tablet stated. Darren saw this, thinking that the legate that Jessica killed had been counted, which meant that it was not necessary to deal with them on his own. Adrian approached the hunter, reporting that the guilds had carried out almost all the bodies. The man did not think that all the survivors Max had spoken of were here. Gaon analysts had checked everything with drones, but it had not helped because they were underground. Darren nodded, noticing that the system window was still showing survivors. Suddenly, a portal appeared right between him and Adrian, from which a shadow mercenary mage appeared, grumbling. Volat wanted to say something, but someone's hand suddenly pushed him away, and the surprised face of a barbarian appeared in the portal nearby, the man asking who the leader was here. He continued to ask who made the bright light. The barbarian's gaze stopped on Adrian, who was staring at him. From the portal, looking at the Atlanteans with bewilderment, a little later, a man appeared. He immediately recognized Adrian. The head of Gaon happily greeted Mitch, who was no less happy. He remembered Adrian when he was still very small, in his opinion, although he was already an adult and tall. Several barbarians approached Darren and began to sniff him, whispering that he was a real adventurer. Finally, Mitch laughed loudly and ruffled Adrian's hair, declaring that Vanitas would be pleased to see what a cutie the man had become. Darren, who was still allowing himself to be smelled, also heard this name when the head of the Gaon was surprised that Vanitas was still alive. Mitch turned to Max, asking again if he was the chief and if he had created the beam of light. Adrian trembled at such unceremonious treatment and tried to explain to Darren that barbarians were not rude at all. But the hunter only smiled. He was familiar with the foreign culture, especially since he was called a leader. Mitch laughed again, saying that the chief was different from the other adventurers. Meanwhile, Arthur calmly looked at the barbarian sniffing him, and Jessica herself wanted to understand how the sense of smell helps in identifying a player, scaring a random barbarian. Mitch approached Darren, explaining that they too had a leader who had been secretly exploring the city for decades and evacuating survivors. The father of all barbarians, Vanitas. The barbarians lived in the forest adjacent to the large ice city. But one day a fire broke out from the city. The wind carried a foul smell. An ominous aura was sent in the air. Led by Mitch, the warriors immediately headed to the ice city. But on the way to the gates, the barbarians did not expect that everything would be so bad. The sight was extremely horrific and incredibly sinister. In the sky, as if mocking the soldiers of the ice city, demon legates in the form of birds circled. On the ground, boasting of their spoils, demons in the form of animals crucified the local inhabitants. Hearing this, Arthur let out a dejected groan. Mitch said that he and his brothers fought back and evacuated the survivors, but the demons were too numerous and strong. Even Venatus was wounded. Most of the brothers died. He then searched for and protected the survivors of Ice City for several decades, but things only got worse. Demons react to light. The survivors could not light even a fire, so they died of hunger and cold. When everyone was already exhausted, ready to give up hope, a path of bright light appeared from behind the tightly closed curtains. The barbarians also could not help but notice this miracle. In a city where everything had long been plunged into darkness, a ray of light suddenly appeared. Mitch was silent for a few moments, then sincerely thanked the adventurer. He added that he also expressed great gratitude to the other players who fought side by side with the chieftain. The man came to Max to say this on behalf of all the barbarians and residents of the Ice City. Moreover, if the adventurer leader plans to destroy the Demon King, Mitch and his brothers are ready to fight alongside him. The Demon King residing in Ice City is named Rames, one of the 72 demons who use birds as their familiars. Barbarians fight on the ground. It is difficult for them to reach the enemy in the air, but they will be able to give the chieftain the opportunity to reach the enemy, even if it means creating a ladder from their corpses. Adrian's mouth dropped open when he heard this, and the others also fell silent. Darren looked around at those present and declared that he had to refuse. Mitch began to wail in fear, asking why he had said that. Did he really think that barbarians were completely useless? The hunter answered seriously that he didn't have a hobby of collecting corpses, so he would destroy the demon anyway and was glad of the help. Mitch didn't know what to say. He had never met anyone like this, Chief. Darren said that it was necessary to set priorities correctly and called Volat, who immediately approached, leaning on his cane. The adventurer ordered the old man to send all the survivors of the Ice City to the kingdom of Yusra and asked King Merlin to provide them with warm shelter and food. This would be easy to do with the help of portals. The man replied that they would try. Then Darren turned to Adrian. He responded, and the hunter gave the order to the head of the Gaon to go to Yusra along with the others. Max will be calm if during the evacuation, Gaon will be on guard for the settlers. If the barbarians are worried, the leader can take command. When the dark mercenaries gathered at the portal, Volat asked Max if he would go with them. As soon as the boy answered, the flapping of a bird's wing was heard from above. The army of demons slowly flew towards the people. Darren smiled. He had some work to do. The hellbird with the terrifying naked skull asked who was responsible for the loss of contact with Kufikon. Recreating a new batch of magic in his hand, Darren ordered everyone present to leave immediately and not to look back. The surviving inhabitants, hungry and frozen, stared in shock at the portal and the people emerging from it. Mitch was familiar to them, but the crowd did not expect to see him. The man waved his hand, announcing the evacuation. Hearing that they were going to be moved to Yusra, the residents were overjoyed. Adrian looked with a smile at those who had just found hope. A sign with a class task called Barbarian's Fate appeared in front of him. The man was shocked because the task was only available to one person in the class. The next moment, the fire in his eyes faded. He asked Mitch in a low, quiet voice where Venatus was now. He replied, puzzled, that the barbarian, as usual, was on reconnaissance. But Adrian, without asking anything, rushed out of the open door of the house. Mitch immediately ran after him, shouting that it was too dangerous to go alone. The red-haired leader ran through the empty streets. Venatus's always smiling, stubbled face came to mind. In one of their last conversations, the man asked Adrian if he wanted to have the fate of a barbarian. Venatus laughed, teasing the boy as he pounced on him, asking for it. Throwing his head back, the barbarian was already laughing out loud, saying that Adrian would have to return for his destiny in about 40 years. Venatus turned and walked in the other direction, Adrian running after him like a little dog, begging him to speed up the transfer. Having run out of the city, the head of the gown saw what he now feared most of all. Venatus's dead eyes frozen in horror forever. His strong body bloodthirstily impaled on a huge wooden stake. Adrian wished that what he saw was a dream. Venatus was dead, and so the class quest passed to him.